The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 8. By Timbre. Translated by Graverubber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 28. Chapter 276. Awakening. Seriously. This is the worst possible development. I complained. Seeing me complained like that, Finn grinned at me. Is that really so? I am looking forward to it though. I won't say anything bad, so you should drop the idea. Those guys are not what you think they are. They are one of the most powerful people on the continent, but they are also one of the weirdest bunch too. That's quite an evaluation you have of them. By the way, were you not included in that group as well? I am a decent person. Compared to them, I am the person with common sense, all right. I see. Then I think I will see for myself when I meet them. Finn answers with a giggle. Behind the mask, I frowned at how she is treating me like I am the same as those guys. Damn it. This is why I hate getting involved with them. Just because we hold the same rank, people always think that I am the same. This is really unpleasant. Listen here, all right? Finn. Just because I am also an SS rank adventurer, you shouldn't be grouping me with them. It's absolutely unthinkable to think that I am the same as those guys. There are only 5 SS rank adventurers on the continent. Isn't it unavoidable that there are some people with difficult personalities among you? A person that stands out always has a point or two that looks strange in the eyes of a normal person after all. I am a very, very normal person, okay? A normal person. Yes, of course. Finn smiled as she said so and casually dismissed my words. Why? Seriously, this is all because of all the idiots at the headquarters. They started saying some stupid thing like Silver must be brought in for an inquiry and tried to use this chance to get their noses into SS rank adventurers' business. To think that I stoop so low as to ask for their help. Muttering so, I opened the transfer gate. As the subject of the inquiry, I might get overwhelmed by myself. Collecting and bringing the other SS rank adventurers is my goal right now. Behind me, who is currently getting depressed by the idea alone, is Finn, who is having a wide smile on her face. Receiving some encouragement from that smile, I started walking to the transfer gate. In the deep darkness, my consciousness, which had been sinking into that darkness, suddenly awakened. Ugh! What was waiting for me was dazzling light and thirst. A terrible thirst. With my eyes slightly opened, I searched for some water with my hand. Then, a glass of water was offered to me. I drank it vigorously and finally confirmed my surroundings. Good morning, Arnold-sama. Have you slept well? Sebers her. As usual, my butler asked something stupid as he calmly stands at the side of my bed. There's no way that I slept well. How long have I been asleep? It's been about a month and a half, sir. I have told the others that you were subjected to a curse by Her Highness Xandra while you were being chased by her. Since there was so much confusion, there was no one who was free enough to be skeptical about your condition. I see. I have been sleeping that long, her. It might be because of your accumulated fatigue as well, sir. I nod to Sebers. After we decided to participate in the succession war, I continuously spent my magic power. This resulted from the fact that my magic recovery couldn't catch up with the consumption. I thought that it would happen someday, but it may have been this long because I had continued to put it off. How is the situation? I will start with the situation of the Empire. His Highness Gordon has withdrawn from the capital and taken control of 1/3 of the Empire's northern region. We have dispatched an army to retake the area, but they are still glaring at each other for the moment. Glaring at each other? Our side didn't try to overwhelm them immediately. Apparently, His Majesty decided to only use the army so that the credit can be given to them, sir. I see. Considering the scale of the current Imperial army, if we want to crush Gordon's remaining forces, that should entirely be possible. However, if we still don't know if any of them has a connection with Gordon, it would be difficult to utilize them effectively. Moreover, it won't be easy to suppress them if they really betrayed us. I don't think that we have that many trustworthy generals on our side though. Yes, most of them have been sent to the western border. The kingdom's army has begun a full-scale invasion. The Western Border Defense Force is currently engaging them. On that side, Letitia-sama is heading there to show that she is safe and the kingdom has no just cause to invade the empire. Elna-sama also accompanied her as her escort. I thought that the kingdom would decide on a wait-and-see approach, but even with Gordon's rebellion ended up in a failure and a threat from Silver, they still chose to invade her. That's quite bullish of them. Yes, that surprised me as well. Regarding the other borders, Her Highness Lyslot has returned to the eastern border and the northern border was partially breached by the fierce attack from the coalition of the Dominion and the United Kingdom's armies. This shows that the two countries gave their support to His Highness Gordon, sir. They breached the northern border. Even though I stopped their surprise invasion, I would not be surprised if the Dominion and the United Kingdom's surprise attack was successful. However, with the ceasefire, our border should be difficult for them to break through. Initially, they managed to defend against the enemy attack, but a general under His Highness Gordon stabbed the commander of the North Fortress and it seems that the chain of command was disturbed because of that, sir. I see. So they were attacked from the inside. Yes. The commander managed to fend off the attacker and forced himself to take command. He caused great damage to the enemy army but he ended up succumbing to his injury. He took the border as his responsibility. Thanks to him, most of the defensive lines on the northern border are still functioning. However, if the Dominion and the United Kingdom decided to go all out, His Majesty would probably have to put the entire army there, sir. And with a betrayal, doubt and suspicion will keep spreading. His result is praiseworthy, but there's no point in him losing his life. This time the fault lies with the imperial family. The commander shouldn't have to die. There are only a few generals who can be entrusted to head the border defense force. His battle result is certainly great, but its merit is too small considering that we have lost such a person. His loss is truly regrettable. However, there is no point regretting it now. I understand the situation, but that's not it, right? Yes. In response to the protest from the other countries, the Adventurer Guild headquarters has called for an inquiry against Silver, sir. In return, Finn-sama is now heading to the guild headquarters as an ambassador of the Empire. To defend Silver. Officially, sir. What is the other motive? To buy time, sir. If you do not wake up, Silver will not be able to show up for the inquiry. By not showing up, it might be taken that you are intending to antagonize the guild. That's a good decision. Was it Finn's idea? Yes. Finn's move is considerate as always. However, if that is the choice we are going with, then my options are limited. So I have to solve the problem relating to Silver first. That should be wise, sir. The battle in the north still lacks a decisive factor. They should be locked in a stalemate for a while. I can't be in two places at the same time. Guess I will hide the fact that I woke up and act as Silver for a while. It would be trouble if someone knows Silver's identity after all. Certainly, sir. With your recent achievement, your reputation inside the imperial capital has improved. Right now, some people may start associating you with Silver after all. Then can I leave this place to you for the time being? I will leave an illusion of me here just in case. Certainly, sir. Also, I have one final report to make. There's still more. Even though I have been asleep, I can still get tired with all these reports. When I thought that way, Sebas dropped a bomb. Her Highness Xandra was sentenced to death. She was subjected to the Emperor poison wine and had been left for the people of the imperial capital to witness her suffering, sir. What? His Majesty intended to wait until Arnold-sama woke up, but since the dissatisfaction of the people of the imperial capital was growing. How many days has it been? Is she already dead? Today is the last day, sir. In other words, this is the day. The day Xandra would die. Chapter 277. The Death of Xandra. In response to Sebas's words, I started looking around. Even though the room is dark due to the curtain, there is still light outside. I got up from the bed and tried to open the curtain, but I ended up staggering. It seems that my body is weaker than I expected. TSK. Please don't overdo it, sir. Even if you can maintain your body functions with magic, you cannot completely prevent your body from weakening. My body is not that strong in the first place anyway. I strengthen my body with magic power and slightly open the curtain. The sun was about to set outside. If today is the last day, then she will die tonight. Is Xandra still outside? No, sir. Her Highness was put on a show for the first 3 days, but many petitions have been made against it and she is currently confined inside her room, sir. Even though they were the ones who wanted to see, now they begged us to put her away. The emperor poison wine is a secret poison of our nation, sir. The people must have heard the rumors about it to some extent, but they would never be able to imagine its real horror. The people who wanted to find some closure through her suffering must have been overwhelmed by its real effect. It is not that the suffering is unimaginable for them. They only lack enough imagination. A member of the imperial family rebelled against the emperor. It's obvious that the punishment for that would be far beyond the imagination of the common people. If they think a little, then that much is obvious. The suffering the emperor poison wine can cause can even make the onlookers frown. It can cause an effect that should cause a person to die without killing them. That's the idea of the emperor poison wine. You can only die after you have experienced 7 days of hellish torture. There is no doubt that it is the most ridiculous poison on the continent. The fact that he used it against his own daughter means that father has shown that he will never forgive Xandra. I do not know his real feelings though. Is there someone inside the room with Xandra? His Majesty has forbidden everyone to take care of her, sir. He said that a lonely death is an appropriate punishment for a rebel. I see. Then I will go. Do you have my mask? Will you be visiting her as Silver, sir? If it's father, he might think that the only one who should take care of her is himself. His Majesty should be wary of the eyes from his senior vassals. I don't think that he would do that, sir. It is just in case. As you wish, sir. Sebas bowed and took out my mask. After I put it on and changed my clothes, I made a transfer gate and headed to Xandra's room. The first thing I noticed when I transferred to the room was the smell of blood. There were traces of blood all over Xandra's room. It is all her blood. For someone to spill this much blood and not die is truly strange. And then there was Xandra, who is in the middle of hell. She is lying in her bed, her hair disheveled, her body is thin and her skin dried to dust. At first glance, it was like I was looking at a corpse. However, albeit barely, she is still alive. Xandra, who noticed my presence, showed me a smile. She probably couldn't feel pain anymore. Her death should be here soon enough. That must be why Xandra has a surprisingly refreshing look on her face. Have you come to laugh? Did you come to rid me of any hope I have left? That's not the case. I have a few questions for you. I don't have that much time left. I will die soon. I'd like you to do your best to stay alive. I need you to answer this. Tell me what you know about Grimoire. Grimoire. Hearing that name, Xandra's eyebrows moved a little. She then pointed her right hand toward me and magic power started to accumulate inside it. Do you think I will tell you that? I wonder. But you should know a lot about them. If you wish to study forbidden magic, you should have many benefits from contacting that organization. I stared directly back at Xandra. Then Xandra's hand shone a small light. I can't think of it as the magic of Xandra, who made a name for herself with her study of forbidden magic. It was the basic of the basic. The magic that emits a small ball of light from her hand. It slowly passed by my face and hit the wall behind me. Then, as if she no longer has strength left, Xandra dropped her right hand. If you want to know about them, then see for yourself. A hidden shelf. Looking back, there was a hole in the wall. It must have been a mechanism that can only be opened in response to Xandra's magic power. Inside, there is a note. My mother. She made contact with Grimoire more than a decade ago. It was at that time that she changed. How so? My mother always thinks of the second consort as her rival and told me not to lose to Liselot. But she started telling me to aim for the throne. Then she cast a curse on Liselot and Krista and ended up causing the second consort's death. You are saying that Grimoire caused that change? I don't know. But I didn't even doubt my mother's words and actions. I wonder why. When I was young, I have never been interested in the throne. I should have been studying forbidden arts for the betterment of magic, but I don't know when I started studying it to put curses on others. Xandra showed a self-deprecating smile. As a result of that change, Xandra has become like this. The succession war this time is strange. Many have felt the same. This change is not something that suddenly happened. What if something has been gradually eroding the imperial family for a long time now? The darkness is much deeper than I thought. There are locations of their leaders and branches written in it. Do your best and crush them. Thank you. I wonder why things have ended up like this. Even if you were used, I cannot forgive what you did. Too many lives have been lost. I know best how foolish I was acting. I even tried to use my own sister in an experiment. There is nothing more terrifying to me than that. I have done many other horrifying things too. I must have gone crazy. Xandra looks at her hands. They are slightly shaking. Her appearance unexpectedly matches with the image of Xandra I had in the past. She was both stern and hard to please back then as well, but I remember that she is not mad like she was during recent times. My feet stopped when I was about to step inside the transfer gate. There is no room for sympathy for Xandra. Even if her personality was distorted by someone, the damage she caused to the people of the Empire will not disappear. Her sins will remain forever. However, the memories of the past still repeat in my mind. When I was about 5 years old, I once joined Father when he took our family out for a hunt. Back then, I found an animal in the woods and got lost. It was Xandra who found me. Even while she was complaining, the warmth of the hand she reached out toward me never disappeared. Do you still have questions? There are still many questions left to be asked. But personally, I do not have any more questions. I see. I am going to die alone. I abandoned Mother and betrayed Father. This is the obvious punishment. Xandra's voice gradually began to fade. Without thinking, I grabbed her hand. What are you? I can't forgive you and I will not. But it is an old debt. You might not like this, but I will take care of you until the end. Saying so, I removed my mask. Xandra opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw my face, but she eventually smiled as if she was convinced. I have been wondering why you chose Leonard instead of me, but now I know. No way, even if Leo's gone, I wouldn't just simply start supporting you, you know. You are as cheeky as always. Seriously. To think that a child who couldn't use even cast an elementary magic would have the aptitude for ancient magic. I'd never thought of that. Right. I was surprised myself. But your naivety still hasn't changed. That naivety will become your fatal weakness. You don't have to sympathize with me now you know. Saying so, Xandra shook her hand away from mine. Her hand moves toward my face and slowly feel it. I'm sure she can't see me anymore. When her hand touches my cheek, Xandra speaks to me as she strokes it. As expected. Of my brother. Xandra Anu. Watch out for Eric. Take care of Otusama for me. After she said that, Xandra's hand lost all strength and fell. Her eyes were half opened and the faint traces of life in her have disappeared. Xandra, my sister, is now dead. I grind my teeth and clench my fist. In order to not make it look unnatural, I left her room without touching her body while only sealing back the hidden shelf. Then, when I returned to my room, I created an illusion of me on the bed. Will you be leaving immediately, sir? I don't want to waste time. Did something happen, sir? It's nothing. I was only gathering information. I do not think that alone would make your voice sound so sad, sir. I did not answer Seba's and handed him Xandra's note. Investigate grimoire thoroughly. Your wish is my command. Without saying anything more, Seba's bowed. Seeing that, I take a deep breath and open a transfer gate. Then I will be off. Please be careful on your way, sir. With that parting word, I entered the transfer gate. Chapter 278. The Adventurer Guild Headquarters. The Adventurer Guild Headquarters is located in the southeastern part of the continent. There used to be a ghost town where monsters ran rampant at the south of the Sokol Empire. It was a place where no country dared to touch, That is the location of the guild headquarters. At the time of its establishment, adventurers eliminated the monsters in the area and erected a huge tower at the center of the ghost town. The tower, which became the headquarters for the Adventurer Guild, was dubbed Babel. It was the tower that manages the activities of adventurers of the entire continent. The area, which was once a ghost town, has now transformed into a great city of adventurers. A neutral zone where no country can interfere in its business. Officially, that is. Night. I muttered so as I transferred to the city, Babel. Even though no country has moved to antagonize the guild, they do have some degree of intervention in place. As the guild has to oversee the activities of all adventurers on the continent, the guild doesn't want to get on the bad side of any country either. That's why most of the time the guild will comply with a country's request. The same goes for this time as well. Especially now when the current higher-ups of the guild care so much about what each nation thinks of them. At the upper floors of the guild headquarters, the guild council is consisting of people that hold important posts of the guild. This is where the Adventurer Guild makes its decision. The members of this council always change, but never before has the guild become so vulnerable to outside influences. The majority of the time, half of the council will consist of veteran adventurers while the other half is from the guild staff. However, at the moment, the members are heavily inclined to the latter. That's why there were many instances where the council decision was biased. The inquiry into Silver's actions is a good example. There is no way that they wouldn't know the consequence of holding such an inquiry. However, it is not like all the members are of the same mind. At the moment, there is only one veteran adventurer in the council. Clyde, the deputy guild chief of the guild headquarters, should be well aware of the dangers posed by conducting an inquiry on Silver's actions. That's why I went to Clyde's mansion first. It was constructed near the headquarters at the prime location of the city. It is a fairly large mansion. This place is the home of Clyde, a former S-rank adventurer. Since the sun has already set, it would be extremely rude to visit him unannounced. However, this is not the time where I should mind such courtesy. I cover myself with a barrier to entering the mansion without being noticed. Then, deep inside the mansion, I entered Clyde's room. Clyde, who was sitting in a chair looking haggard while sipping his tea, speaks to me. "You sure took your time, didn't you? I thought that you would come sooner, you know. So you noticed her. Even like this, I am still a former S-rank adventurer, all right. I can at least detect presences." Saying so, Clyde, who was sitting in his chair, stood up and looked at me. Since he has already noticed, there's no point keeping up the barrier. Thus I appeared to him as Silver. "It's been a while, Silver. Glad you look all right." "I am not all right. I am in the process of recovering my magic power." "Well, a lot happened after all. But you think that it would be bad to stay quiet and rest to her? With the current council, that is." "Sorry. I couldn't stop them alone. Even if I protest, I will be overruled by majority vote after all." Clyde smiled bitterly and offered me to sit. In response, I sit on the sofa opposite him. Then, Clyde sat down himself. "I will ask this first. What is the reason behind this inquiry?" "The war intervention. This is the most prominent reason. It would be troublesome when an SS rank adventurer can intervene in a war after all. I simply dealt with the dragons. The guild only tolerated the holy dragons as the United Kingdom's defense force. When they sent those dragons out of their territory, they were just monsters." "I know what you mean. Well, that was only an excuse anyway. The council only wants to put some restrictions on you with this inquiry. They want me to become the council's dog." "That's right. They want an SS rank adventurer that will move at the council's beck and call. They are dying to have such authority. They were hoping to get one from among the new generation SS rank adventurers, but since that failed, they want to put a collar on the current SS rank adventurers instead. That's quite terrifying, don't you think? It is scarier that you are the only one who understands how terrifying that is. There are only 5 SS rank adventurers on the continent. Our ability is incomparable to the S rank adventurers. It is no exaggeration to say that it was because they are holding on to the absolute power of the SS rank adventurers that the Adventurer Guild can exert their influence over the entire continent. I can understand their desire to put a leash on such power, but it would be too shallow of them to not think about the possibility that we will turn against them instead. SS rank adventurers are all problem children that have a strange habit or two. Even if you guys have the ability, you always have a strange quirk. You belong to the guild, but you can act at your own discretion. If a person wielding that kind of power act without affiliating with either a country or the guild, they will be marked by everyone on the continent. I agree with most of that, but don't lump me with those guys. What are you saying, you teleporting masked monster? Just because you are more willing to comply with the guild's request, you are not much different from them, you know. I always pay attention to my surroundings. I am not like the other guys. I don't mind if you want to insist on that, but I think that will be meaningless though. The mass will always recognize SS rank adventurers as someone abnormal after all. After this is over, I think I will have to post some positive rumors about me here. Saying so, I stood up to indicate the end of the conversation. Then, I will be borrowing a room. I don't mind, but don't you want to greet the ambassador from the Empire? She is a formal ambassador sent by the Empire. I can't be so rude to visit her in the middle of the night. And you are fine doing that with me? I did because I thought it would be fine. I don't have a hobby of visiting a woman's room late at night in the first place. Besides, she has a captain of the Empire's proud Imperial Knight Order guarding her. I might turn the city into a sea of fire if I suddenly visit her. Can't you visit others without resorting to teleporting right to their doorstep? Humans are always resorting to something convenient. If you learn transfer magic, you would understand. Don't make it sound so easy like that. Clyde tiredly sighed and shooed me away as if to say, just hurry up and go. Seeing that, I left the room with a bitter smile on my face. Chapter 279. The 11th Imperial Knight Corps. As soon as dawn arrived, I left Clyde's mansion. I have already asked where Finn was staying yesterday. There are many tourists in the city of Babel, but there are many big names who visit Babel to make a direct request to the guild headquarters. That's why there are several luxury inns for those VIPs to stay at. Finn is staying in one of those inns. Her escort is the 11th Imperial Knight Corps. It can be said that it is overkill to send an Imperial Knight Captain with her as an escort in a situation where the Empire is in turmoil like this, but it also shows how Father is serious about this matter. Silver came under an inquiry because he helped the Empire. Father must have felt indebted to Silver, and there must also be a part of him that wants to avoid the deterrence called Silver from disappearing from the Empire as well. Moreover, he also selected the most qualified Imperial Knight Captain to be Finn's escort. Thinking so, I transferred to the inn and proceeded to the innermost room. However, I was immediately surrounded by a group of men with swords in hand. As expected of the Imperial Knights here. Even considering that I am facing the 11th Corps whose missions are mainly diplomatic ones, you people really are thorough. All of the men here are dressed like ordinary people, but they were all Imperial Knights. The reason why they didn't wear the white cloaks or armor that show their identity as Imperial Knights is that this place is the headquarters of the adventurers. The people here tend to hate the sign of intervention from foreign entities. I can say that they are quite sensible to pose as ordinary citizens to not provoke the people here. Among the Imperial Knight Order, the 11th Corps is a special case. Not long ago, it was the role of the Imperial Knights to travel around the Empire to act as the Emperor's eyes and ears, but the 11th Corps' mission is primarily outside the Empire's territory. They have acted as the Emperor's messenger and met with the rulers of other countries, escorting ambassadors for diplomatic missions, and gathered information on foreign nations. Due to the nature of their mission, this corps places more importance on etiquette and flexibility rather than raw power. When the question such as what is the weakest corps among the Imperial Knight Order is raised, their name often came up. However, that is not necessarily the case. I usually don't dislike that kind of praise, but when our opponent is an SS rank adventurer, that kind of kills the mood, you know, said a petite woman who appeared from the back. Her platinum blonde hair was trimmed at the shoulder and her amber eyes were looking at me with interest. Even though she is also dressed like a common citizen, she is much more natural at it than others. If she walks around in the city, no one would be able to identify her as an Imperial Knight. Her name is Olivier Serrault. If I remember correctly, she is currently 18 years old. She is the captain of the 11th Night Corps. Although she is still a newcomer among the Imperial Knight Captains, she has won father's trust due to her ability and personality. The purpose of her mission right now is negotiation. Among the Imperial Knights, which often have dispositions of a warrior, she has an unusually gentle personality, so she is suited for this kind of mission. If you think so, then can you dismiss your subordinates now, Captain Olivier? Well, relax. Wait here for a bit. I will go inform Finsama now, Olivier casually said with a charming smile. To have that kind of attitude against an SS rank adventurer, as expected of an Imperial Knight Captain her. She is unusually calm. Shortly after Olivier entered the room, she immediately came out and told her subordinates to lower their swords. I've got permission. You can enter. Good grief. It really became more difficult to meet her once she became an ambassador her. You could have teleported directly inside Finsama's room, right? I am a person with common sense, you see. If you have common sense, then I think that you should have entered from the entrance though. If you have entered from the entrance, we could have welcomed you more relaxedly. Olivier quietly complains about my transfer magic. It is exactly as she says, but it would be troublesome to walk through the entrance even though I can use transfer magic right. In the first place, I don't want anyone to know that I am here. Then why don't you just use illusion magic? You unexpectedly hate doing troublesome things her. Olivier opens the door to Finn's room with a smirk. Inside, she is waiting for me. Finsama told me that she would like to talk to you alone, you know. I see. Will that be fine with you? I will believe in the little common sense you have, okay? It was a little unpleasant how she said it, but this is not the time to mind about that now. I immediately entered the room and erected a barrier. Then, I called out to Finn, who was in the center of the room. It's been a while her. It seems that I caused quite a lot of trouble for you. No, this much is nothing at all. Good morning, Ulsama. I am glad that you have safely woken up. Saying so, Finn smiles and bows at me as usual. While smiling at her, I sit down on a chair. Finn tried to prepare tea for me with a practiced hand, but I stopped her. Don't mind the tea. I can't drink it now after all. You can't remove it. There's no loss in being cautious. I haven't heard that those guys are at the headquarters, but they always act as they please. I don't know when or where they will show up. By they you mean the other SS rank adventurers. No matter how powerful my barrier is, I don't think it would pose any trouble for them. The barrier I erected here can prevent someone from entering the room and contain the sound inside the room, but those guys can instantly destroy such a barrier. I wouldn't have enough time to put on my mask if that happened. We have to go that far. Yes, we have to go that far. So treat me as Silver while I'm here. I understand. Then, Silver-sama, I will explain the current situations now. Please. Saying so, Finn started explaining. To put it briefly, Clyde is the only ally we have in the council. Finn has asked to meet other council members, but they all ignored her. As expected her. I am sorry that I couldn't be of help. It's not your fault. Don't apologize. You have already done enough. The reason why this inquiry has been postponed so far was all thanks to you. However, I still couldn't provide you with any solution. That is my job. Don't worry, I have a plan. Don't tell me. You wouldn't say that you would quit being an adventurer, right? Finn nervously asked. Since she knows my true identity, that option is possible from her perspective. However, an SS rank adventurer cannot quit being an adventurer without a good reason. Because we are too strong. I will not do that. Rather, that option is impossible. An SS rank adventurer is powerful enough to shake an entire nation. If I quit being an adventurer, every country will try to recruit me. But all SS rank adventurers, including me, will not swear our allegiance to a nation. In that case, we would be recognized as an individual that is too dangerous to be left alone. For their country's safety, they will put pressure on the guild and force them to recognize that person as a monster. We are actually more powerful than a dragon after all. The reason why we can move freely is that we have the title of SS rank adventurers. It was because such a title will give the people peace of mind that we will direct our power toward the monsters. However, when that disappears, doubt will arise. They will start to wonder if such power will be used against them someday. When it comes to that, it's over. It will spark the battle between SS rank adventurers. Whatever the outcome may be, there is no doubt that it will change the entire continent. Triggering such a stupid thing is out of the question. Because you are too strong. Being an SS rank adventurer is also something that signifies my strength. Because of my strength, this status guarantees my freedom and my support to the Adventurer Guild. However, the current council is frustrated at how we are being liberal about our freedom. That's why they want to put a leash on me. So the council is acting so forceful because they are confident that you cannot stop being an adventurer. Is that right? Yeah. As long as I am an adventurer, I am inevitably influenced by the council's decision. It would be hard for me to deal with this problem alone. I see. If you cannot deal with it alone, that means you will require the help of all 5 of you, right? That's right. I don't want to, but I will ask them for help. It is not like this is completely unrelated to them after all. The council is certainly the top of the guild, but SS rank adventures also possess the same influence. We can participate in the council meeting and we also have the right to vote. It would be different if it is just me alone, but the council would have to think first before earning the ire of all SS rank adventurers. They are aiming for me because they thought that I am relatively reasonable. However, the others are different. They are people who can say that they will quit being an adventurer at the drop of a hat. If I can have them on my side, I will be able to turn the tide. The problem is, it would be hard to find all of them. Even the Adventurer Guild doesn't know where some of them are. Moreover, I only have so much time to find them. This is quite an unreasonable challenge. Do you have any ideas where they might be? Well, more or less. Saying so, I let out a sigh. I don't mind finding them, but meeting them is an entirely different matter. Dealing with them is tiring after all. Chapter 280. Stupid Fuss. Returning back to the beginning. After I finished my conversation with Finn, I created a transfer gate to leave. Silversama. Who are you going to meet first? There is only one person whose location I know for sure. I have to get in touch with that old man before he gets lost again. So you will be meeting with the Lost Sword Saint first. The rest are the Bipolar Divine Fist, the Wandering Bow God, and the Void Crusher Magic Swordsman, whose identity is as mysterious as silver. I can pretty much tell how difficult their personalities are just from the rumors, but will you be able to talk with them? The one who I think will listen to me is only Eigor. That person's bad habit is that he always wanders off, but now that he is staying in one place, it is not a problem. If not for that, he would be the most difficult person to find since he can be lost for decades at a time. That's why he was originally someone who you would have a hard time locating the most. What about the other 3? I won't know unless I meet them face to face. I don't think that they will not help me, but it will probably cause me a huge debt. I don't think that they will cooperate with me without something in return. Finding them alone is not hard enough. Persuading them is even harder. They don't listen to what people have to say after all. Please do your best. I will do what I can here too. I'm a little more motivated now that I hear you say that. Alright, I'm off. Yes. Please have a safe trip. Saying so, Finn sent me off with a bow. I transferred to a village inside the Dwarf Autonomous Zone inside the Empire. Eigor should be here protecting Sonia and her parents. At least he shouldn't leave yet until Gordon is completely rendered powerless. This helped me out. It seems Eigor has taken a liking to Sonia, which that in itself is quite unusual. Thinking so, I walked through the dwarven village. I approached the hut where Sonia and her parents lived before, but there was no sign of people there. Instead, a loud noise was heard at the center of the village. A festival? No matter how I see it, that's a lot of noise. The heavy drinker dwarfs love their festival after all. They always find a chance to hold a festival and have lots of drink. I'm sure it's like that this time too. When I judged so and kept walking to the village center, I found more and more drunken dwarfs sleeping all over. I was wondering if I should wake them up, but since they seem to be sleeping so comfortably and it's not like there is just 1 or 2 of them, I gave up on the idea. Then, I heard loud laughter. Surrounding a huge bonfire, the dwarfs were drinking and making noises. Judging from this, they must have been partying since last night. Among them, the noisiest one belongs to the group of strong-looking dwarfs. At the center of that group is a small dwarven old man. Come on. Look at his sword saint's tricks. Haha. Good. Another round. Amazing. It's too fast I can't even see it. Eigor was performing a trick at the center of the group of dwarfs. He is naked and the trick he is performing is moving the two pot lids in his hands to hide his crotch at high speed. As expected of the sword saint, he switched the lids so fast that I can't see it. All swordsmen in this continent would be disappointed at the sight, but the dwarfs surrounding him are all laughing their heads off. It seems that this is not the first time he is showing them this trick her. This is why I hate dealing with SS rank adventurers. Ha! I sigh and look up at the sky. What is sadder about this situation is that I have to ask that old man for help. When I returned my eyes down to the scene before me, it had already escalated. The dwarfs began to throw something that looked like a nut at Igor's crotch. Goo. Get him. Woah. Naive. Don't think you can break through my absolute defense that easily. With that said, Eigor deflects them away with the lids. Seeing that, the dwarfs screamed out in defeat and another young dwarf rose to the challenge. Now, what should I do? Honestly, I don't want to get involved with them. When I thought so, female dwarfs appeared with trays in hands. Yes. It's dinner. Wear some clothes. What? It's time for that already. So no one manages to break through my defense after all her. Eigor disappointingly muttered so. He wanted someone to break through that her. I can't really understand him. When I was standing there stunned, Sonia appeared mixed in with the dwarven women who brought the food. Then, she immediately noticed me. No way. Why are you? What happened? NN. Due to Sonia's voice, the dwarfs who were making merry finally look at me. All of them had bright red faces, probably thanks to all the alcohol they drank. Who's that? That gloomy-looking guy. Your Majesty, you don't know him? That's him, you know, him, the guy that is famous in the imperial capital. Gold. It's silver. I was so tired after witnessing all that, so I didn't have the strength to strongly retort. I corrected them for the time being, and the dwarf they called Your Majesty nodded several times before he loudly laughed again. Oh, I see. It's Elder Igor's friend her. You came at a good time. Have a drink. We got a lot of booze from the princess and the duke at the east border, you see. Drink as much as you like. Even if you say that, Your Majesty has been drinking for days now, hasn't it? Please take a rest soon. Sonia tells the dwarven king with an astounded expression on her face. It seems she got quite familiar with the dwarfs her. When I thought that way, Eigor came to me. And he still hasn't put on any clothes yet. You come at a good time, Silver. Check out my absolute defense. Saying so, Eigor switches the lids covering his crotch at high speed. I mean, it's amazing, but I kind of felt like asking him what is he trying to do. So, young people in the village won't even give me a challenge. You do it. Oh, a battle between SS rank adventurers her. Good. Do it. With the dwarven king getting on board with it, the other dwarfs also cheer. Then a fruit was handed to me. I unintentionally glanced at Sonia, but she only answered me with a bitter smile. I don't think this will end unless you do it, you know. I see. Come on, come at me from anywhere you like. Eigor, who is getting more enthusiastic, shuffles the lid at even a faster speed. After signing once, I strengthened my body and threw the fruit at him. The timing doesn't matter. The fruit was blocked by the lid, but it pierced the lid and directly hit Igor's crotch. Off. Whoa. Amazing. He got him. As expected of an SS rank adventurer. Ha. How many times have I sighed since I got here? Eigor holds his crotch and mutters while crouching down. Why, you don't go easy on an old man at all her. Someone who plays with pot lids like that is not an old man in my head. Anyway, I have something to talk with you. Wait a minute. I let my guard down, so it hurt a little. It hurts because you let your guard down? With such a question in mind, I let out another sigh. Chapter 281. The Good-for-Nothing Bowman. So, what did you visit me for? Inside a small hut, Eigor, who has recovered from the crotch pain, sips the tea that Sonia poured him. There was a bottle of alcohol beside him and he tried to reach for it after he's done with the tea, but Sonia confiscated it from him. That's a no, Oja-san. You have been drinking for days already, right? Ah. I was looking forward to that. Igor's shoulders drooped down dejectedly. It seems that after living together for a while, the hierarchy has already been established. Eigor, who grew timid, shakes his teacup and keeps staring at the tea leaves. In short, I needed to gather the SS rank adventurers. I want your cooperation for that. Come to think of it, there was the talk about an inquiry here. It seems that the current council wants the SS rank adventurers to be under their control. Fools. I don't mind cooperating with you, but I can't do it for free, you know. I am busy after all. Busy? Hearing that word, I look at Sonia, who just confiscated alcohol from him. Sonia was tiredly shaking her head. He has only been drinking and partying with everyone, you know. That certainly sounds busy. Right, right. Seeing Eigor smiling in a good mood, I and Sonia sighed at the same time. Seriously, Anu and the Duke are the problems as well. Even children can understand what will happen when they give a large amount of alcohol to the dwarfs. So, what do you want in return? I have something to ask you before that. Do you know where the others are? I have some places in mind. I think I will search for those places one by one. I see. But that would be a hassle, right? I can tell you where they are. You know? I know one for sure. The other two are 50-50 though. That's plenty enough. Let's hear it. The one I know for sure is the Wandering Bow God. He's not wandering these days, her. I drop my shoulders at Sonia's retort. The SS rank adventurers are assigned nicknames by the Adventurer Guild. The reason why they gave us a nickname is because it is easier to convey our characteristics to the guild branches all over the continent. The nickname will always include the nature of our power and our personality. That's why the Wandering Bow God should have been wandering somewhere now. Or that was supposed to be the case. He has his reason to stop, right? That's right. He is currently in a small town in the north of the kingdom. The town is famous for the delicious alcohol, you see. I see. Bayeux, her. Eigor nods several times to my answer. Bayeux is a famous alcohol-producing area that the kingdom is proud of. It's a paradise for drinkers. So he's there, her. The strongest bowman among the adventurers. Jack is resting his heart there. If you go there, then buy some alcohol for me as a souvenir. I want an expensive one, okay? I don't mind if you settle with that, but... What happened to Jack? Jack, who has the nickname of the Wandering Bow God, is someone who basically wanders the continent. The person himself said that he had something he has to look for, but no one knew what it was. In recent years, his activities have been concentrated on the western part of the continent, and any problems within the territory of the kingdom are basically under Jack's jurisdiction. What happened to Jack for him to take time out to heal his heart? Jack is a pitiful man. Did he lose someone? I think you can say that too. Eigor cast his eyes down at Sonia's question. He sips his tea and continues after a short pause. It seems that among all the lovers he made all over the continent, 10 of them decided to break up with him. That's the worst. SS rank adventurers are really... Don't look at me. And don't lump me with them either. Eigor created an atmosphere like he was talking about something serious, so I was wondering what happened, but he was only dumped her. Moreover, from what he said, he still has plenty of lovers left. He should get stabbed by all of them someday. That's it. Jack is washing his sorrow away with alcohol right now. He should be easy to find. If you look for someone who spends a lot of money on women and alcohol, then you should be able to find him easily. Good for nothing. He used to be a fine young man. He became an SS rank adventurer in his early 20s, but soon after his wife and daughter ran off on him, so he drowned himself in alcohol and women. The irony is that his skill now that he is drowning in alcohol and lovers is much sharper than when he was young. So personality, behavior, and skills are all separated her. I nod to Sonia's words. There is no well-behaved SS rank adventurer. A strong person is always a little different than a normal person. Elna is a good example. There's even a theory that the more difficult your personality is, the stronger you can become. Well, he was certainly drinking when I first met him after all. From the eyes of an amateur, he would only look like a drunk middle-aged man. But he is actually strong, right? He is. I didn't see his power when I first met him, but on the second time, he offset my ancient magic with his bow and stole my prey. Even though I wasn't serious, that was still humiliating. Moreover, it is a violation of etiquette to interfere with others' quests. If I hadn't dealt with him like an adult, then we might have a small skirmish there. Even though he is an SS rank adventurer, he stole others' prey. That man spent all his money as soon as he made it after all. And after he spent it all, he will make more. He was probably desperate for money back then. When I hear you talk about him like that, it seems like you are on quite a good term with him though. What? We are both lost children after all. I often see him on my journey. I'm sure that you were lost, but I don't think that Jack was though. He's definitely a lost child. In life, that is. I think that the person himself will deny it though. Eigor simply lost his way while Jack lost his way in life. In some strange way, they might be a better match than I thought. While thinking so, I stood up. Then I will pay him a visit. Don't you want to ask about the other two? I will ask you once I come back. I need a relay point if I want to head to the guild headquarters from the kingdom anyway. I see. Then I will be looking forward to the souvenir, alright. Be careful, okay? Don't get into a fight. Don't worry. I am an adult after all. Saying so, I opened the transfer gate and headed to the town of Bayeux. Chapter 282. The Town of Alcohol. Bayeux is a small town located in the northern part of the kingdom. Being known as the Town of Alcohol, it has many visitors from all over the continent that came in search of excellent alcohol. With drinkers being their targeted audience, the town also provides harlot services to the visitors, and it is also one of the selling points of the town. I transferred to Bayeux and used an illusion magic to blend in with the people there. The Empire and the Kingdom are currently at war, and I am an SS rank adventurer whose base is the Empire. No matter what happens, that fact will never change. If Silver suddenly appeared in the Kingdom, it would surely cause huge confusion. And the person under the mask is no better too. After all, I am a prince of the Empire. If my identity gets exposed here, the kingdom will surely dispatch its army. It is so hard to move around right now. Thinking so, I call out to the middle-aged man who is manning the storefront of an alcohol store. Excuse me, where do you sell the most expensive alcohol in this city? Expensive one? If it's delicious alcohol, then we have it right here, you know. I was asked to buy an expensive one for my friend, you see. It seems your friend doesn't understand alcohol at all, huh? I agree. But a request is still a request. I see. If you are looking for an expensive one, then you should probably try Balder's place. The taste is, well, it's close to ours. If you just walk straight down the main street, then you should be able to spot the sign. The middle-aged man replied with a frown. He probably recognizes them inside her. With a bitter smile on my face, I handed him a gold coin and picked up a bottle. Thank you. I will have one of yours. Oi oi, a gold coin is too much, you know. It's an information fee. Also, it was for your honesty. You could have tried to sell me yours after all. I will enjoy your alcohol myself. Oh, well, we have been conducting honest business since my father's generation after all. Saying so, the man shyly scratches his head. While being seen off by him, I walked down the main street. Then, I saw a big store with a sign saying, Balder's. This place her. I enter the store and look for the owner. Then I found a big bald man standing calmly inside the store. Excuse me, are you the owner of this place? Yeah, that's right. I'm the owner, Balder. My friend asked me to buy a bottle of expensive alcohol for him. I heard that yours are expensive, but the taste is perfect. Will you be willing to sell me one of your top-shelf alcohol? My products are certainly more expensive than other stores, but considering the taste, I don't think they are expensive at all. I see. I am looking forward to that. Balder then confidently begins to choose a bottle for me. The people who sell alcohol in Bayeux mostly produce their own alcohol. Naturally, the pride they have in their products is high. After all, with so many rival stores, you would be proud that your store manages to survive. How about this one? How much is it? 1 gold coin a bottle. That is quite a hefty price. I guess it is to be expected of a famous store, huh? And it's worth every coin you spent on it. Is that right? This might be a cheap price to pay for alcohol in this store, huh? I took out a gold coin and received the bottle from him. Not only because he managed to sell a bottle of his alcohol, but Balder also seems to be happy about my praise. I asked that Balder a question. But what about the economy here? Isn't sales falling due to the war with the Empire? Well, it is. But I have a good customer right now, so I'm managing. Got him. Jack personally prefers expensive alcohol. I thought that he would buy one from this store as well. A good customer. Yeah, I don't know where this millionaire guy came from, but the guy has been renting out an entire inn here and playing around for a few months already. He bought a lot from my place and kept partying with the harlots he invited to his place for a while now. So there's a guy who can keep partying in a situation like this, huh? He's a big help to me. I thought that he was someone who only aimed for expensive alcohol at first, but when I tried talking to him, the guy got quite a taste, you know. If he's still here, then I would like to see him. Do you know which inn he rented out? Just keep going down the main street and you will know. It's the biggest one in the city. I see. I will take a look then. Saying so, I left the store and went down the main street again. Doing so, I spotted a big inn. It's probably this place. I immediately walked toward the inn. However, please accept our apologies, sir. The inn is currently fully reserved right now. Please withdraw. I was stopped by 2 men who seem to be the guards here. So the inn has its own security guards, huh? I smile at them. Sorry. I will turn back now. Saying so, I walk straight past them. However, the guards did not react to me. After all, they couldn't see my true body and only see the illusion of me turning back. Since I don't want to cause a scene here, I am being discreet. Plus, I need Jack's cooperation. It would be wise to not stand out as much as possible to not upset him. When I enter the inn, I heard noises from deep inside. When I followed the sound, I arrived at a fairly large room. The door is open and I can hear the voices of a man and women from inside. Where are you? Come out, little cuties. This way. Jack-sama. No, this way. Inside is a blindfolded middle-aged old man chasing and playing with a dozen of harlots. The old man is not stable on his feet. He's probably drunk. The harlots teasingly approach him and run away again, and the chase begins anew. Seriously, this guy is really a good-for-nothing. When I thought so, the blindfolded old man, Jack, picked up a bottle and drank all of its content. Puha. You are such a great drinker. Right. Receiving the applause from the harlots, Jack laughed in a good mood. And without any warning, he threw the empty bottle at me, who was looking at him from the shadows. I blocked the bottle with my barrier. I thought that the alcohol tasted bad, but it's just a peeping Tom, huh? If you can detect my presence, then there's no way you couldn't detect the harlots, right? You tried hard to make this fun for you, huh? Even if he is blindfolded, he is someone who can shoot at an enemy in the distance accurately. That's Jack. His nickname of the bow god isn't just for show. The harlots might try to call out and run away from him, but if he gets serious, he should be able to catch them whenever he wants to. In other words, it's just a farce. Oi. I thought that the voice was so damn gloomy, but it was just you, huh? It's been a while, Jack. Saying so, I dispelled my illusion. If Jack already saw through me, then it is only a waste of magic power. After all, this place is fully reserved. It wouldn't be a problem if only a few harlots saw me. What do you want? Silver. I'm busy, all right. You don't look busy to me, though. In response, Jack pulled the confused harlots toward him with his arms. I'm playing with cute girls here. If you can't see that, then ditch that lame mask already. I heard that your lovers broke up with you, though. If you keep doing that, then more of them might decide to ditch you, you know? Or, you came to pick a fight with me or something. Saying so, Jack releases his hands from the harlots and stares at me. He is like a completely different person now. The harlots seem to be afraid of that change and get away from Jack. I am not looking for a fight. I have a request for you today. A request? I don't feel like asking what it is though. Are you sure that it is not because this part of you that made your wife ran away with your child? That was it. Jack immediately lunged at me. Already expecting that, I opened the transfer gate in front of me and set the destination to Eigor's house. Just go on ahead and wait for me there. I will grab your stuff for you. What? Silver, you bastard. Jack managed to turn back at the last second, but I moved behind him and pushed him inside the gate. Jack was sucked into the transfer gate without being able to resist. Apprehension completed. Even if he wants to cause a scene at that side, Eigor will stop him. Yes, this is how an adult does things. Now then, where is his luggage? When I raised the question, the harlots pointed to the same place. There was a simple bag and a bow there. As expected of the wandering bow god. He always travels light. Thinking so, I grabbed his luggage and quickly entered the transfer gate. Chapter 283. People with no common sense. You need 2 transfer gates to travel from Bayeux to the dwarven village. In other words, I need to have at least 1 relay point. However, to not allow Jack any chance to escape, I connect the 2 transfer gates like a tunnel. Originally, even 1 gate would put a heavy burden on a common mage, but the burden of having multiple gates up at the same time is incomparable to that. It is something that is simply impossible for ordinary people, but this is accomplishable easily by an SS rank adventurer. There is no problem regarding the burden on the caster, but the transfer itself might cause some nausea. I might have done something terrible to Eigor's house, but it should be fine. He should forgive me with a bottle of alcohol after all. Thinking so, I transferred to the dwarven village. Then. So it's your fault. You damn old fart. Shut up. Is puking at others a way of greeting in your country? Shut it. It's the damn transfer's fault that made me feel sick. It's because you drank too much that you got drunk. Don't just blame it on me, damn it. Eigor's house was half destroyed and Eigor and Jack are shouting at each other outside. Seeing them arguing with each other, I let out a sigh. However, in that situation, someone pulled on my clothes. Don't just sigh at them. Can't you do anything about this? Why, yeah. It was Sonia. Even though she has a big smile on her face, I can tell by her atmosphere that Sonia is angry. Feeling the indescribable feeling of dread, I obediently nodded. Then, I lock the 2 of them in 2 separate barriers. However, with this, naive, weak, the 2 broke my barrier with only a punch. The 2 broke into a fight again. Even though their punches hold that much power, the fact that they didn't even put a scratch on each other is a testament to their strength. They just don't have any common sense at all. A person that suddenly transferred a person with no common sense to another person's house also doesn't have any common sense, okay? You know that, right? Don't lump me together with them. I won't just get drunk like that. I see. So you have no common sense even while you are sober, huh? Even though I wanted to protest Sonia, who said that like I am only slightly better than these 2 drunk old men, I have no time for that. Stopping these 2 take priority. I search the half-destroyed house for Eigor's white cane. This is Eigor's favorite sword as well as his cane. I hold the cane with one hand while holding Jack's bow in another and call out to them. Oi, you 2. If you value your weapons, then stop right now. You are the worst. At least put it as being smart. What? Silver, you bastard. After you just shamelessly abducted me, you are taking my weapon hostage. Quit fooling around. Me. My beloved sword cannot be destroyed by you so easily. Hearing Eigor, I gave him a nod. They are weapons of 2 SS rank adventurers. There is no doubt that they are weapons of the highest grade. If I want to break them, then I would need some preparation, and the 2 wouldn't give me the time to do that. However, I didn't say that I am going to break them. I will just randomly transfer them away. What? Then I just have to search the continent for it. Hearing what you want to say is much more irritating. I can live without my cane anyway. Then I guess I will just transfer them away together with this fine bottle of alcohol then. I add the alcohol I bought from Bayeux to the stake. What? You are even holding that hostage. You brute. I thought that you are only a gloomy guy, but you want to go that far. Release the bottle. Just why is using the alcohol is more effective, I wonder. Sonia astoundedly muttered. You need a non-common sense measure to negotiate with people with no common sense. For the time being, stop fighting and hear me out. If you do that, then I will give it to you. Fine. I sobered up when I was fighting the old fart earlier anyway. If I can get that alcohol, then it's all right with me. Wasn't that the alcohol that Oja-san asked? Keep quiet. They already agreed to the terms. The negotiation is concluded. Thus the fight between SS rank adventurers came to an end. An inquiry? Why do I have to get involved with something so troublesome? Jack frowns while drinking the alcohol inside Eigor's half-destroyed house. Eigor and I are trying to persuade him, so we are currently sitting down on the opposite side. I think that it is troublesome too. But if we allow this to pass, it will be even more troublesome for us in the future, right? Eigor pours alcohol into his cup and drinks it up. Without losing to him, Jack also drinks his at the same rate. A bottle won't be enough, her. If they are getting too annoying, then I will just quit the Adventurer Guild. I'm going to do whatever I want. I am asking for your help, so it won't come to that. It should be enough to shut the council up this one time. It's not too difficult compared to asking for your help. The problem now is to make sure they give up for good after we shut them down this time. If the target of this inquiry was another SS rank adventurer instead of me, I'm sure that they will quit the guild without any negotiation. Considering that development, right now it would be best that we shut the council up about this for good. Currently, SS rank adventurers have the freedom to act. We can go wherever and whenever we want. That's the reason the current council doesn't like the SS rank adventurers. They think that they can manage us because they only hear about us from the report. However, they should realize that it is a grave misunderstanding if we simply appear in front of them. Naturally, shutting them up is not my only goal. If you want them to give up, then you can just try throwing your magic at Babel, you know. If the Adventurer Guild is in chaos, then it will cause people to worry. There is already a war between the superpowers of the continent. I want to avoid using forceful means as much as possible. So you want to have a talk with them, her? Exactly. For the people, her. Must be hard. Jack sighs and scoops up his flaxen hair. His eyes that possess the same color stare straight at me. If an SS rank adventurer leaves the guild, the whole continent will be in chaos. I understand. Can't help it. I will lend you a hand this time. You have my thanks. But it won't be for free. You have to help me search for what I am looking for in return. Well, I guess as much. Jack always wandered around the continent because he was searching for something. All right. When this is over, I will help you with your search. As much as I can, that is. By the way, the thing you are looking for, is it your wife and child? It was at first. But my wife died 8 years ago. My daughter was raised by my mentor. It seems that after leaving me, my wife turned to him. I only knew about that when I got the letter informing me that my wife passed away. At least I want to apologize to her grave and see my grown-up daughter once. The letter didn't tell you where they are. That part wasn't included. It was sent to the guild in the first place. According to my wife's will, it seems that she doesn't want me to meet my daughter. I have no intention of calling myself her father. I don't have the qualification to do that. But I want to look at my own daughter at least once. I see. We took a break after that and I stepped out to get some fresh air. I take a deep breath and look up at the sky. To be Jack's mentor means that he would be a master of magic bow. And I know a girl who learned some strange speaking habits and magic bow techniques from someone she called Oja-sama. Given her age, it wouldn't be strange if she is Jack's daughter. Is it a coincidence? The world seems to be wide, yet sometimes it can be so narrow. However, if I tell him now, he would immediately head to the Dominion. Let's keep it to myself for the time being. Even if it is not a coincidence but something inevitable. I don't know if it is something that I should just tell him. There's no use thinking about it, her. They will have a chance to meet each other someday. The Dominion is currently at war with the Empire anyway. I can ask her later whether she wants to try meeting her father or not. There is also the possibility that they are complete strangers as well. Convincing myself so, I returned inside Eigor's half-destroyed house. Chapter 284. The remaining two. I left Eigor and Jack to stand by in the dwarven village for the time being and returned to the guild headquarters, Babel. If I bring them with me, then the guild will notice that I am gathering SS rank adventurers. If they come up with a countermeasure or move up the schedule for my inquiry, then everything would go to waste. With Finn's presence as the Empire's ambassador at Babel, the council will not conduct the inquiry yet. The reason being that an imperial ambassador will need to have some preliminary discussions with the guild's personnel first. However, Finn had tried to get in touch with them many times already. Our remaining time is short. During this short time, I have to find the other two. Using an illusion spell, I disguised myself as an inconspicuous man and entered the luxury inn where Finn was staying from the entrance. The imperial knights dressed as commoners immediately detected my presence. I'd like to meet Miss Finn. When I showed them my appearance as Silver, the imperial knights were understanding and led me inside. Immediately after, Olivier, their captain, appeared. Yup, so you properly listened to what I said that day, huh? I am a person with common sense after all. A person with common sense would enter from the entrance without being told to from the start though. She poked where it hurt again. After that, I was escorted to Finn's room. Inside, Finn was waiting for me with a tired expression on her face. Welcome back. What's wrong? You seem tired. I was in talks with a council member until a while ago. It was tiring to talk with someone who has no intention to listen. Sorry. I only trouble you. No, this is all I can do after all. But the council doesn't seem like they want to prolong this any longer. Right. When did they say that they will conduct the inquiry? It is the day after tomorrow. If Alsalma hasn't woken up yet, then I would protest them as an imperial ambassador though. You don't have to. Your decision is correct. It would be troublesome if they want to hold it today, but I can manage if it is in 2 days' time. Then you have found them, right? I only found 2. There are still 2 left. When I told her that, Finn's face suddenly brightened. With the usual smile on her face, she starts brewing tea while humming. Then she realized that she accidentally brewed my portion as well and started to panic. Awawa. I ended up brewing Silversama's portion as well. It's all right. I will drink it this time. Saying so, I take off my mask and take a breather. Seeing that, Finn opened her eyes wide. Is that okay? I've found the guy I have been most vigilant about, and the other 2 are most likely not inside the guild headquarters. Is that information trustworthy? I can't say for sure, but it should be fine. I've asked Eigor where they are, but neither of them is the type that would actively approach the guild headquarters. If Alsalma says so, then I don't mind, but you don't have to worry. Besides, I need to take a break as well. Dealing with the 2 I found already tired me out. After I cracked my neck and shoulders, I let out a sigh and drank Finn's tea. The hot tea heals my tired body and the usual taste calms my mind. Ah. Are you that tired? Those guys don't have any common sense after all. I lean back on the chair and close my eyes. Then, I feel Finn's hands wrap around mine. Would you like to take a short break? I want to, but the other 2 will be difficult to deal with. The bipolar divine fist and the void crusher magic swordsman. All I know about them is from the rumors. I nod with my eyes still closed. Neither of them has much to do with the Empire. The bipolar divine fist, Linares, is the strangest one among the 5 SS rank adventurers. Linares rarely takes on any regular request you see. Meaning, except for the emergency quest issued by the guild, Linares basically only accepts a defensive contract. A defensive contract, is it? In this continent, there are lands with an unusually high concentration of magic power. The guild called these lands singularities, and Linares only took on the contract to defend these lands. Outlaw mages and troublesome monsters often show up in those lands. The guild places quite importance on protecting them, so they leave it to Linares. It's not like there are no singularities inside the Empire, but I have already set up my base inside the Empire, so the guild didn't feel like issuing more contracts for their defense. That's why Linares has no reason to visit the Empire. I see. But why does Linares Sama only accept such contracts? That is. You will understand once you meet Linares. That guy leaves the search for new singularities to the guild and moves from singularity to singularity across the continent. It seems that guy is currently protecting a certain mountain. Sorry, but, to persuade Linares, I need your help. For a moment, Finn puzzledly tilted her head to the side. She probably doesn't understand what I said. However, shortly after her face bloomed into a smile as though she finally understands my meaning. I can be of help. No doubt about that. Together we would stand a much bigger chance rather than me alone. But I don't know much about martial arts myself. Don't worry. Linares is the strongest martial artist on the continent. The pinnacle of martial artists. There's no meaning in talking about martial arts when you stand no chance of winning against that guy. I am bringing you with me for a different reason. Is that so? I understand. I will do my best to help. When I narrowly opened my eyes to look at her, Finn was pumping her fists in front of me. She seems quite motivated. Well, her motivation doesn't really mean much since her presence alone will already be effective enough though. Then let's ask for permission from Captain Olivier. Do you have plans after this? None at all. Then it should be fine. She's the most flexible Imperial Knight Captain after all. She always has to say something extra though. Is that so? I think that Captain Olivier is a gentle person, so I like her. If she isn't that kind of person, then the Empire wouldn't leave diplomatic tasks like this to her. Saying so, I once again put on the mask. Break time is over. Let's give it my all. Come to think of it, what is the name of Void Crusher Magic Swordsman, San? I heard that he is as mysterious as silver though. That guy is based inside the so-called Empire after all. It seems that only his second name managed to reach the Empire. Can you guess what kind of name he has? What? It is a name that I can guess. Yeah, anyone has the chance to guess his name right after all. Anyone? A question mark floats up above Finn's head as she tilts her head. Seeing her like that, I gave her the answer with a bitter smile. No Name. That's his name. No Name. No one knows his true face, name, or gender. In terms of mystery, he is in an entirely different league than me. Does he have a reason to hide it? Probably. But in terms of personality, the most troublesome one is still Linares. Is that so? Yes. You should prepare yourself. That guy is quite intense, you know. Saying so, I frown. I never thought that a day would come where I would pay a visit to that guy though. Life really is full of mysteries. Chapter 285. Linares. With permission from Olivier, I and Finn transferred to a singularity located in the northeastern part of the continent. The singularity located in the remote outskirts of the so-called Empire is called Shangri-La. At first glance, it is just a huge mountain, but if you approach it, you will notice its tremendous magic power. So this is Shangri-La. The air is a little stuffy here, isn't it? I am covering you with a barrier. It is good that you only have some trouble breathing. I'm sure that if you didn't have any protection, you would collapse by now. This place has that much magic power. The dense magic power also affects the plants here. The area near the summit of this mountain was filled with flowers that gave off a pale green light. What is this flower? Green glow flower. It's a rare flower that you normally can't find outside singularities. Depending on how you use it, it can be both medicine or poison. They only bloom in some singularities, so there are usually requests to collect them. They are very beautiful. They are. But this is the sight that only a few adventurers can get the chance to see. The dense magic power here has a strong effect on monsters that live in the area. The average rank of monsters that roam this place is around AA. AA on average. They don't cause much harm since they don't leave the mountain because they are attracted by magic power, but they are quite a nuisance for those who want to climb up here. We just bypassed the trip and skipped right to the summit though. It would have been quite a trouble to get here without transfer magic. Monsters do not approach the summit either. They are roaming the lower area of the mountain, so breaking through them won't be easy. Thank you for showing me this precious scenery. I'm glad that you like it, but unfortunately the scenery here is just the byproduct. While shrugging at Finn, who suddenly thanked me, I started walking toward the summit. Then, Suddenly a thundering sound echoes. Not just once, but the sound repeated many times. What is it? This sound. Don't worry. How can't I? Probably because the sound was simply too loud, Finn screamed. I astoundedly answered Finn. It's just the sound of a straight punch. Yes. Linares was called the Divine Fist after all. Even a mere thrust has the power equal to a powerful magic. Saying so, I continue walking to the summit. If I stop, then I might just give up and turn back after all. Seeing me keep walking, Finn nervously followed me. Eventually, we could see a figure of a person standing at the mountaintop. Once that person reverted back to a still posture, the fist was thrust out again at a speed that is impossible for me to follow with my eyes. Then, that was quite inelegant of you to enter my garden unannounced, Silver. This is why you are no good. It was an emergency, Linares. How many times do I have to tell you? Just call me Lena. Saying so, a big muscular man with a height of over 2 meters turned around. Long lilac hair and the same color eyes. His skin is white with light makeup applied to his face. He appeared to be in his 30s, but I don't know his true age. His gesture is feminine, but his appearance is completely that of a male. Because he's like this, I don't really want to meet him. Linares is gay. One could say that his personality is the most intense out of all SS rank adventurers. Allow me to introduce you, Miss Finn. This guy is the bipolar Divine Fist, Ronald Linares. His nickname is Lena though. No, don't just casually use my full name like that. Don't you have any delicacy in you? Linares. This is Miss Finn von Kleinet of the Adrasia Empire. You should have heard about her from the rumors, right? Yes, I heard. The most beautiful woman of the Empire, the Blaumo. She exceeded the rumors. You truly are beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you. Linares-sama. Please call me Finn. Saying so, Finn gracefully bows. Then Linares looks at her from top to bottom. So wonderful. Perfect. Not only the appearance, the gestures, the atmosphere, everything is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful girl other than me. Thank you very much. Finn obediently accepted Linares's praise. As you can see, Linares has a high opinion regarding his own beauty. It is so high that he could compare himself to Finn. Well, it was because he has such a high standard of aesthetic that he chose to stay inside a singularity though. The reason this guy travels from singularity to singularity is for his own training and his sense of beauty. For his training, he wants to push himself to train in a place with strong magic power, and for his beauty, he thinks that by staying in a place like this, he can polish his beauty even further. He is also developing beauty products using green glow flower. This guy's aesthetic sense is quite thorough. This is why bipolar was attached to his nickname. Strength and beauty, man and woman. It is because he is extremely thorough in those things that he is called the bipolar Divine Fist. Silver, even though you are still wearing that ugly mask, you managed to bring me such an amazing child. You two are like chalk and cheese though. My bad for wearing this ugly mask then. I have something to talk about with you today. For the time being, care to invite us into your house? I don't want a lame guy like you in my house, but since Finn is with you, I will make an exception. Follow me. Thank you. Lena-sama. You are being so formal. Since we are both beauties, let's just ditch the honorifics, okay? No. I wouldn't want to be so rude. You don't have to be reserved, you know. Then, Lena-san. My, that's great. I brew my own special tea, you know. It's great for beauty too. Silver, you stay a little distance away from us, okay? Yeah. I followed Linares while letting out a sigh. It seems that Linares doesn't like my mask as he complains about it every time we meet. I brought Finn with me this time because he might not listen to what I want to say, and it seems that was the right call. Linares has a twisted sense of aesthetics when it comes to himself, but the standard of beauty he has on others is quite normal. For Linares, who is so fussy about beauty, I thought that he would definitely take a liking to Finn. Now, the first stage is cleared. After a short walk, a fancy house finally came into sight. Well, he did great building this kind of house on top of a mountain. Welcome to my house. Saying so, Linares invites Finn inside. When I tried to follow from behind, Linares repeatedly shakes his head as if he hates the very idea of me stepping into his house. Just how much does this guy hate this mask? The interior was quite feminine. It seems that he is quite particular about choosing his furniture, as there is only light purple stuff, the same color as his hair, inside this house as far as I can see. This room has a beautiful shade of purple. It suits Lina-san's look really well. Right. Ah. So you understand. One could say that Finn has the natural talent to praise something that others wanted to be praised. Getting on the good side of her opponent means that she can carry out a negotiation to her advantage. Being an ambassador might be Finn's calling her. Thinking so, Linares pulled out a chair for his guest. Yes, only for Finn. What about me? Just stand. If you touch my furniture, then I will punch you all the way back to the Empire, all right? The words, "Then I will just blow this house up," almost slipped out of my mouth, but I hold it in. We might have a chance persuading him with Finn. I don't want to ruin it now. And thus, we start persuading Linares. Chapter 286. Aesthetics. Alright, let's hear it. Well, no one asks you. I'm asking Finn. If you want to talk to me, then take off that lame mask first. This damn guy. My cheeks involuntarily cramped up, but without me saying anything, Finn continues the talk. Then please allow me to explain. Have Lina-san heard about how Silver-sama got involved with the Empire's recent conflict? Are you talking about the subjugation of the United Kingdom's holy dragons, I wonder? Being accused of taking the Empire's side with just the subjugation of 2 elder dragons, the matter is quite exaggerated, isn't it? However, those dragons were the guardians of the United Kingdom. His intervention saved the Empire and forced the rebels to withdraw. The council judged that an SS-rank adventurer shouldn't intervene in such a situation, and they are currently trying to conduct an inquiry into Silver-sama's action. How idiotic. Calling them holy guardian dragons was their own business. We left them alone because they only used the dragons to protect their country. If they used those dragons for invasion, then those dragons are just monsters. It's the same as in the SS-rank adventurer's case. If we act outside the framework of SS-rank adventurers, we would become one of the most dangerous people on the continent, you know. The council argues that Silver-sama has acted out of that line in this incident. They said that Silver-sama has favored the Empire too much. I see. That's a nice argument they have there. So, what is their real intention? I believe that they want to put SS-rank adventurers under the council's jurisdiction. If Silver-sama agrees to be under the council's jurisdiction, then it will set a precedent. I think that they will try to use this to deprive all SS-rank adventurers of their freedom in the future. Hearing Finn, Linares smiled. He then stood up silently and started preparing tea. During that time, Finn doesn't say anything. People need time to think after all. Here, Finn. Thank you. Linares offers Finn the tea. Sure enough. There's none for me. Well, I don't really mind since I can't drink it anyway. Finn thanked him and smelled the tea scent. This has a nice scent. It calms me down. Right. Griglow flower is great for making medicine, but it's not so good for making teas. That's why I had to try a lot of things to make it delicious. It's really good for your beauty, you know. That must be why you have such beautiful skin, Lina-san. You are so good at praising me. Saying so, the two begin chatting by themselves. The topic has nothing to do with the matter at hand, but Finn responds to him with a smile. It can be said that this is also one of Finn's talents. Her patience really knows no limit. I understand that waiting is also a tactic in negotiation, but you need mental strength to carry it out. Perhaps because of that, Linares finally returned to the main topic. This is only my personal opinion, but yes, it was also partly Silver's fault that he was accused of taking the Empire's side. Adventurers should avoid getting involved in politics as much as possible. The higher your rank is, the stronger your influence will become. After all, the more power we have, the more impact we can cause. I've been thinking about this for a long time, you know. Since you can use transfer magic, Silver, you should have stationed yourself at the guild headquarters and use your magic whenever the guild issues an emergency request. Wouldn't it be more efficient that way? You want me to cover the entire continent by myself. I am telling you that you shouldn't limit yourself to the empire alone. I do recognize your power, you know. I don't know about one-on-one fights, but there are no SS rank adventurers that can beat you in terms of the variety of things you can do. That's surprising. So you do recognize my power, huh? Of course. I always give my recognition to anyone that earns it. So what do you think? The council wouldn't oppose such a proposition, right? It's not a bad thing considering the benefit the people of this continent will get either. Linares's eyes were trying to probe me. Well, how should I answer this? If I am accused of taking the Empire's side, then just relocate to the guild headquarters and offer my transfer magic for the guild's use. Certainly, the guild won't have any ground to complain about such a proposition. Not a bad proposal at all. However, if that happens, it will be difficult for me to move inside the Empire. The problem comes down to my real identity. When I was thinking that way, Finn quietly raised her voice. That won't do. Ara. Why so? This will benefit the people. It's the basic principle of us adventurers, you know. However, before being an adventurer, everyone is a person. We have places that we want to live in, people that we want to be with. It would be too high-handed to force someone to throw it all away. With that proposal, all the burden will only get concentrated on Silversama. That's why I told you. He did it to himself. I don't think so at all. Silversama is doing his best within his reach. If that is wrong, then just what do adventurers believe in? I am not saying that it's wrong. There would be no problem if he is an ordinary adventurer, but Silver is an SS rank. It is a fact that Silver's presence gives the Empire more power, and his action already proved it. The Empire is already a superpower before the appearance of Silversama. Without Silversama, the Empire would just come up with a countermeasure for our own problems. It is only sophistry to connect the strength of Silver to the Empire's national power. At most, the only real benefit would be that the Empire doesn't need to spend money to lure high-ranking adventurers to set up base in our territory. That's right. The Empire is a powerful nation. One could say that it is the strongest nation on the continent. This is exactly why other countries are complaining. And their complaints are not that far off the mark too. Silver has based himself inside the imperial capital. Just by having the doubt if he will suddenly show up on the battlefield alone will put considerable psychological pressure on the Empire's opponents. Having multiple high-ranking adventurers won't exhibit the same effect, you know. For a moment, Linares and Finn's eyes intersect. Both are staring at each other without saying a word. High-level psychological warfare is unfolding. Even if it seems like Silversama's presence only benefits the Empire, he has also traveled to neighboring counties. The case where he subjugated the sea dragon in the Principality's waters is a good example. Because we are located at the center of the continent, the whole continent will benefit from Silver's presence at the imperial capital. You want others to ignore the disadvantages because of the advantages you provide. Then, for example, if a foreign country develops a technique to freely manipulate monsters and use them in their army, will Silver just wipe out those monsters along with the army? That is not the problem that other countries can just ignore, you know. In that case, he would only be following the basic principle of adventurers. To act for the people is to eliminate the possible threat to them in advance. That is the adventurer's job. Even Lena-san would do the same in such a situation, right? In response to Finn's words, Linares shows a satisfied smile. All right. I will cooperate with you. Thank you very much. I thought that if you get shut down by me, then you stand no chance against those old foxes in the council, so I tried that out, but there doesn't seem to be a problem. To be honest, I hate being in charge of the negotiation, you see. Please allow me to take on that task myself. Thanks. It's SS rank adventurer's job to rampage, right? None of us is exactly good at negotiating, you see. Could you not group me with you? You are the subject of the inquiry, right? You lack the power to convince them. After all, no matter how good your defense is, they won't care unless you have someone else to present them. Saying so, Linares mockingly grins at me. I really can't handle this guy. Ah, that's right. I won't be doing this for free, you know. The compensation, is it? If it's something that I can do, then no, that won't do. The person himself has to pay the price. What? Take off that ugly mask. If you do that, then we are square. Finn stares at Linares in surprise. It seems that he will not help us unless I remove the mask. Fine. Silversama. Leaving the panicked Finn aside, I remove the mask. Then I show my face to Linares. Are you taking me for an idiot? No, I'm serious though. I can't see your so-called seriousness at all. I mean, your face is covered in black. You are just hiding it with magic, aren't you? I don't remember being told not to hide my real face though. I can just blow away that magic cover, you know. If you are fine with breaking your favorite room, then do it. You really are an unpleasant man. Calling it smart would be more preferable. Saying so, I put on the mask again. Seeing that, Linares frowned. When I told you to take off the mask, I mean permanently, you know. I don't want to cooperate with someone wearing something lame, you see. Then you should have specified so from the start. I accepted the deal because it was only temporary after all. You are shameless, you know that. If he has a handkerchief with him, he's probably biting on it by now. When I grin at him, Linares seemed like he could just punch me at any moment. Seeing that, Finn tries to calm him down. Lena-san, let me make up for it myself. It's okay. A promise is a promise. A promise is something that you hold yourself accountable to your past self. It's beautiful because you have to protect it. Unlike that shameless man over there, I am not so despicable, you know. Your sense of aesthetic is wonderful, I will give you that. Shut up. I don't want to be praised by you. Seriously. Linares started to get angry and take me and Finn out of the house. Then, he speaks to us in a serious tone. Now, let's go. I have to teach those ugly people not to put a free bird in a cage. Birds are free and beautiful after all. No, I will come to pick you up just before the inquiry. I still have to look for No Name after all. No Name? That child told me that he was going to visit a dungeon, you know. A dungeon. Somehow, a valuable clue just came to us from an unexpected place. Chapter 287. The Abnormal Goal. Leaving Linares behind, I and Finn headed to the dungeon located in the eastern part of the Sokol Empire. This dungeon is where No Name is supposed to be. This is my first time in a dungeon. Well, dungeons are rare these days after all. Dungeon is a general term for locations such as ruins of ancient civilization or ones that were made by the demons. Most of the time, even getting inside one is already difficult, and even when you manage to enter, you will need to deal with monsters and various defense mechanisms. Monsters found in these dungeons are mostly rare monsters such as those that survived in isolation or new species that became adapted to the dungeon's special environment. On the defense mechanism side, since they were built in the ancient era of the magic civilization, there are many powerful ones, and even their wreckages can fetch high prices. Everyone knows well what the word dungeon entails. Still, even with the danger they pose, people continue to traverse the dungeons. The reason? Deep inside the ruins of the ancient magic civilization, there lies the precious items that can no longer be reproduced, and for the ones that were made by the demons, there are many relics that were made during the Demon King Army era that can be obtained. Knowing what they are standing to gain, people continued to dive into the dungeons even while knowing their danger. Being a magically advanced country that it is, Sokol Empire is very active in excavating dungeons. Right now, it is probably the country that has the highest rate of new dungeons discovery. While saying so, an artificial door that was built into the mountain came into sight. It must be some kind of facility made in the ancient era. Precious tools and weapons are probably sleeping inside this place. If No Name is here, then there's no need to doubt that. That guy loves this kind of place after all. No Name-san loves this kind of dungeons. I guess you could say that. It is perfect for his hobby, and he can make a profit here too. Hobby and profits. No Name is full of mysteries. He has been active as SS rank adventurers for more than half a century already. Still, I don't see his ability declining at all. I don't know if he is a human or demi-human, but what he always does is raising the level of his magic sword. Raising level? Does he train himself to handle his sword better? No. His beloved sword is the Dispater. When it comes to magic swords, it is probably the strongest of its kind. Its special power is to devour magic power. A magic sword that can grow stronger by absorbing magic power. There is such a magic sword too. Finn muttered in surprise. A magic sword that can grow has already surpassed the concept of magic sword. His goal is to surpass the holy sword with this magic sword. For that purpose, he has been capturing dungeons and defeating powerful monsters. The reason why he chose the Empire is that it is easy for him to find new dungeons. The holy swords, you mean the holy sword Elnasama is wielding, right? He wants to surpass that. Well, for those who know how powerful the holy sword is, it might sound like something ridiculous, but No Name is seriously trying to surpass it. An SS rank adventurer is seriously trying to surpass the holy sword. It is something that has never been done before. After all, the holy sword is the strongest weapon on the continent. It is the strongest trump card of humanity that once was used to destroy the Demon King. Then what does it mean to surpass that? The holy sword is a weapon that can only be used by a handful of the Amsberg family. In other words, to surpass the holy sword is to surpass the Amsbergs. Surpassing the hero. That is No Name's goal. I explained that to Finn while entering the dungeon. As a person from the Empire, hearing No Name's goal made Finn doubt his sanity. She seems to find it incomprehensible to the extent that she can't afford to enjoy her first trip inside a dungeon. Honestly, when I first heard of this, I was taken aback as well. Even the holy sword used by Elna is not yet complete. The holy sword has yet to reveal its true power. However, I can't imagine something that can even surpass its current state. As expected of an SS rank adventurer, it is because he has such a goal that he is one of the most abnormal people on the continent. What really set him aside is how he doesn't choose his means to accomplish it. I let out a troubled sigh. He's an SS rank adventurer because he doesn't choose his means to accomplish his goal. The Dispater can absorb magic power from both monsters and other magic swords. The requirement for its absorption is to destroy the absorption target. The moment the Dispater defeats a monster or destroys a magic sword, it will absorb their magic power and strengthen itself. By becoming an SS rank adventurer, you can fight extraordinary monsters and criminals. It's perfect for growing his magic sword. I first met him 2 years ago when he told me that he couldn't find any more dungeons within the Sokol Empire. As a magically advanced nation, they would never neglect to investigate new dungeons. If the discovery rate of new dungeons has dropped all across the continent, then he shouldn't be surprised if fewer dungeons can be discovered inside Sokol, isn't it? Even though the number is few, the Sokol Empire has put much of its effort to discover new dungeons. However, if another country puts in the same effort, then there is no doubt that they will find more dungeons within their territory. That's why that guy told me that he'd like to expand his search into the Empire as well. That's as expected. 2 SS rank adventurers would give too much power to a single country. Back then, that was the reason I used to make him give up. When he possesses such an abnormal goal, there is no way that No Name would just give up with that. This is just a guess, but the SS ranker who appealed to the guild's upper management in the Spirit Turtle case is probably No Name. From the reaction of the other guys so far, I didn't get the feeling that they have something against me at all. There is a good chance that he did something to get me to leave the Empire. In that case, it would be very difficult to persuade him. He might tell me to leave the Empire in return after all. I don't mind leaving the Empire. Linares also came up with the same proposal. The main idea here is to have no SS rank adventurer in the Empire after all. However, the problem would be if No Name moved into the Empire in my place. I don't think that No Name would have a good relationship with the Amsbergs. I would be troubled if he comes to the Imperial capital to pick a fight with Elna too. The Imperial capital will end up destroyed. I can assure you that he will do that someday. When he is convinced that his magic sword has surpassed the holy sword, that is. Saying so, I looked around. There are wreckages of armored dolls around us. They are probably a type of defense mechanism designed to defend this place. They were all destroyed. Thoroughly at that. Thanks to that, I and Finn can traverse deeper inside without any obstacles. Judging from this, No Name is probably crushing all of his obstacles as he makes his way into the dungeon. That's like him. Maybe he already left. No, he's below us. I can sense his unique magic power. Accurately speaking, it is not his magic power that I sensed. No Name is an SS rank adventurer that possesses tremendous strength. However, there is a different kind of magic power swirling around him. It is the magic power of Dispater. I brought you along because if I come here alone, it might end in a fight. Are you scared? No, I am fine as long as I am with Silversama. Usually I would say that you can leave it to me, but I am not so confident this time. At worst, if it comes to battle, then we will run away with transfer magic. Fighting him while protecting you might end up making me into food for his magic sword after all. No Name doesn't lay his hand on other SS rank adventurers because of the possibility of retaliation. He might even get stripped of his title as SS rank adventurer as well. However, now I have a handicap named Finn, and the guild currently setting their eyes on me. Under these conditions, there is a possibility that this is a setup. Well, I don't think that he would start something right in front of Finn though. Even like that, he is still an adventurer after all. Still, I can't say for sure that he won't. I and Finn went down the long flight of stairs. Then we found ourselves in a ridiculously wide open space. It seems to be an underground facility. It may have been an ancient experimental site. The open space here is wide enough to conduct a military exercise. At the center, stand the wreckage of a giant armored doll. And a person. No Name. When I called his name, he looked back. Although it was right after a battle, his white clothes and black mask are completely clean. In his hand is a terrifying black magic sword. Good day, Silver. What kind of business do you have with me today? Arc 29. Chapter 288. Result of the discussion. His words are polite. However, the voice is neither high nor low. I can't tell if it belongs to a man or a woman. Not only the voice, but his gender also cannot be determined with his mannerism. His mask probably possesses the same effect as mine. This person whose age, gender, or name cannot be determined is No Name. Business her. You should already know what I want to say, right? You said it as if I set this up. I have taken a hands-off approach regarding your inquiry, you know. The council simply succumbed to the pressure from the other countries, that's all. My inquiry, her. Yes. It is as you guessed. I was the one who filed my complaint to the council regarding the spirit turtle incident. With all the incidents lately, you were the only one who gets the credit right. So it was you after all. Personally, I drew up a scenario where you become fed up with the Empire, and when the S-rank adventurers failed to subdue the spirit turtle, I would defeat it myself and replace you as the Empire's sole SS-rank adventurer. Still, you sure flipped my expectations. I guess I could say as expected of an SS rank adventurer her. Even though he just admitted that he crossed me, I couldn't feel any shred of fear from him at all. He is talking about it like it is someone else's business. That's a shame, wasn't it? Yes, it really was. Honestly, Sokol has already run out of patience with me as well. It was because you immediately captured any dungeons they found right. Dungeons are the most efficient method after all. Most monsters will immediately run away when they sense the power of my magic sword. There is no escape for them inside the dungeons, you see. So you only value Sokol because of their dungeons, her. Their citizens will cry if they hear that, you know. I'm fine with letting them cry though. I hate them for all their demi-human discrimination anyway. Whew. Hearing something honest like that from you is quite surprising. Then why have you based yourself inside their territory for so long? No Name lightly shrugs at my words. Was he serious or was he only acting? I can't tell. And I am quite good at telling such a thing apart too. I do have my opinion about them, but my goal is much more important to me than my opinion. To make my magic sword stronger, I need more dungeons. Sokol Empire is the only nation that took the initiative in discovering new dungeons and supporting the adventurers for capturing them. That's all there is to it. And they finally exhausted their usefulness, so you decided to jump ship. Yes. I hear that the Empire is a good country, and I expect them to have a lot of unexcavated dungeons as well. The only problem I have is that the guild won't allow 2 SS rank adventurers to settle in the same country. I guess so. The Empire will probably don't allow it as well. Too much medicine can become a poison after all. Having adventurers to deal with monsters is like having medicine for your country. Among the adventurers, one could say that SS rank adventurers are a particularly powerful drug. Having 2 in your country would be like swallowing a powerful poison instead. That's why in order to get the result No Name wants, he has no choice but to eliminate me. Exactly. You were an obstacle for me who wanted to get in the Empire, and now the Council has their eyes on you. The people of the Council favor me relatively well, so after the inquiry, if I put in my request to relocate to the Empire, there should be no problem. You think the Empire will allow that? They will. With internal and external conflicts, they would have to be vigilant against monsters without the presence of an SS rank adventurer. The Empire has been heavily ravaged by monsters these days, and the overall quality of their adventurers is low. One could say that they are quite reliant on you to combat the monster threat. That's why they will accept me. No Name concluded. I see. What a guy. It really shows how terrifying he is, thinking that he put so much thought into his actions. However, you heard him, Miss Finn. Yes. Unfortunately, the Empire does not accept you. No Name Sama. Do you have the authority to say that? Miss Finn von Kleinet. So you know. Of course. The rare beauty with a blue seagull hair ornament. There is no reason not to notice your identity. However, that's a shame. It seems you are Silver's ally, aren't you? I was sent to the Adventurer Guild headquarters as an Imperial ambassador. My opinion is one with the Empire. Silver-sama has done his best for the sake of our country. We have no intention to accept the inquiry nor any attempt to remove Silver-sama. Who? A noble lady. That was probably how No Name viewed Finn, but it seems that his opinion of her changed because of her reply. Finn was not selected as an ambassador just because of her fame. She has the skills required to be an ambassador, and she has the experience of conducting the secret maneuvers with me. She should be able to handle even a minister of foreign affairs from another country. If you do not accept me, then what do you plan to do? I think that your country is in quite a difficult position though. It is exactly as you said. However, you have also contributed to said difficult situation as well. I am sorry for that. I intend to make up for it with my work. That is all right. Even if Silver-sama has to leave the Empire after the inquiry, there is already another SS rank adventurer inside the Empire after all. Elder Eigor her. I'm surprised that the old man is still in the Empire. But that old man's quirk is that he can't settle down in one place. I do not think that he will stay in the Empire for long. That doesn't matter. Suppressing the rebels and intercept the foreign invasions. If he stays with the Empire until everything is over, then Silver-sama can return to the Empire again. If the Council is that prone to other countries' pressure, then after the conflict is over, I see no reason for them to not succumb to our pressure as well. Eigor is currently staying inside the dwarven village for Sonia. He will stay with the Empire at least until Gordon's rebellion is completely suppressed. What happens after that will depend on his mood, but Finn's assessment is correct. If he can stay with us to that point, then the Empire can just pressure the other countries to stop pressuring the Guild as the victorious country. If that happens, the Council will lose grounds to raise any complaints toward me. I am quite hated, it seems. That is a given with your goal, is it not? I simply want to create a magic sword that can surpass the holy sword though. That is the same as surpassing the hero, the symbol of our country. As long as you have set such a goal for yourself, then the Empire cannot cooperate with you. I see. You are quite a capable lady her. By the way, Silver, the fact that you came to me means that you have already gained the cooperation of the other SS rank adventurers, right? Of course. You are the one that is the most unlikely to cooperate after all. It is all to achieve my goal. I have nothing against you personally, but I understand. I will cooperate with you in this inquiry. Even if I choose to be on the Council's side, the vote can be overturned with 4 SS rank adventurers. All I can do is only sway some Council members who favor me to my side, but I wouldn't want to be in their debt. It would all come to waste if it ends up interfering with my goal after all. Saying so, No Name raises both of his hands as if to announce his surrender. By bringing Finn with me, I was able to remind him that the Empire would not accept No Name. Now he has no reason to not help me. Give up on the Empire and look for another country. I will do that. However, it was not just because of the dungeons that I wanted to relocate to the Empire. It was because I want to confirm something that I wanted to go to the Empire. I want to see how much different my magic sword is from the current holy sword. That was what I wanted to know. You intend to pick a fight with the prodigy of the Brave House? Please. I only wanted to see the holy sword with my own eyes. But you have already seen it, haven't you? Being as powerful as you are, you should be able to tell the difference between the power of my magic sword and the holy sword. That's why what I ask in return for my cooperation is a match with you. Silver. Saying so, No Name pointed his jet black magic sword, the Dispater, at me. In the end, it has come to this here. Chapter 289. SS Rank vs SS Rank, 1. I don't mind fighting you, but I want to refrain from doing it now. May I ask why? First, we have Miss Finn with us. Second, I've already used transfer magic many times today. I don't want to spend more of my magic power than necessary. Hearing my reasons, No Name nodded. He then walked to the underground experimental site. When I was wondering what he is intending to do, No Name broke the door and went inside. So the concept of normally opening the door doesn't exist for him here. His quite free spirit, isn't he? When I and Finn were astounded at his action, No Name came back with something in his hand. Perhaps it was his goal in capturing this dungeon. Then, No Name throws it at me. It is a bracelet with jewels installed on it. It is filled with magic power, so it should take over the burden of magic power consumption. You should know how to use one, no? Of course, I know. But this kind of magic tool is quite valuable, you know. You can use it. I can give you the items behind that door as well. The Dispater also has its own taste, you see. Unless its prey can move, the efficiency of the magic power absorption rate isn't so good. I have no need for a magic tool like this one. He really couldn't care less about anything other than his magic sword her. The giant armored doll that No Name took down earlier must have been protecting many experimental magic tools lying behind that door. But No Name has no interest in any of that. No matter how valuable it is, if it doesn't help raise the level of his magic sword, it's just a junk item to him. It is not that bad of a deal for me. I can gain No Name's cooperation and even get my hands on valuable magic tools. However, I hesitate to fight No Name right now. Just how much do you want to fight me? It is not that I want to fight you. I only want to see the power of Dispater. Besides, if I leave this fight for later, you might run away using transfer magic after all. I do not wish to get cheated on, you see. If it's now, you will take me on seriously, right? Saying so, No Name points the Dispater at me. It seems unless I face him, he won't let us leave her. Miss Finn, can you head back first? However, if you are here, I can't fight. I understand. Finn seems like she wanted to stay, but once I said that to her, she gives up and takes a step back. Sorry, but if you get injured, then we won't be able to win the inquiry. I open the transfer gate back to the guild headquarters. I pray that you won't get hurt. I will try to avoid that as much as I can. Saying so, Finn entered the transfer gate and returned to the guild headquarters. The only ones left were me and No Name. I sigh and put on the bracelet. Good grief. And I have been putting in efforts to avoid a direct fight with SS rank adventurers too. So he's the only one that I can't avoid a fight with her. No Name. I have one thing to say before we fight. What is it? You can't complain even if that mask got peeled off your face, you know? That's exactly how I want it. At that moment, the magic power of me and No Name swelled up and the underground experimental site began to tremble. Here I go. Saying so, No Name immediately closed the distance. I parried away the Dispater that was swung at me with no hesitation with multiple barriers. The Dispater made contact with the barrier and the barriers were cut down like paper. Judging that the barriers won't be able to take the blow from his sword, I cast a spell toward the dissipator. Descend to me, the thunder of blood. Bloody lightning. A giant reddish-black thunder hits the dissipator and causes an explosion. The impact from the explosion causes the ground of the underground experiment site to violently shake. This is a challenge to see whether No Name will be satisfied first or the facility will collapse first. I kicked the ground and let the wind pressure from the explosion carry me away from him to widen the distance and look back at the smoke risen from the explosion. He isn't someone who would fold with only something at that level. Sure enough, No Name's figure slowly appeared from the smoke. And of course, there is not even a single scratch on him. How was it? My blow compared to the holy swords. It can't be compared to that as it is now. If the prodigy of the brave family used the holy sword to attack me at that distance, I would not be able to escape unscathed. I see. The holy sword sure is scary, isn't it? As expected. While saying so, No Name gathers magic power into the dissipator. Even while praising the holy sword, it seems he has no intention to lose at all. In truth, the power of No Name is not only at this level. The nickname of Void Crusher was given to him because he could destroy everything that exists just by wielding the dissipator. If No Name was serious, then the armored dolls guarding this facility would not remain intact. There's no doubt that he held back quite a bit in the earlier attack. I don't know the full extent of dissipator's ability, but I know its type. It does not change its shape like Linfia's magic sword nor manipulate attribute magic like Ignat's. It has no petty trick. Like the holy sword, it is a magic sword that will destroy its target with overwhelming power. That's the basis of dissipator. However, even while gathering magic power inside dissipator, No Name does not take the stance to unleash it. What's wrong? If you are worried about this place, then this will take forever, you know. This place would collapse if I don't pay attention after all. Before that, I will have to hear your opinion about something first. What kind of opinion? Whether my swordsmanship is inferior to that of Elna von Umsberg. At that moment, he took my back. He moved at a speed that exceeded the detection range of my barrier her. I hurriedly concentrate a huge amount of magic power on my right hand. And with that right hand, I turn around and catch the dissipator. As expected of you, Silver. I'd like to say the same. I don't really want to do this, you see. Right now, most of my magic power is concentrated on my right hand. That was why I can catch the dissipator. However, this is no way for me to fight. If I concentrate my magic power on my right hand, the other parts of my body will be defenseless. It would be one thing if I am an expert martial artist, but no matter how much I strengthen my body, I can't fix how clueless I am in martial arts. Even if the power of my right hand is equal to that of a famous magic sword, the user's movement still remains sloppy. That's why I immediately take my distance. No Name is trying to close the distance again, so to put him in check, I cast magic toward him without chanting. A myriad of small light magic bullets appeared around me and headed toward No Name at high speed. Originally, this is a spell for a situation where I have to face multiple opponents at the same time, but to put No Name's movement in check, this number of bullets is required. However, TSK, you are skilled at this. While saying so, No Name continues to approach me without receiving any of the light bullets. Still, the distance between me and No Name does not change much. No Name is still a distance away from me. Even with this many bullets, he couldn't be stopped her. As expected of someone who is seriously trying to surpass the holy sword. It is nothing less of someone who wants to surpass the brave house. In other words, this guy's goal is to defeat Elna. I shall admit it. Your goal is not just a fleeting dream, however, that female hero is still stronger. Saying so, I snap my finger. Earlier, when I kicked the ground to ride the blast wave, I set up a stationary type barrier. Its name is the pillar barrier. No Name was captured by a pillar of light protruding from the ground. Its range is narrow and it is a spell that has little use because of its scale, but it is quite suitable against a strong opponent. Now then, allow me to widen the distance. Saying so, I keep getting further away from No Name. Chapter 290. SS Rank vs SS Rank 2. By the time I finished taking the distance away from him, The pillar of light shattered and No Name walked out from the inside. He made it seem like it was so easy to break it. He even looked refreshing when he did it. Did you grasp something when I was stopped by your barrier? Even if I used a barrier stronger than the earlier one and caught the prodigy of Amsburg by complete surprise, she would be able to escape it. I am not a swordsman, so I can't tell the difference in your swordsmanship, but the reaction speed, the instinct, the ability to read your opponent, and the ability to detect the dangers, yours are no match for her. When fighting with the same weapon, what makes the difference are your physical ability and your skill. There is no doubt that both Elna and No Name's physical ability is among the tops of the continent. There may be some differences, but it is not significant enough to make a difference in battle. However, in terms of how they respond to incoming attacks, Elna is superior. This is enough to make a difference. When fighting the vampires, Elna showed that she could escape from my curse barrier. So far, she is the only one capable of escaping it. To put the cherry on top, I and Elna were fighting on the same side back then. There was no doubt that I caught her by surprise. Still, she managed to escape it. That is both how amazing and terrifying Elna is. Was it thanks to the blood of the hero flowing in her veins, or was it the result of her rigorous training and actual battle experience? I don't know. Either way, it is proven that a surprise attack is almost ineffective against Elna in combat mode. I see. You are saying that I am still inferior to her in terms of defense, is it? You should ask Eigor if it is about sword skills. Personally, I don't think that there is that much difference though. That being said, the chance he would win against Elna with her holy sword is slim. After all, there is no room for petty tricks. There's no doubt that their fight will be an exchange of overwhelmingly powerful blows from each other. No Name should know that well. Even when he was told that he is still inferior to her in terms of defense, he isn't bitter about it at all. Naturally, the defense is important, but there is something that is even more important than that. Then please assess my offense as well. Saying so, No Name held the dissipator into an upper stance. On my side, I also start preparing my defense and transfer magic. There's no doubt that this experimental site will collapse. When I thought so, the magic power of the dissipator gradually increased. It is not that it is gathering magic power from the surroundings, it feels more like magic power is overflowing from the dissipator itself. The intense pressure it gave off does not lose to that of the holy sword. There's no doubt that its power is comparable to the 4 sacred treasures. However, that really is something. I can feel the culmination of your years of effort and obsession. Still, the holy sword is an extraordinary weapon even among the 4 treasures. The strongest weapon born of the stars. You can't hope to win against it with only that level of power, you know. So you said. But this still isn't my best. Saying so, black shadow overflows from the dissipator. It swirls around No Name and gradually converges on the blade. An attack that concentrates all of its power into one point. That must be the highest output of dissipator right now. It won't be easy to block it. But that doesn't mean I can't take it. That is the shield of God that cover the heavens. Like the sea of clouds that protect the clear sky. It covers the sky and disappears like haze. It wraps around everything and covers everything. It represents protections. It was created for all the weak. Therefore, even the gods cannot pierce it. Therefore, this shield is undefeated and invincible. I call upon its name. Firmament. Aegis. After finishing the chant, a bluish-silver shield resemblance of the clouds appeared before me. There are many defensive spells in ancient magic, but the spells with the name Aegis boast a high defensive power among them. Among all the Aegis, the firmament. Aegis boasts the highest defensive power. It is even more powerful than the Aegis I used to receive the sea dragon Leviathan's breath, and is one of the 3 defensive spells I can use. It is doubtful at best whether I can block a blow from the holy sword, but if it's dissipator, I think that it should be possible. My intuition tells me that the dissipator is not as powerful as the holy sword. Which means, No Name is not as strong as my childhood friend. As expected of you, Silver. I will give you my all without holding back. Saying so, the dissipator glows with a black light. It's clear to the eyes that the concentrated black shadow is rampaging in search of an outlet. Heed my voice, Dissipator. You are the treasure sword of the underworld. Unleash your shadow and destroy all creations. Your lord now desires your destruction. No Name swings down the Dissipator. Then, dark shadow slash. A torrent of black shadows was unleashed toward me. I took it with the bluish-silver shield. The torrent of black shadows continuously trying to break through the shield, but the bluish-silver shield remains unwavering on the spot. The clash can continue forever, but the result will not change. The torrent of black shadows cannot penetrate the bluish-silver shield. Eventually, the torrent gradually loses its power. Even so, the shield didn't lose its brilliance. It stood in its place, immovable. After a while, the torrent disappeared while the shield remained unscathed. This would not have been the case with the holy sword. It would at least leave a crack, or at worst, it might get completely destroyed. Right now you are no match for the hero. Even the Dissipator won't be able to rival the holy sword. That is my answer, No Name. The shield disappeared and in front of me was No Name, who stood there silently while holding the Dissipator. That would be shocking for him after all her. I can see that his atmosphere is completely different now. I can sense his agitation. I felt sorry for No Name, but I activated the magic I prepared. Ah, that's right. Like I said in the beginning, no hard feelings, okay? What? No Name twists his body in a hurry. The reason being, a light bullet was heading straight for No Name. To stop No Name's movement, I hit some of my light bullets around. In addition to being agitated, his reaction probably slowed down because he just unleashed a full power blow. I didn't miss the chance and shot the light bullet at him. I adjusted the trajectory so that it would nudge No Name's mask. As intended, the light bullet snuck past his defense and shifted his mask. It might not be able to even leave a scratch on the mask, but with my light bullet, it should be enough to shift it a little. That is surprising. The mask was shifted a little and I could catch a glimpse of No Name's real face. Only a part of the face is visible, but I can see white skin, red eyes, and silver hair. It was the face of a stunningly beautiful girl behind that mask. It must be because of her race that she still looked so young even while she has been an SS rank adventurer for more than half a century, or perhaps there is a different reason. That piqued my interest, but even if I asked her, she probably wouldn't answer. No Name, who readjusted her mask, turned her hostility toward me, but unfortunately, the time is up. Saved by the bell her. When I said that, the underground test site began to collapse. Since it would be a problem if my promised reward got crushed by the collapse, I enclosed the door leading to the room containing the experimental magic tools with a barrier and prepared a transfer gate. Then, I approached No Name and grabbed her arm. What? Of course, we are getting out of here, right? While mockingly smiling at No Name, who asked that stupid question, I entered the transfer gate with her. Chapter 291. Hard to tell. The destination where I and No Name transferred to was outside of the dungeon. No Name, whose arm I was holding, immediately shakes me off. That's quite a horrible treatment considering that I just saved you though. I have never asked for your help. That's a shame. And I was prioritizing you over the promised rewards too. Saying so, I open a transfer gate and return to retrieve the magic tools I protected with a barrier. For the time being, I keep the ones that seem useful for myself and toss the one that looks like it would fetch a high price through the transfer gate. Then a little later, after taking most of the magic tools from there, I returned to the surface through the gate. That's a surprise. You are still here, huh? Should I have left somewhere then? Aren't you going to be in trouble if I just disappeared? Not really. It's enough just getting the guarantee that you will not side with the council. Besides, in the unlikely case that you are hostile to me, I can just disclose what I saw under your mask to the guild too. Is that a threat? Take it however you want. But the fact that you are wearing that mask is because you don't want others to know how you look like, right? Pale color hair and sickly white skin. Those characteristics match that of a certain race, but for some reason, I can't seem to find the biggest characteristic of that race on you though. The biggest characteristic of the vampires is their sharp canines. I could see No Name's mouth earlier, but I couldn't see such canines at all. Just what could this mean? Don't say anything more than that. And stop thinking about it, Silver. I see. It would be better if I don't pry any more than this, right? Are you really No Name? What do you mean? You are quite different from what I heard. Including what I heard from Elder Eigor and the guild's personnel, No Name was supposed to be both cautious and extremely mysterious. But you don't seem to be that cautious to me, and someone whose identity is so mysterious wouldn't be so careless to give me the chance to get unmasked by me either. No Name and Eigor should have a long relationship with each other. It is ridiculous to think that Eigor would call someone like this a mysterious person. Even with his ability alone, that old man is quite a monster among the SS rank adventurers. Coupling with the feeling I got from her during the fight, I couldn't feel that she is that proficient at all. If I have to put it in a word, she feels quite young. There is a gap between the No Name I heard about and this person called No Name in front of me. I will ask again. Are you really No Name? I am No Name. I see. It's useless to ask anything more than this her. If I keep insisting on asking her, then it will be the end of our conversation. I understand. As we agreed, I will be taking these magic tools. Will you be attending the inquiry? A promise is a promise. You are an honest person, her. I wouldn't be so cooperative if someone just unmasked me though. If you think so, then why did you aim for my mask? Maybe you don't really want my cooperation then? My bad. When I see an opponent taking on a carefree attitude, I can't help but knock them down a peg, you see. A grin floats behind my mask. No Name probably felt that. She turned away in a bad mood. While grinning at No Name, I opened the transfer gate back to the guild headquarters. Unlike the other guys, you can behave yourself, right? Stay with Miss Finn until the day of the inquiry for me. It's a hassle to open a transfer gate to pick you up again, you see. I don't like how you said that, but fine by me. It would be a hassle when you come back to find me as well. Saying so, No Name tried to enter the transfer gate, but I stopped her. Wait a minute. What is it? Help me carry these. Saying so, I handed some magic tools to No Name without waiting for her reply. No Name clicked her tongue, but perhaps she thinks that there's no use protesting anyway. She silently took them and entered the transfer gate. Still young after all. It's not that I ruled out her being a part of a long-lived demi-human race. There are many cases where they take longer to develop their mentality due to their longevity. Of course, it is different from individual to individual though. However, from Eigor's assessment of No Name, I think the chance of that is quite slim. It is possible that she might only get caught off guard earlier, but I wouldn't describe someone who got so upset by how the attack from Dispater was blocked as cautious and mysterious. After all, the Dispater is a magic sword that can grow stronger. If it can be blocked by me, then her attack is not on the level of the hero yet. But that can be solved by just becoming stronger. If No Name can't switch her mindset like that, then she shouldn't be able to keep strengthening the Dispater for so many years. After all, there's no use mulling about each and every failure. Not to mention that I was still alive after her all-out attack. It is only natural for a veteran warrior to be wary of counterattacks. Taking that into consideration, I can only derive one conclusion. A second generation her, no, maybe more. The second generation may have inherited the goal of the first generation. With many generations, the more mysterious No Name is. A descendant or a disciple. Either way, she has inherited the goal to strengthen the Dispater, surpass the Holy Sword, and defeat the hero. Become stronger and keep evolving. There must be something supporting such a goal. Is it an obsession, a grudge, or perhaps something entirely different? A vampire without canines her. I have an unpleasant premonition. In the case that a demi-human doesn't display their characteristic feature is likely to be because their blood is thin. A half or a quarter, maybe even thinner. What if, just a what if? What if her family takes in various bloodlines to become stronger? The Brave House has been protecting their bloodline. To counter them, what if they take in strong bloodlines and entrust their descendant with their long-cherished wish? Just like the imperial family her. If there really is another foolish family, then it truly is saddening. The more they are serious about their goal, the worse it will become. The more serious they are, the more results they can show. No, they were forced to. As long as the goal is within sight, people will continue to move toward it. I won't deny that. There were many cases where an idiotic approach can lead to the right answer, and there were many cases where it is wrong to think of something as foolish. But what if their path is to tread a steep and endless road? Is it wrong to feel sorry for their descendants who are forced to walk the same path? One want to protect everyone on the continent, to save them. One want to surpass the strongest hero of the continent and their holy sword. Which one is more foolish? Good grief. It really is hard to tell her. It really is troublesome with so many serious idiots around. While thinking so, I entered the transfer gate. Chapter 292. Finn's Inn. When I returned to Finn's Inn, I cocked my head at the restless Imperial Knights. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yeah, something did happen. Your SS-ranked colleague, No Name, showed up through a transfer gate and he just entered the room without permission, you know. No common sense at all, her. Can't even do a simple greeting, it seems. A person that has common sense doesn't just transfer a stranger to someone else's inn without permission, though. You know what I'm talking about, right? This place is entirely reserved for Finn's use, you know? I know. I wouldn't transfer No Name here otherwise. It would trouble the other guests after all. No Name will be staying here until the inquiry, so I will ask you to prepare No Name's meal too. Even when I politely asked, Olivier still sighed as if she was tired of dealing with me. The other Imperial Knights here also look at me like I am the bad guy. I wonder why. I see. Don't worry. I will stay somewhere else. Of course you will. If you stay here too, then we will die from overwork. You think so? With me and No Name, then you have no need to worry about the security though. You two are the most dangerous factor here, but even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't understand her. For the time being, No Name left those magic tools here. What should we do with it? Olivier said as she pointed to the magic tools that were scattered randomly in the hallway. What was she thinking, treating someone else's precious magic tools like this? She really doesn't know how to treat something with care, her. These will surely fetch a high price if I sell them too. Carry it back to the imperial capital for me. Those are my rewards. And why do we have to carry your rewards back with us, I wonder? You will return to the imperial capital anyway, so it's not like there's a problem, right? You will return too, right? You can even do it in an instant. Well, it's not really a problem, but it's a waste of magic power to keep up the transfer gate from here to the capital. So carry them back for me. Can you not use us, Imperial Knights, like we are your odd jobbers? Olivier said so, but she still instructed her subordinates to pick up the magic tools. It's great that she's a flexible person. This is very convenient. Take good care of them, okay? I got those from a dungeon after all. From a dungeon? Where did you go and what did you do? I only had a duel with No Name inside a dungeon in Sokol Empire. The dungeon collapsed, but I managed to recover the magic tools. It was a close call though. Only, I'm begging you, don't start something like that inside the Empire, okay? Of course. I wouldn't destroy a precious dungeon within the Empire's territory. I wasn't talking about destroying the dungeon, I was talking about fighting with another SS rank adventurer. You get it right. It was only a mock battle. Don't worry, I'm always paying attention to my surroundings. Only the SS rank adventurers are capable of collapsing a dungeon with only a mock battle, you know. You are being noisy. Even the hero of the Empire is capable of that, right? Unlike you, Elna still has some common sense. That woman has common sense. To me, Elna is the woman who lacks the most common sense though. Olivier probably doesn't know her that well yet, her. Poor you. You will probably have to deal with a lot of headaches from now on. While giving Olivier my condolences, I headed to Finn's room. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm home. Entering the room, I erected a barrier and sat down on a chair. That was really tiring. Not just because of No Name, it felt like all the accumulated fatigue is assaulting me at once. Meeting the other 4 SS rank adventurers successively in a short period of time really isn't good for my health. Captain Olivier told me that No Name-san is here though. Yeah, it seems like No Name intends to keep the promise. I will be leaving No Name here until the inquiry. I understand. What about the others? I will pick them up on the day of the inquiry. Those guys don't have a shred of discretion in them. Lena-san was really a lively person after all. The others must be the same. Describing that as lively her. It really shows how great Finn is. I'm sure that even Leo can't describe him like that. As I thought, Finn is great. While thinking so, I tried removing my mask but I stopped. Let's not. I'm afraid of revenge after all. Revenge is it? Yeah. I managed to sneak a little peek under No Name's mask, you see. Ha! Why? It's kind of my bad habit, but when I see someone acting so carefree toward me, I like seeing that attitude of theirs crumble. It just happened. You angered him even though you were trying to ask for his help. Ah. But since he came here in the end, maybe it was for the best. Having someone to share your secret with is reassuring too. Finn claps her hands as she said that. Certainly, I have Sebas and Finn to share my secret with. Maybe a person like that is necessary for No Name too. I see, it does make sense. After all, if you keep holding it in you will end up bursting. I also had that kind of experience myself. Yes. So let's get along well with No Name-san. Getting along, But you see, the person seems to have a lot of personal circumstances too. Circumstances? Then isn't it even more necessary to support him? That's true. I would be troubled if No Name started running out of control too. But she's a girl. She's a girl. Then I might be able to help. I'm good at making friends with women. Even if she's a woman, she's an SS rank adventurer, you know. I'm already used to it. I see. Then try getting along with her for me. Ah. Keep the things that I talked about her a secret, okay? It's okay. I will talk to her without letting her know that I know she's a woman. Seeing Finn confidently pumping her fists, I give her several nods. If Finn became close to No Name, then there would be no hostility towards me either. That way, there would be no risk of failure. Let's leave her to Finn for the time being. If they get along well, then I should get to hear her circumstances too. Even No Name has something to gain by befriending Finn. Finn is close to Elna after all. Even if I saw her face, she still has a lot of mysteries. It would be great if I can shed some light on that. Then I will leave her to you. I will be in Clyde's mansion until the day of the inquiry. Since they've already decided on the date, I don't think that they are planning any big moves for the time being, but just in case, keep in touch with the council members. To prevent them from raising their caution, right? That's right. If we make it look like we are being desperate, then they should let down their guard. If we are doing this, then we should use the element of surprise too. It's rare to see all SS rank adventurers gathering like this after all. Saying so, I grin. Those council members must be feeling great about themselves since they have to put me in place with this inquiry. They are probably thinking that their position is untouchable, but that will not be the case. If they want to hunt down someone, then they should be wary of counterattacks. Not to mention when they have an SS rank adventurer as their opponent. If they are going to attack me, then I will have them at least preparing for their own destruction. I'm looking forward to it. Please refrain from doing something too cruel, okay? It depends on how they will move. Well, for starters, let's kick everyone who supports the inquiry out of the council. I completely agree, said Finn with her cheeks inflated. It seems Finn is also angry in her own way. Just a little more. Have you prepared yourself yet? Guild Council. Arc 30. Chapter 293. Inquiry start. The day of the inquiry finally arrived. I was called to the council room on the upper level of Babel Tower, the guild headquarters. Since we have already finished our preparations, I immediately transfer to the council room. Oh, it seems that everyone has already arrived. Am I late perhaps? No, you are right on time, Silver, said a blonde man. He is an obese man wearing glasses. His eyes visible behind the glasses are slightly smiling. The man sitting on my opposite end of the round table is Torosin. He is the guild chief as well as the chairman of this council. On his right-hand side is the deputy guild chief Clyde, and on his left is a tall and extremely thin man. He has an unhealthy complexion and stares at me like I am nothing but trouble. He is the chief inspector of the guild who checks the activities of all adventurers across the continent. The man who proposed this inquiry. His name is Pitman. One could say that he is the guild chief, Taurusin's hanger-on, and he has in fact obtained his current position thanks to Taurusin. The other council members are the Secretary-General who takes care of the guild's general affairs and the Chief of Foreign Affairs whose job is mainly to coordinate with other countries and the Director-General who manages the headquarters. These 6 are the members of the guild council. And 5 out of these 6 people agreed to have this inquiry. Why? The reason for that is Taurusin, whose influence is the highest of the guild, has agreed to this inquiry. The only one who was against this inquiry was Clyde alone. Clyde got to his current position through the support of the adventurers on the field, but he was also a great employee of the guild and he is known to be quite capable in his work. As long as you are working in a huge organization like the Adventurer Guild, the higher you go, the more skills that you can't obtain in the field are required. Therefore, all members of the council beside Clyde are all those who ascended from the guild staff. It's not that these people don't know what it's like on the field, but they are undoubtedly working far away from it. On the contrary, if one were to ask if the adventurers can manage the guild themselves, the answer would be no. That's why there has never been any dissatisfaction when the guild staff get promoted to higher positions. In fact, the guild can still run properly with the majority of the management from the guild staff. Each generation of the council always pays their respect to the SS rank adventurers, which are the highest peak of the adventurers, and they have never treated them unreasonably. After all, that is all for the guild's sake. However, the current guild chief, Taurusin, is different. He does have the ability to stand on top of this gigantic organization with branches all over the continent. In Taurusin's generation, he has greatly expanded the guild branches and the overall influence the guild has over the continent has increased. That was surely the result of Taurusin's ability, but when he became the guild chief, he forcefully transferred everyone who didn't obey him to idle or meaningless positions. Judging from that, it is clear that Taurusin has no plan to allow any defiance. That's why, for Taurusin, the existence of the SS rank adventurers is something he can't accept. Now, since Silver has arrived, I'd like to start the inquiry, said Pitman as I seated myself directly opposite of Taurusin. He said that to get the approval from the other council members. However, Clyde raised his hand to voice his objection. Can I say something first? What is it? Deputy Guild Chief. It is still not too late. Would you not consider cancelling this inquiry? You are still saying that. This matter has already been decided. I have never heard of any case where an SS rank adventurer being subjected to an inquiry before. This will disturb the balance between the council and the SS rank adventurers. I hope you all understand that. The council members all frown at his words. They probably have the same concern themselves. However, Clyde Kuhn, I think that it is much stranger that such an inquiry has never been held before, you know. What do you mean? Guild Chief. The guild is run by the council. Isn't it much stranger that the council has no say in the SS rank adventurers' business? Guild Chief, there are differences between SS rank adventurers and other adventurers. I understand. Still, it doesn't change that they are still adventurers. Now that I am the leader of this guild, I am planning to abolish this ridiculous non-interference policy. Saying so, Taurusin turns to me. I know well what he wants. He is going to thoroughly look into my recent actions and find faults with me. Then he will use them as the reasons to put limits on my actions and jurisdiction. Surely, he is planning to establish a precedent and move on to bring all SS rank adventurers under the control of the council. However, Taurusin doesn't understand one thing. SS rank adventurers do not work for any organization. It was the title called SS rank itself that was created to somehow get cooperation from people like us. That's why there are no SS rank adventurers who work under the council. Although we are called adventurers, the rule which we operate under is not the same. We would perform the work if requested, but otherwise we are free to act as we please. That's what the council of each generation understood. The fact that SS rank adventurers are willing to take the guild's request is already a compromise. Taurusin might say that he understands this relationship, but his understanding is still shallow. Silver, do you have anything to say before we start? I'd like to confirm the reason for this inquiry. Do you mind? Of course. Pitman Kuan. Sir. SS rank adventurer Silver has allegedly sided with the Empire. During the rebellion started by Gordon Lakes Adler, the third prince of the Empire, he had subjugated 2 of the United Kingdom's holy dragons. Furthermore, he had taken advantage of the situation to coerce the armies of the kingdom and the Dominion to stop their invasion with long-range magic. This is an act that clearly indicates that he has excessively favored the Empire. Therefore, in my opinion, this inquiry is justified. After Pitman looked at Torosin, he turned back and stared at me. Pitman is an inspector that travels to various branches of the guild, and from the reports he received, he has seen many problematic behaviors from the SS rank adventurers. Because of that, his hostility toward the SS rank adventurers is the highest among everyone in the council. Well, those guys don't have any common sense after all. Still, even if they cause problems left and right, it's not my fault. That's what he said. Silver, are you convinced now? Convinced? Not at all. Let me ask this then. At that time, what kind of action would you consider to be the correct answer? You should have contacted the headquarters and waited for our decision. Chemph. Even when many lives will be lost in the meantime, that is an unavoidable sacrifice. A lone SS rank adventurer is comparable to an army. If you take part in the battle, the one you sides with will win. This case is a good example. Through your actions, the guild has lost its credibility. That's why we can't overlook this. The guild must always remain neutral. Always neutral. Then don't you think that my action was neutral? The guild tolerated the existence of the guardian holy dragons because the United Kingdom has been using them to guard their territory. Since they had sent them out for invasion, I subjugated them and restrained the armies that took advantage of the situation. Is there any problem with that? I was fully intending to protect the guild's honor, you know. This matter is about how you made such a decision by yourself. Besides, the guardian holy dragons still haven't attacked the Empire at that point. Once they crossed the border, they already started their invasion. From the United Kingdom side, they told us that the holy dragons only got excited and entered the Empire territory. It was just an accident. The Dragon Knights were trying to calm them down, but they have testified that it was you who agitated them. Then the fault would lay with the United Kingdom for their inability to bring their dragons under control. It is an adventurer's job to eliminate the threat before it happens. Even so, you have subjugated the dragons without the guild's authorization. And as a result, the Empire gained a big advantage in a situation that caused a heavy impact on the entire continent. I won't let you say that you don't understand that much. How laughable. How about you people start being honest? You started this inquiry because you've got pressured by other countries and gave in to their influence, isn't that right? Torosin slightly raised his brow at my words. On Pitman's side, he is glaring at me like he wants to kill me this instant. The other council members also looked slightly uneasy. They probably can't stomach my carefree attitude here. Well, that's all right. I understand your intention now. By the way, is it all right to call in my counsel now? It's Miss Finn, the ambassador from the Empire. I don't mind. This matter is directly related to the Empire after all. Torosin gave his permission. In response to that, I opened a transfer gate behind me. Then, Finn appeared from the gate. But she's not alone. Good grief, it's finally my turn, right? TSK, I'm out of rum so my mood is the worst, okay? Who cares? And you stink of alcohol, Jack. You already drank a lot yesterday, right? Shut up. That doesn't count. Right, old man. That's right. Something like that doesn't count at all. I can't remember anything from yesterday though. Ha ha ha. Please stop with the banter. Let's quickly get this done. Following Finn, Eigor, and the others came through the transfer gate and took the seats around the round table while carefreely chatting with each other. The council members were stunned. It's only natural. The council members have the impression that the SS rank adventurers would never cooperate with each other. In fact, since SS rank adventurers all possess strong quirks, so we rarely come together like this. Because they think that we will never cooperate under the same goal, each of us was given the same authority as a council member. However, this time I have done it. Once everyone took a seat, No Name started speaking. Forgive us for arriving so suddenly. I, SS rank adventurer No Name, am participating in Silver's inquiry. Same for SS rank adventurer Lena. SS rank adventurer Eigor, same. Seriously, do I have to say this stiff crap too? SS rank adventurer Jack, I'm joining this inquiry. Be grateful. I sobered up since morning for this, you know. When everyone finished their greetings, all council members lost the color in their faces. Putting both of my elbows on the table, I speak to them. Now then, everyone's here. Shall we start this inquiry? Seeing Taurusin's expression distorted, I grinned behind the mask. Chapter 294. Make up your mind. Why, you bastards? Why are you here? It was Pittman who first opened his mouth. Although the answer to that question is quite obvious, it was probably his escapism that prompted him to raise such a question. Why? Didn't we just tell you? We are here to join Silver's inquiry. I don't remember calling you people here. Why do we have to be called by you, I wonder? You know what I mean. Are you making a fool out of the council? Ara, you take it like that. Since SS rank adventurers have the right to participate and vote in council's meetings, I thought that you were making a fool out of us when we didn't receive any invitation, you know. At? Pittman turned silent. He probably doesn't know that her. Well, it's something that you have no use for even if you know, so it's a given that he doesn't remember it. It's true. Chief Inspector Pittman. I know that. I was only surprised that they know. Please do not take me for a fool. Of course, I know of such a thing. That's good then. Getting that pointed out by Clyde, Pittman's face turned red as he claimed that he already knew about the rule. Clyde doesn't pursue the topic any more than necessary either. He probably knows that there's no need for him to do that. Honestly, with all 5 SS rank adventurers assembled here, the meeting room is quite packed. As an SS rank adventurer, I am interested in an inquiry on my colleague. That's the reason why we would like to participate in this inquiry. Please feel free to start. I won't get in your way. I'm only here to listen in. If your concern is legitimate, I will not say anything. I'm not here to get in your way either. I'm not interested in this inquiry from the start. If you are not interested, then don't come in the first place. Just leave. Ha! Why do I have to listen to you? Stop being so whiny and get this over with already. If Silver really made a mistake as an adventurer, then you can punish him or whatever. Isn't that why you are having this inquiry? With or without us, nothing will change anyway, right? That is. Pittman turns away when Jack glares at him. Saying that he is a coward would be unfair. After all, not many people can talk while looking at Jack face to face. Meanwhile, Taurusin, who has been silent until now, opened his mouth. SS rank adventurers, welcome. It's great to see you all gathering like this. However, I didn't expect your arrival. My apologies, but we were planning to conduct a light interview today. An inquiry is quite a lengthy process. Please understand that, said Taurusin with a smile. I see. So his strategy is to prolong the inquiry, huh? It is certainly an effective plan. After all, there are only 5 SS rank adventurers on the continent. Each of us is scattered all across the continent to respond to the threat in our immediate area. Well, 2 out of 5 of us aren't exactly easy to locate, so we actually cover the continent with 3 people. It would be impossible for SS rank adventurers like us to all gather like this for a prolonged amount of time, considering the balance of the continent. In short, it is not good for the 5 of us to stay in the same place for a long time. However, that's unacceptable. You have to finish this by the end of today. Please don't be unreasonable. Linares Kuan. You think that is unreasonable? I don't think so at all, you know. You already have a lot of time to prepare after all. Surely, you have already prepared the documents and necessary information, right? Of course. However, we can't just use the whole day for the inquiry alone. I told you. You have until the end of the day. Or do you have other reasons you can't finish it by today? Listen to me, Linares Kuan. There is no precedent for an inquiry into SS rank adventurers' actions before. This is something that we should treat with caution. Don't you think that it would be too hasty to conclude such a thing in one day? I don't think so. You think so too, right? Finn. Linares smiled and directed the talk to Finn, who was behind me. He can manage just fine himself, but he chose to direct it to Finn instead her. Finn, on the other hand, only nodded quietly without showing any sign of restlessness. Yes. As an Imperial ambassador, I seek a quick conclusion to this inquiry. As long as the Guild's reason for holding this inquiry involved the Empire, we would be troubled for such an accusation to linger. After all, the Empire would hesitate to employ the help of adventurers unless we can obtain a clear answer from the Guild. We would like the Guild to establish a common understanding as soon as possible. That is the Empire's matter. Ambassador Finn. We have no obligation to facilitate for the Empire's convenience. I see. So may I take it that the stability of the continent is only a secondary concern to the Guild? What do you mean? It is as I said. Even though we have a problem regarding the relationship between one of the great nations and an SS rank adventurer on our hands, you choose to postpone it. This clearly is an act of negligence to the continent's stability as a whole. If we cannot reach a quick conclusion here, it would be synonymous with the Guild's approval of Silversarmer's action. Isn't that argument quite irrational? Not at all. As long as the Guild does not give its answer, it would not be strange for others to take it like that. By prolonging this, it would mean that even if similar situations happen again, the Guild will choose to leave it alone. With a quick conclusion, the Guild can clearly display their stance in this matter to the entire continent. Is there any reason why the Guild would choose not to do that? What else can we call negligence if not this kind of behavior? Torosin turned silent. If they are on equal footing, then Torosin can present his argument. However, right now Finn has the absolute advantage. After all. But I can see your reason, Guild Chief. In case of a disagreement like this, why don't we call for a vote? You are not a member of this council. We also want to settle this quickly, you know. That reasoning of yours won't work here. In case of a disagreement, we should carefully consider the problem. Deputy Guild Chief, do you have anything to add? Finn addresses Clyde. Clyde replied while shrugging his shoulders. Normally, in case of a disagreement, we either have a careful consideration or a majority vote. Then let's go by majority vote. Let's make this quick. Anyone who is in favor of a quick conclusion, raise your hand. Without waiting for Torosin to regain his composure, Linares prompts everyone to raise their hand. 5 SS rank adventurers plus Clyde raised their hand, a total of 6 votes in favor. That decided the majority vote. Done. Don't mess with me. If we are talking about the responsibilities of SS rank adventurers, then Eigor and Jack shouldn't have the right to vote. We can't even locate you two recently. There's no way that you two are allowed to vote. Then you should have taken away our SS rank title in advance. Bringing that up now is already too late, don't you think? What? Just obediently start the inquiry. That's your only option. No, not necessary. Torosin denied. He then looks toward me. Silver. You are the subject of this inquiry. Your vote is invalid. With equal amounts of votes on both sides, the chair will make the decision. Then the chair's vote should be invalid too, though. Unfortunately, there is no such rule. Those who think that we should take our time in this inquiry, please raise your hand. Torosin mockingly smiles and urges the council members to raise their hands. In response, Linares addresses the council with a powerful voice. Listen well, council members. We adventurers bet our lives on the field. With the guild staff supporting us at the guild, we have no complaints about how you run things here. But as long as the reason for this inquiry is how about our way of defeating the monster, you people should prepare to put your lives on the line too. Since we have our own lives, and the lives of civilians on the line, I will have you people put your lives on the line as well. Linares's gaze was directed at all council members. The Director General, the Secretary General, and the Chief of Foreign Affairs stopped their hands. Torosin is admonishing them with his eyes, but Linares roars at them. Stop messing around and make up your goddamn mind. Don't look down on US adventurers. We aren't exactly known to be patient, all right. I haven't been exercising lately, so my body is a little stiff. It's been a long time since I last practiced my bow too. A building this big should serve as a nice practice target, don't you think? If you don't intend to start the inquiry, then I am going back. Please do whatever you want afterward, said No Name when Torosin was urging her to stop them with his eyes. The threat was effective. The Director General, the Secretary General, and the Chief of Foreign Affairs abstained from their vote. It seems we have the majority here. Let's get started. I am not that free either. Do get this done quickly, Guild Chief. Seeing my attitude getting more and more carefree, Torosin and Pittman's cheeks cramped up. Chapter 295. Reason for siding. Very well. We will start Silver's inquiry now, said Pittman after he received a nod from Torosin. Delaying it any more than this is probably impossible. If they are going to get overwhelmed with a majority vote anyway, it would be better to just start the inquiry. In this inquiry, we will look into Silver's recent actions one by one. Pittman reads out the prepared document. If my actions were to be found inappropriate for an SS rank adventurer, then there will probably be some penalties for me. Using that penalty, Torosin will probably try to place some limitations on my actions. First of all, as you all know, the Empire is currently in the middle of a succession war. The candidate who comes out on top will receive the title of the Crown Prince, which makes that person the next emperor. As one of the three great nations of the continent, the conflict within the Empire, which is located at the center of the continent, will have a huge impact on the continent as a whole. Regarding this, the Adventurer Guild has been keeping a close eye on its development. Among the candidates for the Empire's throne, it appears that Silver has been favoring one of the candidates, the 8th Prince, His Imperial Highness Leonard Lake Sadler. To prove this allegation, we have prepared the evidence. That is correct. Before Pittman got the chance to cite his evidence, I admitted that it is the truth. As he never thought that I would admit that so readily, Pittman's mouth hangs open. Seeing him like that, Torosin urges Pittman to proceed with a light cough. Then Silver. You are admitting that you have been participating in a major political conflict even while being an SS rank adventurer. That was what I just said. This is a clear violation of the Guild's rule. An SS rank adventurer is equivalent to an army, not to mention that you are representing the adventurers as a whole. We might be able to overlook this if you are a common adventurer, but when an SS rank adventurer shows favoritism like this, it will bring the Guild and the adventurer's neutrality into question. This is clearly careless action on your part. Pittman is getting heated up. In response, I shrugged my shoulders. Lying here is not an option. If I lie in a place like this, then I will end up having to follow up on it in the future. In the first place, I already have an overwhelming advantage here. There is no point lying to them now. No matter how you look at it, I am clearly more involved with Leo's faction. Pittman's side should already have the proof for that. It wouldn't be a problem if I can address them one by one, but if the proof keeps piling up, then they might be able to use them against me. Since they will be able to prove it sooner or later, it would be better to just admit it right now. Silver. Do you have any excuse? Clyde worriedly asked me. In response, I give him a nod. First, I will state this. I have a cooperative relationship with Prince Leonard. I have made contact with him many times through Miss Finn here. Yes, that is correct. Then it is decided. Silver, your action is clearly inappropriate for an SS rank adventurer. Vampire. I said that to Pittman in a small voice. All council members cocked their heads, puzzling why I brought it up. I continued with a bitter smile. Sea dragon, demons, spirit turtles, holy dragons. Do you know what I am getting at? Are you listing the monsters that you have subjugated? You think that we can tolerate your actions with your recent achievement? You better think again if you think that we are going to let you go with this. That's right, they are all high-ranking monsters that I subjugated. Don't you think that it is strange? What is? Even if I am an SS rank adventurer, don't you think that it is too strange that I have encountered so many high-ranking monsters in such a small amount of time? Clyde nodded. The other council members' expressions also indicate that it is surely strange. They might have become numb to the frequent appearance of high-ranking monsters. Originally, the Empire is located in an area with almost zero appearance of high-ranking monsters. Even if I encounter one, it is usually a monster that escaped into the Empire from another subjugation attempt. In other words, in most cases, they are monsters that flowed into the Empire from other places. It is on the level that when one appears once a year, it will cause great panic to the Empire. Well, the sea dragon did appear inside the waters of the principalities, but the Empire was still an involved party. So what? Just because you encountered more monsters, it is okay for you to get involved with a political conflict. That's the point. These monsters have begun to appear more frequently after the succession war began in earnest. To be specific, this happened after Prince Leonard nominated himself as a candidate. Curiously, Prince Leonard's candidacy seems to have something to do with the monster appearances. It is a matter of course. Most of the time, I and Leo were moving together and Silver only appears to intervene when Leo is in a pinch. However, the amount of times Leo got into trouble lately is too strange. How come he got involved in so many incidents? The answer is his candidacy. The recent appearances of high-ranking monsters is pretty much linked to the Empire's succession war. I don't know about the sea dragon, but it would not be strange to say that its seal was broken when Prince Leonard was sent to the principality. And the spirit turtle, do you think that was only a coincidence? I wonder. That thing is a natural disaster after all. Well, the fools who provoked it and broke the seal might be involved in some kind of scheme though. Even if we leave the spirit turtle aside, the rate of appearance is still too abnormal. Of course, I was busy dealing with each and every one of them. Thanks to that, I need time to recover my magic power. With that being the case, I need accurate information. That's why I was exchanging information with Prince Leonard, who is directly involved with the succession war. Of course, he does use this information exchange to his advantage, but this is still much more preferable than finding the Empire suddenly collapsing, right? The appearance of high-ranking monsters is related to the succession war, and it often involves Leo. If you exchange information with Leo, then you can make a move even in an unexpected event. Doing that would make me appear to side with Leo, but that is inevitable. That's what I am saying. On the other hand, Pittman was silent. He's probably thinking of a way to find fault with me. While being glared at by Pittman, Taurosin opened his mouth. Silver. With the power you possess, surely you could have dealt with the monsters without relying on such information, no? You may have indeed prevented the chaos from the monster appearances, but it is still true that you are shaping the history of the Empire right now. Through your intervention, Prince Leonard is steadily approaching the throne, no? To get Prince Leonard closer to the throne is to distance the other candidates from it. Don't you think that this will benefit the stability of the continent as a whole? After all, 2 of the candidates were clearly involved in the summoning of the demons. The demons were summoned because a girl with innate magic went berserk. Princess Xandra was involved with the organization that kidnapped the girl, and a faction inside the Imperial Army was involved with the experiment responsible for making children with innate magic went berserk. The leader of that faction is Prince Gordon. I wouldn't mind if you praise me for keeping those 2 away for the throne, you know. Even the council has not grasped the confidential information of the Empire. If they dig deeper, then they should find that all candidates besides Leo are dangerous. In that case, the only option is to push Leo to the throne. However, even so, that is no excuse for you to get involved in a political conflict. You should have contacted the guild with that information and asked for our support. Would you dispatch reinforcement if I asked? Of course. I see. But unfortunately, I do not trust you. It would only increase my trouble if you dispatch someone to get in my way instead. You should stop using baseless conjecture like that. It is not a baseless conjecture. I am telling you a fact. First, did you not bar me from the spirit turtle case? If the council can grasp the situation inside the Empire and try to make the best move possible, then removing me from the case is incomprehensible. In fact, it took the cooperation between me, Elder Eigor, the hero, and the celestial princess to subdue the spirit turtle. I can imagine what would happen if we leave such a monster to the S ranks. All of them would have died and the Empire's northern region would have been wiped out. The reason why the incident only ended with the terrain being leveled was how Silver gathered powerful allies to fight it at the front line. Eigor gave his conclusion. That incident showed the council's many failures. The more they try to place the blame on me, the more their blunders become more apparent. Realizing that, Torosin immediately wrapped up the topic. I understand. Certainly, that was our mistake. I shall apologize for that. I understand why you choose not to contact the guild and solve the incident on your own. Therefore, we will overlook the fact that you have involved yourself with the succession war. So he chooses to cut his loss and change the topic here. But he seems to have forgotten that the Empire's representative is also present here. Please wait for a moment. As an Imperial ambassador, I have something that I'd like to ask the Council regarding that incident. This is far from over. Chapter 296. Finn's Wrath. Ambassador Finn. I apologize for our lack of understanding of the Empire's internal affairs, but please also understand that the root of this problem is your succession war. Even if we closely monitor the situation, it is not guaranteed that we can grasp the whole situation of your country. I have no qualm with the Guild regarding that. I am not saying that the Guild has intentionally endangered the Empire either. After all, 2 of the Guild's SS-rank adventurers have played a vital part in subjugating the Spirit Turtle. The Empire and the Guild already has a joint operation to subjugate the Spirit Turtle in the first place. We have no plan to shift all responsibility to the Guild alone. You have my thanks. However, what is it that you'd like to ask us? I'd like to ask you regarding the selection of the S-rank adventurers that had been sent to the Empire. We didn't have the opportunity to file the protest to the Guild because of the ceremony and the subsequent rebellion, but just what were your intentions behind the selection of those adventurers? Intention? We only intend to offer the Empire the best adventurers we could offer, though. Torosin said nonchalantly. I have no intention to take this from a little girl like you. That was what he sounded like. However, can he really get away so easily? Then what about their behaviors? In the first place, among the adventurers that you have dispatched to the Empire, 2 of them originated from the Sokol Empire. I can do nothing but doubt the intention behind your selection. At that time, among the S-rank adventurers, they were the only groups that had the appropriate ability to handle the mission. They simply happened to be operating within the Sokol Empire at the time, and they have no link to the Sokol Empire itself. However, as a result, both of them were the ones who caused the problems. The Gromsoldat ignored our order to gather at the Imperial capital and went to attack the Spirit Turtle by themselves, which accelerated the awakening process of the Spirit Turtle. On the other hand, Ignat was cooperating with Grimoire and participated in a plot against the Empire. Would you kindly provide me a convincing reason for the selection of these 2? In the Spirit Turtle case, the Council's many blunders indirectly caused the situation to worsen. Finn was planned as an Imperial ambassador to inquire the Guild about this, but it was delayed until now. After all, this timing should be the most effective in pursuing the matter. Of course, the Council should already be aware of this. Every Council member's expressions indicated that they more or less expected the Empire to pursue this matter. We are certainly responsible for appointing them, but they are all independent adventurers. We cannot control their arbitrary actions. So you are saying that the fault doesn't lay with the Council? Because of their actions, the awakening of the Spirit Turtle was accelerated and the Empire was forced to take immediate action. It was thanks to Silversama's transfer magic that we managed to defuse the situation. In addition, Grimoire assisted by Ignat had erected a huge barrier within the Empire, which threatened the life of His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. Did the Council know of this? Of course, we are aware. We offer our deepest apology. If you are already aware of that, then what is your intention behind Silversama's inquiry? It was Silversama who came to our rescue while the adventurers selected by the Council caused harm to the Empire. By launching an inquiry on the person who prevented the disaster, I do not think that this Council's neutrality can be trusted. This seems to me like the Council is intentionally trying to weaken the Empire. We have no such intention at all. We are truly neutral. Then please show me the proof of this neutrality. I cannot feel that your actions so far have been neutral at all. All I can see is that the Guild is currently colluding with other nations to weaken the Empire. Saying that you are neutral is an easy thing. Proving it is an entirely different matter. Finn should know that well. Right now, at this timing, The council has already tolerated me taking a side in the succession war. They cannot use that point to counter anymore. In other words, now that they are at a disadvantage, they cannot use me to escape from this. Even if you want us to present a proof. Since we do not belong to any country and have contributed to the stability of the continent for many years, shouldn't that be enough? Not at all. That is simply the achievements of your predecessors. It does not belong to the current council. What I want you to prove is the neutrality of this council. If you cannot provide me with a convincing answer, I will bring this back to the Empire, in which we will further discuss this problem internally. That's. Pittman couldn't hold in his scream. What Finn just implied was that the Empire would do everything in its power to address this issue. Specifically speaking, the Empire will hold a meeting under the name of the Emperor to discuss some actions against the Adventurer Guild. As you surely are aware, the Empire is currently in a state of civil war, and we have an ongoing conflict with other nations as well. We may not be able to do anything at the moment, but please do not underestimate the strongest army on the continent. If you think that there will be no consequence for your actions, then please know that you will regret it afterward. For a moment, the council members, including Torosin, started to tremble. Torosin probably realized that underestimating Finn as only a little girl was a mistake. This misunderstanding is probably the result of Finn's many attempts to get in contact with the council members before the inquiry. That impression probably led them to think that she is only a pesky little girl. Finn didn't expend any cards before this moment and only tried to persuade them through her words. On the other hand, the council members probably thought that she was only selected as an ambassador because she is the Emperor's favorite. They never thought that she was concealing her cards, so they never took any countermeasure. For the Empire, this inquiry is important. It is something that the Empire wanted to prevent, and naturally, the council was aware of that. That's why they all dismissed her as a pesky little girl before even getting into a real negotiation, and judged Finn, who didn't show her hands to them at all, as insignificant. That's quite shallow of them. If Finn seriously acts as an Imperial ambassador, then instead of me, the subject for this inquiry would be the council. Ambassador Finn. It seems that you got a little emotional. Please calm down. I am completely calm. If I was being emotional, then I would already curse at all of you here. Finn grins. Seeing that smile, Jack lowered his shoulders and looked at me. That's quite a scary lady, right? She is kinda different from the Blaumo I imagined though. What? Isn't she lovely? Beautiful flowers always have thorns, you know. The sharper the thorns are, the colorful the flowers. Like Emmy. Ha ha ha. Don't make this old man laugh too much. Elder Eigor. What are you laughing at, I wonder? Everything. In your case, you are more thorn than flower, right? My. Isn't that rude? Ha. Are we done yet? The result is already clear to me though. The SS rank adventurers began to chat with each other. They are probably starting to get bored. Well, when it comes to negotiations, I am not expecting anything from them from the beginning. The reason I went out of my way to gather all of them was to prevent the council from using their vote against me. By doing that, the council is at a significant disadvantage in this inquiry. After all, they cannot beat us through brute force. With such powerful backing, Finn is proceeding the negotiation with an overwhelming advantage. Then, she gives them the ultimatum. Council members. I do not think that we can gloss over this problem as well. That's why, if I can confirm one thing with you, I am willing to withdraw the matter. What do you want to confirm? It is a simple matter. You held this inquiry because you have succumbed to the influence from other nations, correct? If the council can admit that, then the Empire will not pursue the matter. How about it? It was a demand that can overturn the basis of this inquiry. Finn is smiling like always, but one could feel an indescribable pressure from that smile. This is truly unusual. It seems that she is seriously angry. Chapter 297. Subjugate. Now, what's your move, Torosin? The council being swayed by the pressure from other countries is like an open secret. However, officially admitting that will prove fatal to the council. If they admit it, this inquiry will be invalid and the neutrality of this council will be questioned. However, if they do not admit that, the Empire will make sure that there will be consequences. It may not be right now, but the damage they can expect after the situation has settled down will be immeasurable. They have no choice but to pick one of the two choices. Whichever they choose, it will be hell all the same. Finn's clearly angry when she offered them these choices. She rarely corners others, as she'd always prepare some kind of escape route for her opponent. However, there is none of that this time. Now then, how will you avoid this, Guild Chief Torosin? Ambassador Finn? We would be troubled if you put it like that. Unfortunately, this is the seed that the Council has sown. If the Council was subjected to pressure from the other countries, then the Empire will not blame you. However, if that is not the case, the consequence for the Council's actions will be grave. Given the history of the Adventurer Guild and its achievements so far, they cannot admit to such a thing. Up to now, the Guild has been dubbed as the sole neutral organization on the continent. If they admit it, their credibility will be lost. And such a credit cannot be regained in a short time. However, if they do not admit it, the situation will become much more serious. Whatever action the Empire takes, the Council members will have to bear the responsibility in creating the situation. Will they choose to maintain the Guild's dignity, or will they choose to protect the Council? Finn probably couldn't care less either way. Torosin on the other hand lightly bit his lips and glared at Pittman. Pittman Kuan, you've had meetings with many ambassadors from other countries lately, right? Ha! That's. Pittman turned silent. Communication with other countries falls under the jurisdiction of the Chief of Foreign Affairs. However, Pittman is responsible for secret meetings. Still, there's no way that Torosin was not aware of that. This means, Ambassador Finn, I give you my word. This council has not been subjected to any kind of foreign influence. However, Chief Inspector Pittman might have. What? When I asked him the other day, I was told that his meetings were necessary for this inquiry, but I doubt that now. Did you push for this inquiry because you were pressured to? Lizard cut its tail. When I saw that this inquiry is being led by Pittman, I can see that Torosin already has this kind of plan in place. In the unlikely event that the table turned against them, he was planning to pin the fault on Pittman. He's a man that got into his position through all kinds of plotting. I expect no less risk management from him. He might be a genius at surviving. However, that kind of method is something that Finn extremely dislikes. When I glance at her, I can see the burning wrath in her eyes. She is probably thinking about how to deal with Torosin now. Answer me, Pittman Kuan. I. Pittman restlessly sweeps his eyes around, but no one is willing to throw him a lifeboat. After all, he has been acting self-importantly, flaunting Torosin's power on a daily basis. It is inevitable for him to avoid being Torosin's scapegoat. Pittman's gaze wandered around and stopped at me. I'm truly sorry. Since you have subjugated 2 of their holy dragons, the pressure from the United Kingdom was very strong. So you were acting under pressure after all. This is going to be a big problem, but to think that the subjugation of the holy dragons would cause such a ripple. Torosin glanced at me. He probably wants me to take responsibility for this as well. However, it would be impossible to push the responsibility of the subjugation of the holy dragons on me. May I ask you something? Guild Chief. What is it? Do you think that the subjugation of the holy dragons was a mistake? If we consider the result, then yes. Then let me ask all of the SS rank adventurers here. What would you do if you were to be in the same position as me? Will you subjugate them? Or will you leave them alone? There are 2 reasons why I gathered these guys. One is to prevent the council from using their vote. The other is to deal with the problem of subjugating the holy dragon. The council placed great importance on this issue. Since it was the guild's decision to leave them alone, subjugating them is nothing short of a rebellion against the guild. To save their face, the council will never let this issue go. I knew that, so I gathered all of them. After all, I already knew their answer. Subjugate them. After a short pause, everyone said that at the same time. Torosin's expression looked like he just ate a can of worms. He showed me all kinds of expressions today. In the first place, It was the council that dubbed the United Kingdom's dragons as guardian holy dragons and excluded them from subjugation targets. When the United Kingdom used those so-called guardian holy dragons to invade other nations, shouldn't the council also bear some kind of responsibility? The United Kingdom did not use them for invasion. We couldn't care less about their intention, Guild Chief. I am talking about the result. If subjugating them was a mistake as you said, you should bear the responsibility when they crossed the border. Right. That's right. If they could accidentally cross it, then there would be no point for a border to exist in the first place. We should just subjugate them from the beginning. Do you know how many ships were sunk around the United Kingdom because of those dragons? The only one who would complain if we subjugate them is only the United Kingdom, you know. However, isn't it because of that the council allowed their existence for defensive purpose? Among the voices that kept blaming the council's decision, No Name hesitantly came to the council's defense. Seeing that, Torosin nodded and took the chance. Yes, that's right. We never thought that the United Kingdom would do. They probably thought that there would be no consequence even if they broke their promise, right? Perhaps they think that they can just silence the council later anyway. What? Simply put, you people are being underestimated. I can clearly see that from how the council is so willing to put the blame on the United Kingdom, even though you just admitted earlier that you gave in to their pressure. That was Pitman Kuhn's. You place the blame on him, but you did not give out your punishment. Doing nothing is the same as giving in to their pressure, you know. Guild Chief. Torosin's shoulders tremble with anger at No Name's words. Among the SS rank adventurers, he probably believed that No Name alone was on his side. I have done many things for you in the past, right? No Name. You have my gratitude for that. I wanted to continue having this favorable relationship with you, but you just made a grave mistake. I made a mistake. Yes, you turned them into your enemies. It would be troubling if you are going to rely on me as a deterrent. Spare me from dealing with all 4 of them alone. Having that role pushed on me would be too much, right? Sorry, but I am jumping off this sinking ship. Damn you. Torosin glares at all SS rank adventurers. However, all of us met his glare head-on. Receiving an unexpected counterattack, Torosin fell off his chair. While mockingly smiling at him, I give him a proposal. After succumbing to foreign pressure, it would be impossible for this council to operate the Adventurer Guild properly. As an SS rank adventurer, I propose the dissolution of this council. The members of the Guild Council are decided by the Guild Chief. The only ones who can obtain a seat without that are only the Guild Chief and the Deputy Guild Chief. If the Guild Chief wishes, even a branch chief in a remote region can be a member of this council. However, it would be inconvenient to contact a branch manager in a faraway place, so normally, the chief would appoint the department heads that work at the headquarters. That's why the structure of the council has remained mostly unchanged until now. Then, what does it mean to dissolve this council? The term of office of the Guild Chief is 3 years. After that, an election will be held. The candidates will be from either adventurers or guild staff of a certain rank or higher. If the Guild Chief changes, then so will the council. In other words, I proposed the dismissal of the current Guild Chief. Torosin stood up and glared at me. Is there any reason for me to accept such a proposal? I still have more than a year of my term left. What if that is what all the SS rank adventurers here want? Anyone who is in favor, raise your hand. In response, everyone raised their hands. Even if you are the Guild Chief, you cannot ignore a majority vote. Chapter 298. The lack of common sense. Fine. But I will only agree to dissolve this council. I will not resign from my position. Do we have to spell it out for you? The current council that you personally selected the members for has made blunders after blunders and thus became untrustworthy. We cannot allow you to keep your position any longer. Consider it as our kindness that we didn't directly tell you to resign. Don't mess with me. If the council has to dissolve each time SS rank adventurers raise a complaint, then we would have to forever live in your shadow. We cannot create such a precedent for the future of this council. If you want to avoid creating a precedent, then what you should be more worried about is leaving behind the record that this council has been mocked to this extent by other countries. Whether it be a country or an organization, you would need a strong power to maintain neutrality. No matter what anyone tries to do to you, you must always remain neutral. Right now that illusion of neutrality of yours has already collapsed. That's why you need to dissolve this council. If you do not comply, then we will force you to. How you do not choose any means to get what you want is so adventurer-like of you, Silver. If you think that you can use violence to have your way here, then I have something in mind too. We will not resort to violence. I will simply let every adventurer on this continent know that we SS rank adventurers do not support the current guild chief. That alone should destroy your position as the guild chief, no? Do you want to go there? If all SS rank adventurers clearly state that they do not support the guild chief, no matter how much time he has left in his term, he will be dragged down from his position. Torosin frowned. In other words, if I agree to resign now, you will not do that. We don't personally feel like going out of our way to spread the word of what happened here. You can conclude the matter by saying that Chief Inspector Pittman acted under the pressure of another country, and to take responsibility for that mistake as the guild chief, you choose to dissolve the council. If you want to take your position back, then you can just enter an election again. What are you planning? SS rank adventurers possess the freedom of action, however, we do not possess the right to choose the leader of the guild. The people who will decide that are the adventurers and the guild staff. Even so, this is indeed sudden. The branches probably can't take part in this. It will probably end up as a small election only for the adventurers and the staff at the headquarters. It would be easy to completely crush Torosin now. However, if we do that, it would be established that SS rank adventurers outranked the council. If such a group of unruly people stands on top of the guild, it will surely lead to chaos. With me here right now, things might still be fine, but it could be a problem in the future. The council should respect the SS rank adventurers, and we SS rank adventurers should also respect the decision of the council. That's why we will leave Torosin to the adventurers and the staff. As long as it was Pittman who committed the blunder, Torosin will have a disadvantage, as it is well known that Pittman is his follower. So if despite that Torosin becomes the guild chief again, then there's nothing we can do. Can I take that as the consensus of all SS rank adventurers? I don't mind. It was Silver who got dragged into this idiotic inquiry in the first place. I'm fine if the decision comes from him. It still felt kinda lukewarm to me though. Same here. I don't get why we can't just kick your ass out right now, but well, I don't really care. I don't mind. With everyone's consent, Torosin said with a frown. Very well. I will dissolve this council and resign my position as the guild chief. After that, I will hold an election for the new guild chief. Is that good enough? We have no problem regarding that. We will leave the details to the new guild chief. Saying so, I lean back on the chair. Then, I tap my finger on the round table and speak to Torosin. Still, how are you feeling right now, guild chief? You never expected that you would be forced to resign, right? I specifically chose my words to be provoking. In response, Torosin snorts. It seems you favor Clyde quite a bit, her. From your tone, you probably think that the next guild chief will definitely be him, right? Of course. Naive. How do you think that I got to this position in the first place? I was elected. With tremendous support from both adventurers and staff, you see. If the next guild chief will be decided by another election, then I will just win it again. Do you think that it would go so well? It will. The ones with the right to vote are adventurers and the staff. Do you think that those people have enough brains to think so far ahead like you? What do you mean? In response, Torosin mockingly smiles at me. From my side, Finn frowned at his smile. Adventurers are nothing but fools. That includes the large portion of staff that support them too. Getting heated up about their idiotic ideal. Only fools would work so hard for such an ambiguous cause like for the sake of the people. From my point of view, they are nothing but idiots. That's surprising. I never thought that I would hear something like that from the chief of the Adventurer Guild himself. Never once in my life have I worked for the sake of the people. Still, I am standing here right now as the guild chief. You know why? Because those people don't even have enough brains to judge a person. They just shut their brain and support me when I used some nice words and dangling some profit in front of them. That's how it was. It might be true that adventurers really are idiots here, working so hard only to live day to day, spending all their hard-earned money for alcohol and women. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about that. Leaving everything to their emotions, never think before acting. Still, I like those adventurers. Many adventurers are those who have no other path in life. Although they have the ability, they cannot become a knight. The reason being they can't follow the rules. If they wish for it, they could always turn to the life of crimes, but they still chose to use their power for the people. There are many who don't have a choice, but how many of them have it in their hearts to commit themselves to the people? Some people really have no choice but to become an adventurer in order to live. Still, many adventurers enjoy this way of life. Live as you please and earn your pay with your skills. How happy would it be to be able to live like that? When the sea dragon appeared in the principality, the voice of the princess reached all branches of the adventurer guild. I still remember how the adventurers of the imperial capital became so frustrated at how they couldn't do anything. I am certain that is how adventurers should be. Adventurers are people who respond to the cry for help. Even if they are idiotic and thoughtless at times, they have my full support. The figure of the adventurers across the continent who responded to the princess's cry for help was my ideal. Whether you are a guild chief or an emperor, I will not allow you to insult them. Isn't that wonderful? Anyone who listened to you would probably all praise such an ideal. However, not every human is so wonderful, nor we can live by beautiful ideals alone. With profit to be made, they will all support me and look forward to the realistic result. That was how I expanded this guild. It is undeniable that many adventurers have benefited from that. No matter what I do, they will continue to support me as long as I can make a profit for them. That's how adventurers are. What's so wrong with insulting them? How terrible. Totally. Eigor and Linares muttered astoundedly. Jack annoyingly frowned while No Name only sat quietly. Torosin, who thought that he managed to silence us, snorted and continued to speak. Say whatever you want. I will be elected again. After that, I will make sure that all SS rank adventurers are under the council's control. Don't think that you can act however you want like you are now. I will not let anyone oppose me. Guild Chief. I think that a person like you would be great leading a company instead, you know. Clyde said to Torosin. I agree with him. Torosin certainly has an effective business mind. However, his mindset is incompatible with adventurers. Still, the chief of the Adventurer Guild is not supposed to be a businessman. If what you care about most is your own profit, then you cannot lead the adventurers scattered all across this continent. Adventurers have played a vital role ever since the appearance of the Demon King. We pledge no allegiance to any country as our only job is to defeat the monsters. We are the ones who maintain the balance of the continent. To do that, we need an ideal to follow. And the person standing on top of this guild must not forget that. Don't you dare lecture me. I only left your deputy chief position alone because you have the trust of the adventurers. If you are against me, then I have no need for you. You can try getting elected with that ideal of yours. But don't think for a second that you can win. In the end, what you need to win is the vote count. As long as I have my connections and resources, I will never lose, Torosin declared. On the other hand, Finn was about to open her mouth as she can't take any more of this. However, I stopped her with my hand. There is no need for her to say anything. After all, there is only one thing we need to say to Torosin. And all SS rank adventurers say it at the same time. Don't look down on adventurers. The moment we said that, hectic footsteps can be heard from the outside. Then the door violently swung open. Chief, it's a disaster. What? Did a monster appear? No, sir. The adventurers in the headquarters are rioting. They are demanding to meet you, sir. Rather, even the staff are joining them now. What? How did that happen? That is, since earlier, your words have been echoing through the headquarters. This guy is probably one of Torosin's followers. I can see the despair on his face. That's right, Torosin just doomed himself. Realizing that, Torosin turned his eyes toward me. In response, I grinned behind my mask. It's you. Sorry, but even with one small gesture, I can easily activate a spell that can carry your voice to everyone in the guild you see. Saying so, I tapped my finger on the round table again. The reason why I provoked Taurusin was to have Taurusin destroy himself. He did put on quite a show too. The SS rank adventurers were aware of it, so Eigor and Linares were only astounded at my evil plan while Jack was annoyed at my roundabout way of doing things. That's not what you promise. Didn't you give me your word that you will not say anything to them? The only promise we made was to not say anything to them personally. I was only expressing my love to the adventurers here. Everything else came directly from your mouth, no? Do you think that I will let such a quibble pass? You will. Didn't you say it yourself? Not every human is so wonderful. That is absolutely right. People have been telling me that I have no common sense, you see. It seems like it was thoughtless of me to arbitrarily spread your words to others here. Forgive me, Guild Chief. It seems I really do lack common sense. When I said that, Taurusin bitterly distorted his face while the SS rank adventurers plus Clyde and Finn all sigh at the same time. Chapter 299. Urgent Report. The council members including Taurusin left the room to control the situation. Only the SS rank adventurers and Clyde remained in the meeting room. If you still lose after this, then I don't know what to do, okay? Don't worry. There was originally a lot of dissatisfaction and opposition to how the chief runs things. No one will vote for him this time. That's reassuring. It was worth the effort to collect all SS rank adventurers. You saved me. It seems that I have troubled everyone here. Exactly. There won't be next time, okay? Clyde. I know. Clyde nods to Jack. Clyde is the person most likely to win the election. There should be a lot of people who will give up this election because of him. That's how strong Clyde's influence is. As a former adventurer, he knows what it's like on the field, and even after joining the council his priority is still to those adventurers. One could say that the chief position is suitable for him. Will you change the members of the council? There won't be much change. They are the head of their respective department. I will have them continue their work as council members. Even though they were wagging their tails to Taurusin, that's also a valid move. They did what they could while doing their best to protect their subordinates. Taurusin has been transferring people out left and right after all. Well, if you are fine with it. Linares muttered so and concluded the topic. His face is saying that doesn't like such a development, but if it is what Clyde decided, then he will not say anything extra about it. Clyde. Sorry, but I'm getting thirsty here. I will immediately prepare something. Elder Eigor. If it's over then I'm going back. Ah, thank you. No Name. I never thought that you would give Silver a hand. I was only betting on the winning side. There's no need to thank me. Not at all. Your help is much appreciated. Thank you very much. No Name-san. I have done nothing that warrants your gratitude. Miss Finn. But you did throw us a lifeboat, didn't you? Thanks to you, Silver-sama was able to smoothly proceed with the negotiation. That's. I only want to quickly conclude the negotiation. Great. They are getting along. To be able to make No Name talk to her so much with only a few days. As expected of Finn. While I was impressed with Finn's feat, Clyde suggested something to me. Silver. When I become the chief, I am thinking about establishing a certain rule. A certain rule? What is it? It's a rule that involves all SS rank adventurers. In case that all SS rank adventurers agree, the council can be dissolved. I think that such a rule is necessary to prevent something troublesome like this from happening again. I won't stop you if you want to make that a rule, but it won't have much meaning, you know. I know. The only one who can gather all SS rank adventurers that are scattered all over the continent is you alone. This rule would be a powerful tool with your ability, but without you, it can't do much. However, with such a rule in place, it will make the council think twice before pulling something like this again. Do whatever you want. With or without that rule, SS rank adventurers will be the same as always. We will live as we pleased and take down anyone who gets in our way. That's it. Clyde bitterly smiled in response. Clyde, who has traveled the continent as an S-rank adventurer, was subjected to the whimsical nature of the SS-rank adventurers, so he has a good understanding of us. Of course, SS-rank adventurers rarely cooperate with each other, so he must understand that this time is a special case. That's why he is proposing this rule. It will serve to remind future councils that this might happen to them too. That's quite thorough of him. Clyde, the tea still isn't ready yet. I'm sorry. I will get to it now. Elder Eigor, you should stop having the deputy guild chief brew the tea for you, okay? I'm thirsty. And he used to brew the tea for me, you know? When he was still a novice, that is. When the deputy guild chief was still a novice. Just how long ago was that? Seriously, you really have a strange sense of time. Never mind that. Where's my tea, my tea? Wine for me, please. I'm going home. Seriously, how can they be so selfish? Compared to these guys, I am still the one who has common sense after all. Thinking so, I started preparing a transfer gate for each of them. However, I was immediately disrupted. Suddenly, the door swung open. Deputy Guild Chief, it's an emergency. What? Did the chief do something? No, the turmoil outside is still ongoing, but we just received information that a giant monster has appeared in the Sokol Empire's western region. The person who entered the meeting room was a young woman. They must have been contacted by remote communication. Even in this turmoil, she is still seriously doing her job. Still, she must have been quite panicked, as Clyde is the only one who reflected in her eyes right now. We were told that Sokol has dispatched their army to intercept the monster. They are mobilizing from Karelia, the largest city in their western region. The adventurers in the area are inadequate to handle the monster. Every branch in the Sokol Empire is requesting us to dispatch SS-rank adventurers, sir. A giant monster appearing inside Sokol Empire. We need more information. There's no need, right? With everyone here saying so, I open the transfer gate to Karelia. I alone should be enough. Don't say that, No Name. I was bored sitting here already. Me too. It's okay, I will let you have the finishing blow. They each have their reason. However, all SS-rank adventurers stood up. Perhaps she finally noticed the identity of the people gathered here. The young woman's body trembled. They are all here. By my order as the Deputy Guild Chief, all SS-rank adventurers are allowed to participate in this quest. Still, since all 5 of you will be going, do not level the terrain, okay? That will depend on the monster. I can't say I'm good at that. This old body isn't good at it either. Me too. We will do our best to avoid that. But I will be the one who takes the finishing blow. Clyde turned his uneasy gaze toward us. Meanwhile, Finn quietly lowered her head. Have a safe trip, everyone. While lightly raising my hand to Finn say goodbye to Finn, we entered the transfer gate. Arc 31. Chapter 305. The 7th Division that was dispatched to intercept the monster is almost wiped out. The giant monster is still steadily heading toward the city, sir. Benjarov, Lord of Karelia, the largest city of the western region of the Sokol Empire, couldn't help but moan at the worsening situation. He has long grey hair and a white beard. Despite being over 60 years old, Benjarov is still the lord of one of the largest cities in Sokol Empire. This man is also experienced in warfare, as he has fought countless battles against the Empire. Still, even with so much experience under his belt, Benjarov has never encountered a monster that can wipe out an entire interception unit this quickly. What's the Adventurer Guild's opinion? They said that judging from its appearance, it seems to be a green plant tiger, but they have never recorded any with this size before, sir. They think that it might be a mutated species. Ridiculous. How could such a monster suddenly appear inside a powerful nation like ours? Are they saying that a sudden mutation like this could happen at any time? Benjarov slams his sword on the ground. It has been his companion that fought together with him for many years, but right now it is no different from a wooden stick. What are the characteristics of green plant tiger? Although it resembles a tiger, it is a plant-type monster that possesses high regeneration power, and it can also produce a copy of itself. The recorded size has reached up to dozens of meters large, but according to the Adventurer Guild, it can produce enough copies of itself to overwhelm an army, sir. An almost unkillable monster that can face off against an entire army. Vengerov looks up at the high wall surrounding Karelia. Cities located in the western region of the so-called empire, which neighbor the empire's border, have more than adequate preparation for a defensive battle. Among them, Karelia boasts its defensive capability as one of the so-called empire's key cities. However, that was against human opponents. To think that I would see the day when Karelia seems so unreliable. Vengerov has no family. His wife passed away at a young age and his eldest son lost his life shielding Vengerov in a battle against the empire. For Vengerov, the people of Karelia are his family. That's why Vengerov immediately made his decision. Gather up the children, the women, and the elderly. We will evacuate them away from Karelia. You, understood. However, where would they go? It would be too dangerous to direct them toward the central region. The monster is blocking their path toward the center of the empire, so it would be dangerous to escape there. However, even if they choose to evacuate the civilians to a nearby city, the monster threat still remains. They have no safe escape route. Except for one. Evacuate them to the empire's eastern border. The empire's eastern border? Are you sane, sir? Of course I am. I have fought against the empire countless times already. That's why I know the Adler clan well. They are the clan of dream chasers that still managed to rule the middle part of the continent to this day. Each one of the imperial family that they sent to the front line were all annoyingly excellent. Exactly, sir. Even young master was. They did take away my son. Still, it was my fault for bringing my son along even though he was against the war. The imperial army only repelled our invading army. I have fought my share after that. Battle after battle and ceasefire after ceasefire, each time their imperial family was always present. I couldn't help but want to kill them. But that is exactly why we can trust them. They will never abandon the civilians. However, right now they are in the middle of a civil war. Even the empire surely cannot afford to accept any refugee right now. I don't care about that. To them, their circumstances don't matter. Their imperial family took it up as a duty to accept and manage the people that come their way. They are excellent enough to do that. Especially that princess general. In this kind of situation, no general is more reliable than her. As soon as he concluded that, Vengerov gave out his order again. Gather up the civilians and evacuate them to the west gate. Those who can fight are to gather at the east gate. Even if it only amounts to 1 second, we will stall that monster as long as possible. As you command. I hope the SS rank adventurer will be able to get here in time. SS rank adventurers can show up anywhere. If Silver can come and go anywhere like a phantom as the rumor says, then we might be able to expect that. It's a shame though, that man has always operated around the Empire's capital. He has never appeared in Sokol. No Name won't make it in time. This incident is all too sudden after all. They have already requested the dispatch of SS rank adventurers. For a monster that can annihilate an entire army, dispatching normal high-ranking adventurers would be useless. Although it might be excessive, it is common sense to hit something like that with the highest firepower. That's where SS rank adventurers come in. However, there are times when they cannot respond to a sudden threat like this. Vengerov knows that to be the case this time. That's why he gave an evacuation order. Let's go. Prepared for death, Vengerov picked up his sword and put it on his waist. Rezhev, an A-rank adventurer of the Karelia Branch Adventurer Guild, was a young man with a dream. He became an adventurer due to his desire to be a hero. He believed that one day he would encounter a mighty foe, defeat it after a battle to the death and make a name for himself. However, in front of the mighty monster he had dreamt of, Rezhev couldn't even take a step. The monster that has approached the city of Karelia is a green plant tiger. Its height was dozens of meters and its length from head to tail seemed to have exceeded 100 meters. In front of that giant tiger, Rezhev couldn't even hold up his beloved sword. Ha, ha ha. A dry laugh escaped him. The Lord, his knights, and the adventurers have gathered on top of the city wall. The arrows and spells that they have fired at it in desperation seem to have no effect. Reality is much crueler than the illusion he dreamt of. He thought that even if it is a monster that requires an SS rank adventurer to defeat, he would at least be able to put up a fight. However, when he stood in front of it, he immediately realized, there's no way that he can fight that thing. We are just a pebble to that beast. Just as how humans don't care about the pebbles on the street, this monster doesn't even pay any attention to them. And like how a pebble can't possibly fight a human cannot fight this monster either. They can't even serve as its opponent. His sword technique and the experiences with monsters that he has accumulated as an adventurer are meaningless against this thing. The scale is too different. Why did he dream about encountering such a thing? Rezhev resented his child self. He had dreamt of becoming an adventurer who could help anyone. That was how he got here, only to realize how meaningless his effort is. As long as you are a human, you cannot beat this monster. It is something that was decided on the species level. Thinking so, Rezhev cast his eyes down. Then, the sky became dark. Wondering what happened, Rezhev looked up at the sky and muttered, "Ah, so it was only a stupid dream after all." The monster raised its forelegs high above the wall, and it came down. Like trampling on a pebble on the side of the road, this monster will just crush the wall and break through Karelia. Thinking so, Rezhev's body shakes. Not because of fear, but his boiling anger. "Don't fuck with me. Don't you dare look down on humans." Rezhev raised his sword to the sky even though he knows that it would be useless. Even when he knew that it was completely useless, he at least wanted to get a hit in. No matter how small it is, he wanted to inflict pain upon this monster. That was the feeling behind his sword. However, at that moment, the monster was blown away from the city. Did my hidden power awaken and blew away the monster? With a short-lived misunderstanding, Rezhev trembled with joy for a moment, but soon he felt the sense of intimidation that was strong enough to blow away his joy and looked up at the sky. There stood a mage clad in a black robe whose face was concealed by a silver mask. "You have done well enduring so far, knights and adventurers of Karelia. Now, 5 of us SS rank adventurers will defeat the enemy monster." Repeat. 5 of us SS rank adventurers will defeat the enemy monster. Leave the rest to us. Those words were heard by everyone who stood on top of the wall. Every single one of them doubted those words before their bodies trembled and rejoiced. 5. Chapter 301. Correction 4. A giant monster was about to trample the wall of Karelia. I stopped it from bringing its 4 feet down with a barrier and pushed it back with the same, restricting its movement. Then, "You have done well enduring so far, knights and adventurers of Karelia. Now, 5 of us SS rank adventurers will defeat the enemy monster." Repeat. 5 of us SS rank adventurers will defeat the enemy monster. Leave the rest to us. I issued a warning to everyone standing on the walls. After all, the force needed to repel this kind of monster will be quite powerful. They've come to save us her. On top of the wall, an old man with a white beard muttered so. Around him are several knights that seem to be his escorts. "Are you the lord of this city?" "Indeed. I am Vengerov, the lord of Karelia. I have a question in return. Are you Silver?" "Yeah, that's right. I happened to be at the headquarters earlier, so I came. Together with the other 4. I see. So the guild thought that it required all of you together to defeat it. That's not the case. We only came because we were free." Before I knew it, No Name arrived next to me who was floating midair. And Eigor, who answered the Lord's question, casually pulled out a chair, placed it next to the Lord, and started sipping tea. Vengerov lost his posture and stepped back at his sudden appearance, but there was a person who supported him from behind. "You have to consider your attitude more, Elder Eigor." "Ah, sorry about that, Lord San." It was Linares who appeared behind Vengerov. As expected, these guys are really fast her. I transferred them to the outskirts of the city and headed to the wall first using another transfer magic, but they caught up with me using normal means of travel. Eigor even procured a chair and tea in the process. "What about Jack?" "He said that he is going to grab a drink." "I see. Excuse me, Lord Dono. It seems that it will only be the four of us here. Me alone is enough. When I corrected myself, No Name pulled out the dissipator. I released the barrier holding down the giant monster and instead erected one to cover the surrounding, preventing the dissipator from destroying it. No Name held her sword up and swung it down with all she got. Then, a slash composed of a large amount of magic power heads toward the giant monster. The slash splendidly hit the giant monster and a curtain of smoke was raised from the impact. No matter how big it is, it's still a green plant tiger. It's not a monster that is worth our time in the first place. I sigh at No Name's words. Then I ask Eigor for his opinion since he is the one who is most familiar with monsters here. Elder Eigor, have you ever seen such a huge green plant tiger? Can't say I have. A green plant tiger wasn't supposed to be that big in the first place. Maybe it's a mutant. Probably. But there's also another possibility too. You are thinking what I am thinking, right? Probably. Eigor sips his tea while replying so. As we were having such a conversation, the dust cleared up. From behind the dust emerged two green plant tigers. However, they seem to be unscathed and are probably preparing their counterattack. It made a copy of itself after receiving my blow. Even if it's a green plant tiger, that regeneration speed is too fast. The green plant tigers surely are monsters that possess high regenerative ability. Since they are originally a plant, it can continue to regenerate itself if it maintains contact with the earth. While they were designated as AAA rank monsters, their regeneration shouldn't be able to keep up with the damage from No Name's attack. On top of the mutation that increased its size, this ability is going to be troublesome. So it is not a normal mutation. And, any opinion, you two? It's probably an evolution slime. There's no other possibility. Ha! That super rare monster her. Linares tiredly muttered. Evolution slime is only a simple slime at first glance. However, it can consume other creatures and makes its appearance and characteristics its own. The troublesome part about this ability is that this slime can exert more power than the consumed creature. It is indeed an evolution. By consuming its target, it can evolve further than the target itself. However, its ability is rarely seen since it is only a normal slime if it doesn't assimilate anything. They are often overlooked because of their powerlessness and they normally got preyed on naturally as they possess no power to survive in the wild against other monsters. They are a super rare type of monster. No one knows how they are born and it is said that they are a mutated species of slime, but some even say that it is an entirely different species. An evolution slime that consumed a green plant tiger. That should be its true identity. It would raise a question of how did an evolution slime consume an AAA rank green plant tiger though. Let's leave that to the guild. We should worry more about how to handle the monster in front of us first. There are two ways to deal with these troublesome slimes. You either annihilate it entirely or destroy the small core inside its body. Annihilation it is. Annihilation of course. Annihilation her. Ha! Eigor stands up from his chair while Linares lightly cracks his shoulder. Perhaps wanting to unleash an even more powerful blow, No Name began gathering magic power into dissipator. I have one thing to say to those three. I don't mind you doing that, but don't level the terrain in the process. That's a tall order. I am planning to gouge it out from the ground. To annihilate something like that, the two mountains behind that thing will have to disappear in the process. Are you holding back because you are the Empire's SS rank adventurer? Please don't mind about something like that. It will cause more damage if we leave it alone after all. Didn't you people listen? Clyde said it himself. Do not level the terrain. Eigor frowns at my words while Linares put his hand on his cheek as though he found it to be troublesome. There's no change in No Name's attitude as she is still holding up the dissipator. Since Clyde's dominant in the guild right now, if we change the landscape here, the responsibility might fall on him. So no leveling the terrain. Right, since we all came here together, we have to keep our promise her. Even so, it's hard to find such a small core, you know. If we can't level the terrain because there are 5 of us here, then if all of you go back, wouldn't that mean I can do whatever I want? You think I will let you do whatever you want after I used my transfer magic for you? I will not allow you to do as you please. That's strange, isn't it? If the so-called empire suffers, the empire will have it much easier, you know? The Eastern Border Defense Force can use the chance to move after all. It doesn't matter what country we are in. It is the people that should be our priority. This monster already caused a lot of damage to this area. We should avoid damaging this place any more than this. Saying so, I look around. Even if this area is damaged, the military power of the so-called empire will not decline. That's how this country is. Causing damage here will only be giving the people in this area a hard time in the future. Plus, right now I am not a prince of the empire. I am an adventurer. I will explain the content of this mission. Minimize the damage to the surroundings and search for the core of the evolution slime. Don't even by mistake release any powerful attack, alright? Good grief. For a time-killing quest, this one sure is difficult. I'm troubled. I'm not good at holding back too. I will be the one that delivers the final blow to the core. That is my condition. Do whatever you want. Now then, we will be intercepting its attack for the time being. It's coming. The moment I said that, the evolution slime's regeneration was completed and it has sent countless objects flying our way. Chapter 302. Artificial. Flying at us were green plant tigers. Every one of them is about the same size as a normal green plant tiger. They are probably clones the evolution slime made. Over 1,000 of those clones flew at us. If they are birds it would be one thing, but it's quite a rare sight to witness a horde of tigers flying your way. Tigers do not fly in the first place, and they won't come at you with this number either. Hi. What the hell is that? They are coming this way. Screams were raised at various parts of the wall. But I do not do anything in particular about it. I will leave the city defense to you guys. I will be looking for the core. You are supposed to be the one who's best at defending, right? If you think you can find the core, then by all means change places with me. How unpleasant. It will make us seem incompetent, you know. Seriously. Saying so, Linares consecutively shot his straight fist into the sky. The released straight fists were accompanied by thunderous sound, and the flock of tigers that were covering the sky was pierced with a big hole. However, that is still not enough. It's a hassle to hold back, you see. It can't be helped. I will take care of the rest. If some get past me, please take care of it, Elder Eigor. Got it. Saying so, No Name slashes the flock of tigers with Dispater. With that single slash, most of the tigers were wiped out. There are only a few left. They are currently trying to get past the wall. Since there are still many people who have not evacuated, it would be bad to let them breach the city. However, Eigor does not move. Silversama. The tigers are. Vengerov asks me for help since Eigor did not move. However, I did not respond because I was concentrating on searching for the core. Instead, Eigor opened his mouth. I already cut them. What? Vengerov looked at the remaining tigers astonishingly. The tigers that landed around the center of the city fell apart and completely lost their form after taking only a few steps. If it was shredded to such an extent, then it shouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. Hurry up, Silver. We are not particularly fond of being on the receiving end. Don't rush me. I am searching for a tiny core inside that giant moving target. It would be nice if you can understand how hard that is. How about throwing it into the sky with your transfer magic? If it's midair, then you don't have to worry about the terrain, you know. How much magic power do you think I would need to keep that giant monster in the sky? Searching for the core is much more efficient whether I use transfer magic or just holding it up using other magic. I would resort to that if there's no other way, but there are many skilled people who hold the same rank as me around. That's why I don't feel like resorting to that method. In the first place, I have to use transfer magic again to send them home, so I don't want to waste any more magic power than this. Even though I have recovered some of it, I might fall asleep again if I wasted any more than this. Moreover, this appearance of the evolution slime seems artificial. If it was only me who attended the inquiry, I would have to handle this alone. Moreover, if I unleash an attack that will terraform the area here, there's no doubt that it will be used against me in the inquiry. In that case, I would have no choice but to spend my magic power. Magic power and time. I will be robbed of both. Is it someone from the Empire or another country? I don't know what their goal is, but it is certain now that someone does not want the presence of silver in the Empire. If that's the case, then I can see this as one of their moves. If the inquiry was also their work, then it would be unwise to go all out here. It's a hassle, but I will make use of these problem children to save my magic power. You should probably close an eye even if the terrain were to change a bit. With this many SS rank adventurers, we would be laughed at if we can't at least avoid that, you know. I'd love to let them laugh as much as they want, but since Deputy Guild Chief standing is also on the line, let's keep going with this. Seriously. It'd be nice if Jack could take my place now. Right. This is his specialty after all. Certainly, if we have Jack, then we would have a much easier time. I'd left the defense to Jack and quickly search for the core. With these three, I was worried that they would accidentally level the terrain, so I couldn't concentrate so easily. When I thought so, the evolution slime expanded for a moment. I can stop its movement with a barrier, but I can't prevent it from discharging more of its clones. If I want to completely prevent that, I'd have to completely cover it with a barrier. However, it is difficult to create a barrier like that. It's going to do something again. The moment I said that, the appearance of the evolution slime changed. From a tiger to a bird. I adjusted the barrier to block its main body, but it is still releasing countless clones of itself. So it didn't only consume a green plant tiger her, thorny sparrow her. This is getting more and more troublesome. Eigor judged the name of the monster by the form the slime took. As the name suggests, the thorny sparrows are sparrows that are covered with thorns. Their thorns can be shot out, but what makes them troublesome is the speed. A thorny sparrow is a monster that will charge at you with a bullet-like speed and damage you with its thorns. I wonder how a slime could capture such a thing. Someone must have fed it. If it's only the green plant tiger, then it could still barely be glossed over as a coincidence. However, a slime capturing a thorny sparrow that can fly in the sky at high speed is simply impossible. Evolution slime cannot consume corpses, nor can it consecutively assimilate multiple preys. The only case where it can exhibit the characteristics of two separate monsters is when it consumes two monsters at the same time. There's no way that it would be able to find a dying thorny sparrow and green plant tiger lying around in the wild. This is bad. No more probing. I will take care of it now. Keep looking. We will do what we can to intercept them as much as possible. As much as possible won't cut it here though. There's no problem even if some get past us. Jack is in the city after all. You are telling me to trust that drunkard? Don't look down on him. Even like that, he is still one of the best adventurers I know. He won't let any monsters do as they pleased. Then I will trust in your judgment, Elder Eigor. I continue searching for the core without intercepting the enemy. Countless thorny sparrows are flying toward us. If we ignore the collateral damage, then each of us has enough power to blow them all away with a single attack, but since that is prohibited, it will be difficult for us to completely intercept them. These guys are apparently worse at holding back more than I thought. The power they are exhibiting is not to the level I expected because they are trying too much to decrease their firepower. It's surprising to me that Elder Eigor is holding Jack in such a high regard, you know. Obviously. There's no way that a fellow drinker like him is a bad person. If it seems like the people in the city will be hurt, then I will take care of it. Silver, if it comes to that, then I will use my full power to eliminate that slime. Let's pray that it won't happen then. While having a little regret believing in Eigor's groundless judgment, I look at the evolution slime that got caught inside my barrier. In case of emergency, there would be no choice but to annihilate it without caring about collateral damage. Evolution slime cannot consecutively assimilate new targets, but it can do that after a period of time. If we let these winged clones go unchecked, the situation will become even more troublesome. Such a nasty monster. A group that would do such a stupid thing would be Grimoire, but I don't know whether they are related to this incident or not. But if they are really related, then just how much disaster will they spread until they are satisfied? Although I already judged them as my enemy, they might be a foe worthy of all the SS rank adventurers here to band together to destroy. Thinking so, I saw the thorny sparrows steadily breaching into the city at the edge of my vision and lightly clicked my tongue. Chapter 303. Jack. Upon arriving in Corellia, Jack immediately parted ways with the other SS rank adventurers and set out on a journey in search of delicious alcohol. However, they all closed up shop here. Jack mutters as he walks through the empty city. Of course, no one would open their store when a giant monster is approaching their city. Plus, many have already evacuated to the west gate, so there's no point for anyone to open up shop now. Alcohol, alcohol, alcohol. Isn't there anywhere I can find one? Wandering around like a street thug, Jack continues his search through the city for alcohol. Then, Jack found an inn that is still operating. An inn. They should at least have some stocked up, right? As soon as he found the inn, Jack immediately opened the door. Several old men were lightly drinking inside. They all puzzledly looked at Jack. Who are you? Haven't seen you around before. I've been traveling, you see. Mind if I join in? Arriving here at a time like this, you sure are unlucky her. The old men muttered so with a bitter smile. They all looked like they already gave up on running away. Old-timers like us can't live anywhere else. We want to die in this city. But you are different, right? We won't badmouth you or anything, just run away while you can. I came all this way to have the taste of Corellia's alcohol. I can't escape without trying one, you know. You really are a strange one. Nina-chan, someone as weird as you finally came, you know. Saying so, the old men call out to the back of the inn. Then a girl in an apron who seemed to be in her late teens came out from the back of the inn. She is a girl with brown hair and a few freckles on her face. She shows Jack a charming smile and urges him to sit. Yes, yes. Welcome. Are you alone? Yeah, I'm alone. For the time being, give me some alcohol. Some snacks too. Yes. Certainly. Please wait a moment. She is probably the only one working right now. The girl called Nina is busy returning back and forth serving the food to the old men. Jack waits for his alcohol while observing the situation. Then, soon after, alcohol and snacks arrive at Jack's table. Thank you, miss. No, Corellia's alcohol is really excellent after all. Please enjoy it. Nina-chan. You've already done serving us customers, right? You should escape now. We won't think badly of you at all. Even if I run away, there's no guarantee that I can escape, right? Then rather than running away, I'd prefer protecting my sleeping father and his shop like this. My dad opened this inn for adventurers. If we have to close up shop because of a monster, then there's no meaning to this inn, right? After pouring alcohol into a glass, Jack gulps it down. Even Jack, who has tried many alcohols before, finds its taste to be pleasant. After admiring the delicious famous alcohol of Corellia, Jack speaks to Nina. You are quite courageous. Miss, what's wrong with your dad? He's sleeping because of an illness. It's nothing serious, but traveling is. The bright Nina showed a dark expression for the first time. After seeing that expression, his drink didn't taste as good as it was the first time. Thinking that alcohol is best enjoyed in a pleasant mood, Jack sighs. Meanwhile, there was a rattling noise coming from the second floor. Nina's gaze turned to the stairs. Wait. Otu-san, what are you doing? That's my line. Hurry up and escape already. Grabbing the railing, Nina's father came down the stairs. Then he turned toward Jack, who was drinking by himself. Are you an adventurer? What if I am? I beg you, take my daughter and run away. Nina's father, who opened an inn for adventurers for many years, could see a part of Jack's ability. In the first place, there would be no one who can casually drink alcohol in a situation like this. An inexperienced adventurer would see this as an opportunity and headed to intercept the monster. And if it is a veteran adventurer, then he would go to escort the evacuating people already. Jack, who is neither of those, seemed mysterious in Nina's father's eyes, but that is exactly why he wanted to entrust her with Jack. It's too late to run away now, you know. The monster is already at the wall. The adventurers are probably intercepting it right now. Even if the monster was stopped, there might be aftermath. High-ranking adventurers from the guild already arrived at the wall. It won't come to that. We don't know that for sure. Please. This is getting tedious. No matter how many times you ask, I will not accept the quest. I don't want to force myself on someone who doesn't want to escape in the first place. That's right. Otu-san. I will stay here in this inn with you. I already decided that. Nina says so and pushes her father back upstairs. Perhaps because he was pushing himself, he couldn't resist Nina at all. After a while, Nina came back. She then gave another bottle of alcohol to Jack. I didn't order that, you know. It is the trouble fee. I am sorry for my father. It's natural for a father to act like that. Seeing his beloved daughter trying to protect himself and his inn. How happy would that be? However, it is exactly because of that feeling that he can't accept this. Jack understood the feelings of Nina's father. However, then, why did you not accept the request? I can't let a parent selfishly make a decision for their child. I have a daughter too, you see. It was because he felt Nina's iron will to stay that he refused the request. It is natural for a parent to want their child to escape. But the daughter also has her own feelings. For Jack, whose wife took his daughter and ran away, it is a request that he can't accept. What kind of girl is she? Well, I haven't seen her in a long time. I hope that I can get to see her someday, but I've already decided. I will never deny her way of life. Jack drinks while remembering his small daughter. However, the taste of alcohol keeps getting worse. It was natural. The last time he saw his small daughter was when she was crying and reaching her hand out for Jack as he headed out for a mission. When she told him not to leave, he didn't pay it any mind. Back then, he only prioritized climbing through the rank of adventurers. That bitter memory ruined the taste of alcohol for him. It's always like this. He could only think of the first sip as delicious. After that, the taste will only get worse and worse. You are a good father, dear customer. A good father. Me. Let me tell you this, my wife and daughter ran out on me, you know. All because of my own selfishness. But even now you are still thinking about your daughter, right? You are the same as my dad. Ha! I am not such a wonderful father like your dad, miss. Saying so, Jack smiled at himself. The old men started making noise. Nina-chan, there's a monster outside. Quick, hide. At that time, a thorny sparrow rushed in from outside the inn. It broke the window, and the old men and Nina screamed. However, in that instant, the sparrow was immediately pulverized. Ha! What happened to them? While astounded at the monster's appearance, Jack put the bow in his hand on his shoulder. He then searched his shirt pocket. Oh, I was sure that I have one left. There it is. Saying so, Jack looked at the coin he pulled out from his pocket and frowned. Still, thinking that there's nothing he can do, he put the coin on the table. The alcohol and snacks were delicious. Don't worry about the change. Ha! What? When Nina saw the color of the coin he put on the table, she yelled and started shaking. After all, what he just put down was a rainbow coin. The change. Just use it for your father's medical expenses. That's the only coin I have with me right now. No way. We cannot possibly accept this. It's for the delicious alcohol. And your bravery, miss. If you can't spend it all, then I will be using the rest when I come back. Who are you? The name is Jack. An SS rank adventurer. Even looking like this, I am the best bowman on the continent, you know. My wife and daughter ran out on me though. Saying so, Jack leaves the inn. He then looked up at the sky and sighed. What are those guys doing? Countless thorny sparrows are flying above the city. It seemed that Eigor and the others were trying to keep them out of the city, but it seemed that since they don't have enough hands, the monsters gradually breached their defense and came in little by little. Seeing that, Jack took out a small toy-like arrow. When magic power flows through the toy-like arrow, it changes into an elongated arrow. Jack then knocked it on his bow and aimed it to the sky. All or nothing. Reach heaven and rain down. Magic bow secret move. Focused scattered rain of light. It was the secret technique of the magic bow that Mia once used. After chanting the same incantation, Jack fired the arrow. The giant arrow of light soars to the sky and descends down toward the city. At the same time, the arrow of light began to diffuse. The number is not the same as Mia's. Over 10,000 small light arrows rain on the city. The amazing thing about this is that all of them perfectly hit their marks. Each one of them hit the sparrows that were flying in the sky. With just one attack, the sparrows were wiped out. After confirming that, Jack instantly scaled up the wall. What kind of wind carried you here, Jack? Since you guys played around too much, those guys ended up ruining my drinks. I'm cleaning this up. Saying so, Jack's sight turned toward the evolution slime. Chapter 304. Correction 5. As expected of you, Jack. You completely wiped out those birds. A number advantage doesn't work on a user of magic bow after all. That aside, what were you guys doing? That kind of monster, you could just blow it away with a single blow, right? Jack suspiciously stares at us. In response, I immediately answered. I am busy looking for the core of that slime. Slime? Did your mask block your eye holes or something? That's clearly a bird, right? Since you are being serious, I will let that slide. You wanna go, punk? Hearing my reply, Jack angrily glares at me. I almost respond to that by letting out killing intent. Calm down. I'm the person with common sense here. That's an evolution slime. It's a super rare monster that evolves by assimilating other monsters. Why is such an annoying monster here? In the first place, why are you looking for a slime core in a situation like this? Are you an idiot? I sigh at the expected question. This guy also didn't listen to a word from Clyde her. No, he didn't even want to take part in this in the first place. I guess that's a natural question. We were told by Clyde to not level the area here, right? We gave up on annihilating the slime and switched to searching for its core instead. I am searching for the core while those three are fighting the clones while holding back. Holding back? Those guys. Having a dragon try knitting would be easier, you know. I think so too, but we don't have enough manpower. If you joined us from the beginning, then there wouldn't be a problem in the first place though. Are they mocking us or something? It couldn't be helped. We are bad at holding back after all. I've been saying this from the start, right? We shouldn't consider not destroying the area here in the first place. Each of them has their own reaction. Linares has a complicated expression on his face. Eigor already gave up arguing, and No Name claimed that our method was wrong from the start. These guys are useless in a situation like this, probably because they are all power type. It would somehow work out if the opponent is a single strong individual, but this time it is trying to overwhelm us with numbers. A great number of opponents, and these guys who always cause damage to the surrounding have poor compatibility. Well, originally such incompatibility won't have any effect in the first place though. With 4 SS rank adventurers gathered together, who would think that all of you would do something so roundabout like this? I thought that there wouldn't be a turn for me in the first palace. Just give up. We can use nothing more than half of our power. Then isn't it okay if the reward is only divided between me and Silver? Once he finds the core, I will shoot it down. That's not the deal. I am supposed to be the one giving it the finishing blow. I want to work out a little bit more too. Me 3. No matter what is happening, it seems like they are still playing her. It is true that it will take us some time to take it down while holding back, but each of them can blow that monster away with a single attack if they feel like it. Still, this is a monster that isn't worth using their real power against, so they can't take the situation seriously. So, Silver, where's the core at? Don't tell me you still couldn't find it, all right? Don't take me for a fool. Of course, I already found it. I create a small barrier just below the center of the slime. That will serve as a mark. The slime's core is there. Alright, I will take it from here. Why would I leave it to a useless guy like you? What would you do if you fail? Who are you calling useless? It's you. You useless mask. Jack. I don't mind fighting you before that monster, you know. You want to fight me even though you can't even adjust your strength. Leave the sleep talking when you are actually asleep. I have no need to hold back against you, right? What you said just now showed a clear difference between us. As an adventurer, you are inferior to Silver. You want to fight me in the country that you are based in? This country will be destroyed, you know. That's how I want it. I have no attachment to this country after all. Jack and No Name's killing intent swell up. Eigor and Linares seem to have given up on stopping them. Seriously, it's so troublesome that their personalities clash like this. What a pointless quarrel. If you are an adventurer, then show your ability through the result. The result? I am going to intercept its clones. The one who destroys the slime's core first win. Of course, without leveling the terrain here. We can't allow a battle between two SS rank adventurers here. This is not only about subjugating the monster after all. What is in it for me if I win? I will give you my share of the reward. Ha. Well, that's not so bad. I have nothing to gain here. I am not troubled with money, and it was me who was supposed to give the finishing blow in the first place. What? You chickened out? Then I will just shoot that thing down now. Just stay out of my way. Fine. I will buy that cheap provocation of yours. Jack made a cheap provocation at No Name and she bought it all out. This is the pinnacle of adventurers. While thinking that this doesn't seem like a conversation between SS rank adventurers at all, I didn't say anything as this is the best solution. Linares, Elder Eigor. Are you two fine with this? It's all right with me. Then, I will bet on No Name's side using my share of the reward, okay? Then I will bet on Jack. You don't mind us helping them out, right? Silver. Do whatever you want. Seriously. In this case, the Adventurer Guild was only requested to dispatch an SS rank adventurer. It was only on a whim that 5 of us came here. The standard fee of 3 rainbow coins will probably not be applied here. Perhaps we will get 1 or 2 rainbow coins each. Still, it is truly surreal to see them betting such an amount of money so easily. With this amount of rainbow coins flowing, an economy of a small nation would lose its stability. Sorry, Lord Dono. There's some correction. There will be 5 SS rank adventurers participating in this quest. And I am very sorry, but we will treat this subjugation as a competition. Well, if you can subjugate that monster then. In an emergency case, I will protect the area around here using a barrier. I don't know what these guys will do once they get heated up after all. While saying that to Vengerov, I look at Eigor and Linares with a frown under my mask. If they all get excited here, then it will be difficult to protect the terrain here. The match will be decided at the destruction of the core. No Name will be supported by Linares. Elder Eigor will support Jack. I will be on the defensive. If you destroy the landscape, then you will lose by default. Understood? This applies to everyone, alright? Leave it to me. I got it. Hurry up and start already. It will be an instant kill anyway. I'm ready. This is super worrying. What should I do? If I let them start like this, I might end up having to use some kind of ridiculous barrier here. Suddenly, I came up with an idea. That's right. Let's think about this in reverse. In the unlikely event that the terrain is destroyed, the person responsible will have to compensate for it on their own. Okay. What? I never agreed to that. Fine by me. By the way, if you don't show me that you really want to prevent that, then you will lose, okay? Don't think that you will just pay for it once you've destroyed everything, alright? Of course. She really thought about it. What a woman. That was dangerous. I can't let down my guard at all. Still, after I already said that much, they probably won't do that deliberately. I have already done everything I can. The rest is up to the gods. Then, get ready. Start. At the same time as I said that, Jack fired an arrow at the speed of God. Chapter 305. The Final Struggle. Ara, an impatient man will be hated, you know? Linares was the first to respond to Jack's God-speed arrow. Or rather, you wouldn't be able to intercept something like that unless you anticipate it and act at the same time. Linares leaped forward and jumped to the sky, blocking the trajectory of Jack's arrow. The arrow's trajectory was diverted and missed the core. With that being an arrow shot by Jack, it would be almost impossible for it to miss, but since that's Linares, there's no helping it. It was almost like he just kicked it away. Oi, Silver, that is allowed. Well, he didn't interfere directly with you after all. TSK, don't mess with me. While Jack was cursing, Linares already moved into an attacking position. In response, the evolution slime tries to intercept Linares by extending its countless thorns at him while maintaining its form as a thorny sparrow. However, nice footholds. Linares approaches the slime without any difficulty, using its own thorns as his foothold. Even if he is bad at holding back, the difference in power here is clear. Attacks from the evolution slime will not do anything to the SS rank adventurers. Linares rushed through the incoming thorns and tried to hit the evolution slime. No Name will be the one who delivers the finishing blow, but Linares is probably thinking that he should prevent its counterattack beforehand. However, that's terrible. Elder Eigor. Oops. You were standing on that. My bad, my bad. Eigor smiles at him from on top of the city wall. He didn't seem to move at all, but the thorns of the evolution slime were all cut. He was so fast that I didn't even notice when he unsheathed his sword. If he went out of his way to take a stance, then he might end up slashing the terrain to her. Linares, who lost his footholds, landed on the ground. That move indeed stopped Linares, but the true attacker, No Name, has already made her move. No Name and I are the only SS rank adventurers that can fly in the sky. That No Name is right now descending from the sky and plunging toward the evolution slime's core. There should be no counterattack coming from it now. She should be able to destroy the core while it is regenerating from the earlier attack. Direct interference is not allowed. In response, Jack also fired his arrow, but No Name is faster. This is the end. Saying so, No Name wields the dissipator. However, at that moment, countless amounts of cores have grown from the slime. No Name definitely cut one down, but the evolution slime did not begin to collapse. What is this? They all seem to be real. Just cut all of them. When I examine it with my barrier, all of the cores seem to be genuine. Not dummies, all of them are genuine cores. So from its earlier experience, it judged that dividing itself is more effective than defending her. However, if that is the case, then this situation is dangerous. It seems like this is my win. Jack knocked an arrow with an intention to shoot at all of the cores. On the other hand, the evolution slime creates a giant thorny sparrow clone. The diffused arrow that Jack shot out was blocked by the giant sparrow. TSK. The destructive power of the diffused arrow is not that strong individually. To deal with such a thing, creating one powerful clone that can block such an attack is a wise move. However, if that happens, another one of us will have a turn to shine. Is it all right creating only one of that? Linares jumped up from the ground and delivered a kick to the cloned sparrow. The big sparrow that received his kick got blown away high in the sky and exploded midair. Nice assist. You drag queen. Excuse you. Jack shoots a countless diffused arrow at the cores again. However, Linares jumped at one of them and used it as a foothold again. Oi. Thank you for this. Do it now, No Name. I appreciate your help. Jack's arrow brilliantly pierced the cores, but Linares shifted the trajectory of one of them, leaving only one of the core intact. Without missing that chance, No Name moved in to cut it. After using its thorns to attack, dividing its core, and creating a huge clone, it seems that the evolution slime is already exhausted, so it doesn't look like it can divide its core again. This is the end. The moment I thought so. Eigor swings his katana. I won't let you. Eigor's slash bisected the evolution slime in two. The evolution slime that was horizontally bisected lost its lower half and collapsed while losing its form. As a result, the position of the core shifted and No Name lost her chance to attack. The problem was that earlier slash. It was far from his full power, but if I hadn't set up a barrier behind the evolution slime, it would surely cause damage to the surroundings. There's no next time, okay? Elder Eigor. That's only a little prank. More importantly, let's continue. Of course. Jack was ready. This should be the end. However, at that moment, the evolution slime produces a large number of sparrows as its last stand. The sparrows all head to the city of Karelia. There is no guarantee that they will immediately disappear if we destroy the main core. When I was preparing to intercept them, TSK, Jack shot down the flock of sparrows while clicking his tongue. WH, what are you doing? When Eigor lets out his scream, No Name has already cut the core, and the evolution slime's body slowly collapses. Chapter 306. After the subjugation. What are you doing? No sane adventurer would do that, you know. Shut up. I can't help but aim at them, right? You old fart. What do you think you have support for? Did you drink too much and forget the basics of teamwork? This got nothing to do with how much I drank. You were too slow to deal with it in the first place. If I couldn't make it, then there is still silver. Don't just rely on others to wipe your own ass. Jack and Eigor are engaging in an unsightly fistfight with each other on top of the wall. The people who were on the wall already went down to avoid getting caught up in their fight. Seriously. Cut it out already, you two. It's already ended, so we won't be troubling anyone here. Come on, you old fart. You fool. You didn't get serious because you don't have anything to lose, right? What? NN. Jack stopped himself and think about what Eigor just said for a moment. That's right. Jack has nothing to lose in case of his defeat. I said that I will give No Name my portion of the reward if she wins against Jack, but she didn't say anything other than that. She said that she didn't have any trouble with money in the first place, so she will probably not pursue the matter either. On the other hand, Linares and Eigor selfishly placed a bet and supported them on their own. As long as Jack loses, Igor's reward will be given to Linares instead. However, Jack will just normally receive his share of the reward. What Eigor said earlier was also correct. Both I and Eigor were on the wall to intercept the slime's attack. If Jack just intercepted the attack himself, then there would be no point having me and Eigor there. In that case, Eigor would be better off fighting at the front line. When he realized that he didn't have to give up his reward, Jack grinned at Eigor. Then, serve you right, you old fart. Whose fault do you think it is? You just selfishly placed a bet on me on your own right. You reap what you sowed. What did you say? Even after I stick up for you because I see you as a drinking friend. Hand over that bottle. Like hell I would do that. I bought that myself, so it's mine. I won't let you off anymore. Come at me then. The halted boxing match started again. Meanwhile, No Name and Linares returned to the wall. Ara, you are fighting your friend-o? It's unsightly, you know. Like hell I am friends with this old bastard. That's my line. While responding to Linares, the two continue to dish out their fists. It's no longer a speed that normal adventurers can keep up. Jack, I have something I want to ask you. What? An opening. Like hell there is. Eigor mercilessly performed a right straight toward Jack, who responded to No Name. On the other hand, Jack also made a right straight. Neither missed their target, they both hit each other on the cheeks and blew away. Whoa. You've done it now. Both of them were trying to close in on each other again, but No Name came in between them. Then she faces Jack. I have something I have to ask you. So persistent. What is it? Why didn't you shoot at the core? Like hell I know. My body just moved on its own. Someone as strong as you should be able to stop a reaction like that. The alcohol in this city was delicious. That's all there is to it. Saying so, Jack turned back while clicking his tongue. Apparently, he doesn't want to fight anymore. In case of an unlikely emergency, one of us should stay behind here. Though, I will stay. No, I will. Jack offered to stay, but No Name suddenly volunteered herself. That's unusual. What are you doing? You said that you have no interest in this country, right? I should be the right person for this. That is true, but what are you standing to gain by staying here? Once in a while, I want to act like a proper adventurer as well. So you felt the difference between you and Jack. I will leave it to your imagination. Saying so, No Name goes down the wall. Jack has a suspicious expression on his face, but he doesn't seem to object to No Name staying behind. Anyone else wants to stay? Not me. No. If that guy wants to stay, then let him do whatever he wants. After hearing all of their responses, I opened a transfer gate to the guild headquarters. The next day, I was in Finn's room. For the time being, it seems that everything is all good on this side her. It is thanks to everyone's help. Well, I felt like the number of problems has also increased too though. As I sighed, Finn smiles gently at me. However, Her smile quickly turned into a serious expression. However, this is still not the end. Right. The Empire's problems still haven't been solved yet. You will head back today, right? Yes, I will return to the capital as soon as possible. You don't have to push yourself. You have already done more than enough on this side. Just take it slow. I can't do that. If I don't hurry and return, then Captain Olivier will have to be stuck with me after all. It is true that an Imperial Knight Captain is crucial in a situation like this. The faster Olivier can return to the capital, the less the burden the other captains will have to bear. It means that we will have more options. However, even so, be careful on your way back. Well, with Olivier with you, I probably don't have to worry though. So there is no room for a negotiation after all? There is no point negotiating with Gordon anymore. We have no other choice but to take him down. Is that so? Finn has a depressed expression on her face. It is not that she felt sympathy for Gordon. Whether it's me or Leo, one of us going to have to kill our own brother. This problem is the Imperial families. It's natural that we have to clean it up on our own. However, even an Imperial family member is still a human. Right. That's why, when I and Leo return, be there for us in the Imperial capital. Yes, definitely. Finn gently holds my hand and replies, for a while, I will have to part with this warmth. Finn will be returning to the Imperial capital today, but after I sent off the other SS rank adventurers, I will head straight back to the capital. It is possible for me to bring Finn back right away, but if I take everyone including the escorts, then the consumption of magic power will be large. See you later. Be careful. Yes, Ulsama as well. I let go of her hand and open a transfer gate. She called me Ulsama because she knows that I will be fighting as Arnold from now on. Finn is probably worried about me. I wish you good luck. Yeah, thank you. This time, a lot of blood will be shed after all. Because I know that Ulsama is someone who will do everything you can to reduce that. I believe in you. That's a tall order. Well, I will do my best. I parted ways with Finn and entered the transfer gate with a bitter smile. Chapter 307. Sabotage. Alright, let's go. Saying so, I transferred away with the other 3 SS rank adventurers. It would be too much of a hassle to send them away one by one, so I decided to do it all at once. First is Linares. We are here. Ah, such a refreshing air. The outside air was really harsh on my skin and hair, you know. If the air can affect you that much, then that's probably because you are getting old, right? Jack, do you want me to punch you all the way back to the kingdom from here? The topic of age is taboo for Linares. The killing intent behind his smile is even greater than when we confronted the evolution slime. Perhaps he also felt that. Jack took a distance from Linares. Hurry up and open the transfer gate. Silver. Ara, you are leaving already? Don't you want to join me for a cup of tea? I refuse. You say something too, you old fart. This wine sure is delicious. It really is excellent. Silver. I'm glad you like it. Even after we returned to the headquarters, Eigor was depressed since he can't buy a drink without his reward, so I gave him a super luxurious bottle of wine. Thanks to that, he's in a good mood even in front of Jack, and he has been drinking it the entire time. While looking at Eigor thinking that he can't rely on him, Jack begins to escape from Linares, who is intimidatingly approaching him. Since it would be a problem to let them fight here, I open the transfer gate. Good job. Seeing that, Jack jumped into the gate as if he was diving into the water. He really is an idiot, The gate isn't even connected to a sea or a river in the first place. The next time I see him, I will make sure to beat him up. I wonder when you will meet him again though. It's already so strange that we were all together like this in the first place. That's true. It seems that there won't be a chance for us to come together like this again. That is kind of lonely, isn't it? Saying so, Eigor also entered the transfer gate. I was about to follow him, but Linares stopped me. Silver. What is it? Stop getting yourself involved with the Empire any further than this. The succession war this time is too strange. I am sure that there is something lurking in the dark. Is that something that you need to get yourself involved with? Who knows? Still, I have already stepped into their problem. I can't pull out now. Right. Then do your best and be careful, alright? Thanks for the advice. Also, you really saved me this time. Thank you for everything. When I honestly thanked him, Linares showed a bitter smile. Then I entered the transfer gate. The destination of the transfer gate was the dwarven village. There. Don't you just casually drink my alcohol after you messed up my house. Stop being stingy. Eigor and Jack were fighting over a bottle of alcohol. Hearing the commotion, Sonia showed her face. Ah, welcome back. Have you finished your business? Somehow, yeah. I am returning Elder Eigor to you now. Don't treat me like an object. I am the one protecting her, you know. Ah, you are drinking again. I'm confiscating that. Eigor was robbed of the super luxurious wine he was drinking and raised a sad cry. Seeing that, Jack was astonished. What a terrifying lady. Just one glass. One glass, please. No. You said that, but you are planning to drink the whole bottle, aren't you? You are already old. I have to watch out for your health. Alcohol is good for your body. If you drink too much, then even medicine can turn poisonous. With that said, Sonia puts the bottle on a high shelf. Eigor could get it if he wanted to, but he would be scolded by Sonia in return. Since you suddenly came back, I didn't prepare anything for your stay. I am going to call His Majesty, okay? It's okay. I will leave soon. Is that so? Otu-san said that he wanted to see you though. I will leave that to next time. Take care of Elder Eigor for me. Leave him to me. Saying so, Sonia smiles at me. It's a smile with no ulterior motive. She's probably happy here. That's good. Getting to see that smile means that our actions have some meaning no matter how little it is. Making people carry such a smile and protect them, that is Leo's ideal. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Well then, excuse me. I said so and opened a transfer gate. Jack then followed after me. The place we arrived at was the city of alcohol, Bayeux. No, it's not. Where is this? It's near the east border of the Dominion. The place we are currently inside a forest near the Dominion's eastern border. From Jack's point of view, it is a destination that doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? You want me to stop drinking too? It's your reward. What? This is my reward. I told that you have to help me see. Jack's expression turned into that of a surprise mid-sentence. In response, I give him a nod. I don't know if she is your daughter or not, but I know a girl in her late teens who uses magic bow. She is quite skillful as well. If it's your master who raised her, then it makes sense. Where is she? Where? No, why is she living in the Dominion in the first place? Don't you know how dangerous this country is? I don't know about that. But she is certainly doing something a little dangerous in this country. Tell me, what is the girl who might be my daughter doing? A chivalrous thief. The name is Vermilion. You must have heard the name before, right? Only the name. But a chivalrous thief. That's my daughter. Jack muttered as though he finds it unbelievable. He then sits down on a large rock nearby. What's wrong? Don't you want to see for yourself? If the chivalrous thief really is my daughter, it would be dangerous if I look for her. If it's you, you might be able to find her, but once she was found, it would be hard for her to go into hiding again. The nobles of the Dominion are Mia's enemy. Until now, they couldn't grasp her true identity at all. However, if Jack snoops around gathering information and eventually finds her, there is a possibility that the nobles might notice. Even if it's only a minuscule possibility, Jack doesn't want to endanger his daughter. What a troublesome guy. Vermilion is the enemy of the Dominion's nobles and grimoire. If you go after them, then you might be able to meet her, you know. So there's no problem if I crush a criminal organization, right? That's right. But it would be bad if you go after the nobles, you know. There is no clean authority in this country. Even if you expose their wrongdoings, you will only get put on their watch list. She probably understands that and chose the path of a chivalrous thief. TSK. It would be nice if I can just shoot them all down. What? No, it's nothing. These two might really be connected by blood. Their thinking and behavior are the same. So I propose a deal to Jack. Jack, I have a deal for you. What is it? This Vermilion who may or may not be your daughter, you want to find and help her if you can, right? Of course. I don't mind her being a chivalrous thief. It's my daughter's decision after all. But it is still dangerous. I want her to quit if possible. Right. But it is a bad move to go after the nobles. If you do it poorly, then you might be barred from entering the Dominion after all. Yeah, they might really do it if it is this country. That's where my proposal comes in. I want you to attack the nobles of this country without getting caught. Keep hitting them so hard that they can't recover from it. Anyway, I want you to plunge this country's upper management into chaos. Jack looks suspiciously at me. However, I continue without minding him. If you do that, I will get in touch with the imperial family of the empire. Once they invade this country and occupy it, their first course of action will be punishing the corrupted nobles of this country. In other words, you want me to sabotage them? Exactly. The empire is currently in a state of civil war, but they are also being invaded from both the north and the west. To overcome this situation, they need to repel the enemy on either front. And one of the imperial family's goals is surely the defeat of Prince Gordon. To do that, the United Kingdom and the Dominion who are backing him are in the way. If we spread confusion inside the Dominion, it will be difficult for the United Kingdom to make their move. What is the guarantee that the Empire will counter-invade when the Civil War is over? The Empire will never forgive the countries that took advantage of the Civil War. Besides, the Dominion is a perfect target for them to let out their anger. After all, this is the country that murdered their crown prince. The Emperor will not be so forgiving this time. I see. What I asked Jack to do was to sabotage the Dominion. The nobles of the Dominions are corrupt, but what is more important is how they only care about themselves. Even when they act as though they are doing everything for the sake of their country, they all only care about their profit. If Jack goes on a rampage inside their country, they will surely focus their efforts internally. That would create a rift between the United Kingdom and Gordon. If it becomes impossible for them to smoothly transport reinforcements to Gordon, then Gordon's camp will not be able to maintain the status quo. On the other hand, what Jack will be given in return is how Mia can quit being a chivalrous thief. If the Dominion becomes a good country, Mia will have no reason to continue being one. This is a bit of a hassle, but it is a cheap price for Jack's cooperation. All right. I accept. I will leave the methods to you. But do not let them know your true identity. You will be banished from the country and that will be the end. Also, in the unlikely case that they found out, do not go on a rampage. If you do that, the others will be forced to subdue you after all. You sure have a lot of requests, huh? Well, fine. I will do it, said Jack as he walked straight toward the Dominion. After seeing him off, I finally take a breather. For the time being, I have secured a saboteur. The only thing left to deal with is the Empire's force. While thinking about that, I transferred to the Imperial capital. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, I'm back. What's the situation? Sebers welcomes me back to my room as usual. It's been less than a week, yet I feel like I've been away for a long time. Still, that nostalgic feeling was immediately blown away by Sebers. The army led by Prince William has routed the army of the Northern Lords on our defensive line. The front that Leonard Salma built had collapsed and the rebel is currently dominating the battle in the north, sir. As I thought, that Dragon Prince is a formidable opponent. I will lead the reinforcements there myself. As you wish, sir. His Majesty is currently holding an emergency meeting inside the throne room. That's convenient. All right, follow me. We are going to conduct the secret maneuver at the battlefield this time. With that said, I don my imperial mantle and head to the throne room. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 32. Chapter 308. Self-nomination. How much has the situation changed? I asked Sebers as I make my way to the throne room. While I was acting as Silver, in addition to the ongoing civil war, the Empire was invaded by other countries. Even the slightest move could cause the whole situation to change. The most serious situation is the north, sir. Leonard Sama had erected a defensive line with 3 armies using the main force, the army of the Union of the Northern Lords and the Imperial Army, but they cannot maintain the defensive line because the army of the Northern Lords was routed. Currently, Leonard Sama is leading the main army and fighting defensively in a castle, but the castle in question is being besieged, sir. His decision not to withdraw immediately was wise. If Leo withdraws from that place, then most of the Northern Lords will migrate to Gordon's camp instead. That alone is enough to decide the battle. However, Leonard Sama is being besieged in return. The Imperial Army led by the generals is still locked in a stalemate with the enemy army. It is a situation where he cannot expect any on-site rescue, sir. That's why I will bring up the topic of dispatching reinforcements from the Imperial capital. Leo will have a hard time dealing with the Dragon Prince after all. The United Kingdom probably dispatched reinforcements anyway, right? They still have their Dragon Knight order after all. Yes. The enemy army initially has 40,000 men and Leonard Sama's army also has the same number. However, with 20,000 reinforcements from the United Kingdom and the Dominion, including the Dragon Knights led directly by the Dragon Prince, the Northern Lords couldn't cope with them, sir. Rather than they couldn't cope with the enemy, it is more like they didn't feel like doing it in the first place. The Northern Lords don't have a strong sense of duty to help the Imperial family from the start after all. I sigh. 3 years ago. Since the death of the Crown Prince, the Northern Lords have been treated coldly. They were slandered and accused that they let the Crown Prince die, while some even say that they were directly involved in his death. There were almost no attendees from the North at the festival in the Imperial capital, so it can be said that our relationship with the North has gone cold. Even if we call them the Union of the Northern Lords, it doesn't mean that every lord in the North has participated in this war, and the morale of those participating is not that high. In the first place, the 4th consort's birthplace is the North. One could say that it is Gordon's faction's turf. Apparently, their relationship with Gordon was not so good, but it will probably make it awkward for them to fight him aggressively. Is Duke Lowenstein still retaining his neutrality? Yes. Using his illness as the reason, he still hasn't joined either side, sir. The Duke of Lowenstein is the most influential aristocrat in the North. The family head is the father of the 4th consort. As a general of the Imperial Army, he was once feared as the Thunder God. He is a powerful piece that will turn the tide of the war regardless of the side he joins. However, he was once a great general of the Imperial Army. Even if he is his grandson, Gordon is still a member of the Imperial family and Leo is naturally the same. It seems that he has no intention to participate in our internal conflict. I understand the situation in the North now. What about the West? The commander of the Western Front is His Highness Traugott, and Letitia Sama is also providing her assistance there, sir. The Griffin Knights of the Royal Army are aware that Letitia Sama is on our side, so they refuse to mobilize. Due to that, the kingdom's invasion is stalled and they are currently in a deadlock, sir. You told me before that Elna also went there as their escort, right? Since the kingdom has no idea when she might take out the Holy Sword, they will probably take a wait-and-see approach for the time being. Still, Trauneson really went out, didn't he? It's not just how he went all the way out to the west border despite the rebellion at the capital that surprised me. I thought of him as one of the Imperial family members who practically never moved away from the Imperial capital itself. It was a direct order from His Majesty, sir. His Majesty intends to take control of the situation there by sending his most trusted generals of the Imperial Army, an Imperial family member, and the Imperial Knights. With a prince and the Imperial Knights, the army will not try anything strange here. But then there would be a limit to the troops we can mobilize, right? Yes. That is what His Majesty is currently discussing, sir. The most trustworthy personnel of the Imperial Army are probably together with Trauneson and Leo already. We should still have an army left to be dispatched at the capital, but the question is whether they can be trusted or not. Father probably thinks that it is dangerous to send them out on their own. Even so, Leo still needs reinforcements. There are no more princes or princesses that he can move. He can't send Krista or Rupert to the battlefield, and if Father or the Brave personally join the front line, then the war will escalate even further. If Father or the Brave goes out personally, then the accompanying army will be both strong and huge. If we defeat the United Kingdom and the Dominion with such an army, then they will dispatch even more reinforcements. If we handle this poorly, the civil war will only be prolonged instead. Yes, it may not be exactly as what Arnoldsamma desires, but this development should allow Arnoldsamma to be the one who leads the reinforcements there personally. Hearing Sebers, I shrug. If it's an ordinary opponent, then it would be fine. However, our opponent this time is anything but normal. They surely have countermeasures in place. It would be fine if our opponent is only Gordon and the Imperial Army, but they also have the Dragon Prince on their side. I already played him in the capital, so he will probably put up his guard against me this time. If I make a big move, then they will immediately find a way to counter me. They will try to prevent me from joining up with Leo, and they might try to take Leo out as soon as possible too. Then what do you plan to do, sir? The same as usual. I will move in the shadows. I see. So even on a battlefield, you will be conducting secret maneuvers, correct? Exactly. I am better off that way anyway. I will leave leading the army to Leo. I grin. The Imperial Army's impression of me has not changed much. This is due to the deep-rooted image of the dull prince that they have. However, Prince William is different. He probably analyzed what happened in the capital already and realized that I had been sabotaging the rebellion throughout the incident. With Leo, who is good at a direct assault, and me, who moves behind the scenes, he is probably thinking that it would be bad for him if I can join up with Leo. That is an opening I can exploit. I will not appear on the front and continue to move behind the scenes. However, I will continue to give him hints of my presence. Having him think that I am lurking in the shadows and stay on guard against me is already the best result I can hope for. After all, the battlefield in the north will not change immediately. The key is the northern lords. Unless we cannot make them move in earnest, then we won't be able to see the conclusion of this battle. Leo fighting inside the castle is convenient for me. He is indeed in need of assistance, but William's eyes will be focused on him. He probably won't be able to monitor all the northern lords. Using that time, if I can unite the northern lords, then we will be able to destroy the enemy army in one go. That is the earliest way to settle this as far as I can think of. If we cannot end this civil war, then we can't get back to the succession war after all. Besides, the imperial family should clean up its own mess. Gordon is a member of the imperial family. If he rebelled, then it is our responsibility to suppress him. No one would say out loud that it is the imperial family or the emperor's fault. Still, such thoughts will linger in their mind. And we of the imperial family must engrave it in ours. When I thought so far, I was already in front of the throne room. The knights guarding the entrance are staring at me in surprise. Then, a loud angry voice can be heard from the inside. If we send out an army that we cannot trust, then it will only serve as the enemy's reinforcement. Can't you think of any usable plan at all? It was Father's voice. Since the ministers probably give him the usual answers, Father must have been frustrated. The ministers are also pitiful. I slowly pushed the door to the throne room open with both hands. The door opened with a creaking noise, and the eyes of the people inside all drawn toward me. I will lead the army to Leo's rescue myself. Ah, please don't worry. I will be gathering the reinforcements on that side, so please lend only some elites to accompany me. After I said that, Father's cheeks cramped up. Chapter 309. Ul's Plan. Why, Your Highness Arnold, have you regained consciousness? The senior ministers attending the meeting raised their voices in surprise. Ignoring them, I turned my eyes to Father and Franz, who was standing next to him. You really are. Even after you slept for a while, you still haven't changed her. People won't just change with only a month and a half, you know. That's true. Is your body okay? Are you feeling all right? Yes. I am fine. I'm sorry to make you worried. It's fine. It's good that you are in good health. Saying so, Father smiled a little. It was a smile of relief. It seems that he was worried about me quite a bit. Still, His expression immediately reverted to that of an emperor and turned his attention toward Franz. With His Highness Arnold, our options have greatly expanded, Your Majesty. Right. But it seems that Arnold has a plan of his own, right? It's not something that I put that much thought into it, though I only heard about the situation from Sebas earlier. Even so, please spare me from bringing other generals with me. I don't want to die after all. Your escorts will be the Imperial Knights, Your Highness. That is not what I am worried about. The problem right now is the Dragon Prince. I made a fool of him in the capital, so he will never let me do as I pleased. As soon as he knows that I departed from the capital, he will definitely come out. The chance of that happening is certainly high. Father turns to Franz and Franz gives him a quiet nod. It would not be good if the person who got dispatched as reinforcements to be the target instead. If I attracted the enemy's attention, then Leo could move freely, but I would be subject to the enemy's fierce attack instead. Leaving the trustworthiness of the army aside, I don't think that I can survive such a thing. It would only be doubtful at best. Then, what are you planning? I propose that we keep it secret. Please spread the words that I am still unconscious in the imperial capital. Leonard is currently under siege. At least he would need some kind of military support. Don't you need an army to provide that? We can't do much even if we dispatch a large army. The enemy will probably block both the land and the sky after all. At my words, Father frowned and Franz squinted his eyes. The force I am trying to mobilize. They probably saw through it immediately. For formality, I will ask. How do you plan to break through them? The fastest corps of the Imperial Knights. I plan to use the 6th Imperial Knight Corporation. They are our precious Air Force after all. Hearing me, the ministers started making noises. Our precious Air Force. There is a reason why we haven't mobilized them until now. The 6th Corps is only a ceremonial unit. If it is a reconnaissance or liaison mission, then it might be acceptable, but we must never allow them to participate in a full-scale battle. They ride the divine falcons, the phantom beasts that once were an object of worship. Only a few of them can be found within the Empire, and there are only about 50 falcon knights that can mount them. How many years does Your Highness think it will take to replenish their numbers if we lost them? It's a storm of criticism. Well, of course. It was probably on their mind already, but they didn't propose it. The 6th Imperial Knight Corps is one that mounts the phantom beasts called the Divine Falcons. The Divine Falcons can fly faster than the flying dragons of the United Kingdom and the Griffin of the Kingdom. Each one of them possesses overwhelming power, but they are difficult to train and the number is small. They are also a phantom beast that was once worshipped in the Empire, and because of that, the 6th Corps has been regarded as a ceremonial unit that is only active in festivals. Their power is guaranteed, but their number is small and we cannot replenish them easily. Moreover, as they were phantom beasts that once worshipped, it would be bad to involve them in war. Those are the reasons why they haven't participated in any battle. However, if we lose a candidate for the throne in the north, then there will be nothing that we can use to unite the northern lords. Even when they have been treated coldly until now, they will think that their treatment will become even more terrible in the future. If that is the case, then they will think of joining Gordon's side. If it has come to that, then it will only be too late, you know. If we are going to mobilize them, then we will have to guarantee our victory. Of course. This war would be meaningless if we don't win. That's why it is essential that we send reinforcements to Leo. With their help, we can do that from the sky. That was what Franz was thinking too. But if we have the Divine Falcons carry the troops, then it would erase the advantages we have. Yes, that's why the 6th Corps will act as escorts. We will utilize other means to carry the troops. Hearing my explanation, the ministers seemed doubtful. There are few air forces in the Empire. Although we can overwhelm the United Kingdom in terms of the ground force, we lose to them in terms of air forces. That is also the cause of our struggle in the north. We have no Griffin Knights like the kingdom. In order to deal with the United Kingdom, which has a considerable number of flying dragons, we have to find a way to obstruct the Dragon Knights from moving freely in the sky. Your Highness Arnold. It seems that you do not know this, but the Empire has only a few air forces. Even if Your Highness wishes to use more, they cannot just spring out of the floor, you know. That is probably the case. But there is something that we can use that is not yet a fighting force. In the north, flying dragons and dragon knights have been trained for quite some time now. I have been told that only a few of them are likely to be able to be used in combat, but they should be capable enough as a luggage carrier. We will secure our air superiority with the 6th Corps and let them be the one who transports our troops. Fighting in the sky requires a certain amount of mobility. A flying dragon that is too big will only become a big target, so it cannot be used on a battlefield. The United Kingdom has a lot of know-how regarding that, but the Empire does not. It is still in the trial stage, so even if it is true that they can fly, they do not have enough mobility. We cannot count them as a fighting force, but they should be enough for a transport mission. It is certainly true that we are training our own dragon knights in the north. That project was led by Marquis Greisner. However, he should already be by His Highness Leonard's side by now. I was wondering what to do if he turned out to be an enemy, but with this, we have our solution. To be honest, I think that this is our only option, you know. In response, Father started considering it. The silence continued for a while and he called out to Franz. What do you think? This strategy relies too much on the 6th Corps, but I do not think that it is a bad plan. There are some safety issues, but I think that we do not have time to worry about that now. I think so too. But what are you going to do after that? Arnold. Well, right. After I deliver troops to Leo, how will I affect the war situation? Delivering reinforcements to Leo only serves to prolong his life. It is not a solution. That's why there is no choice but to spank the butt of those who still refuse to move. I am going to unite the Northern Lords. They are no longer in any shape to do that. Are you planning to rebuild their alliance? We cannot call them an alliance of the Northern Lords when only some of them participated in it. We need to unite all of the Northern Lords and have them work together. That's why I will persuade them myself. The Northern Lords held animosity toward the imperial family. Of course, they would hate us. We selfishly blamed them for the death of the Crown Prince after all. It is certainly true that he might have survived if the Northern Lords responded to the situation faster than they did. But that is only a possibility. Even so, we treated them as if they were the ones who caused his death and treated them coldly until now. The reason why they still haven't betrayed us yet is that the chance of each side winning is still 50-50, and the fact that Gordon is also a member of the imperial family. That's all there is to it. Your Highness is confident that you can persuade them even though you already know that. I thought a little about Franz's words. I cannot say that I can definitely persuade them. After all, it will depend on them. However, they will surely listen to what I have to say. If it's Leo, then they won't even lend an ear. That is a huge difference, and if they are willing to hear us out, then I stand a better chance. They are those whose loyalty has grown dull, and I am the dull prince. Since we share such dullness, we might get along well with each other. Being ridiculed and treated coldly, I can understand their feelings. You are different from the northern nobles. We are the same. I know that they have been enduring. They had to. Father, will you allow me to handle this matter? The nobles who have been treated coldly by the imperial family and a prince who has been ridiculed by everyone in the empire. Is it not an interesting matchup? Saying so, I bowed my head. I want him to let me handle this for the sake of the Northern Lords as well. Fine. If you are willing to go so far, then I will leave the 6th Corps to you. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The 6th Corps is the strongest air force in the Empire. If we lose them, then it will greatly boost the enemy's morale. We have no other choice. I have already decided that I will leave this in Arnold's hands. This is directly linked to the survival of the Empire, Your Majesty. At least please rely on Marshal Liselot on the east border. I will not allow any objection. It seems that you all do not think that Arnold is reliable, but we have experienced a danger of the Empire's survival once already. At that time, Arnold had reversed the situation through his unpredictable move. In recognition of his achievement, I am entrusting this matter to Arnold. I am grateful for your decision. But Arnold, if you fail, I will have to take tough measures. Do not forget that. Yes. Father. I understand what he wants to say. Either Father or the brave will lead out the Imperial Knights in case I failed. In any case, the battle in the north will intensify. Both for the sake of the northern lords and their citizens, failure is unacceptable. Chapter 310. Minister of Technology Cuba. By my order, the 7th Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler, shall lead the 6th Imperial Knight Corps to rescue the 8th Prince Leonard. Your wish is my command. I received a sword from father as I was kneeling before him. I thought that I stood out too much during the rebellion, but the result was all right in the end. A person who is too incompetent will not be allowed to enter the battlefield. It is exactly because of the way I stood out during the rebellion that I can receive the sword from father like this. Originally, I planned to leave this role to someone else, but there is no other Imperial family member that can move beside me. It seems that the number of Imperial family members has grown thinner and thinner. The fact that Eric isn't here means that he is either at the Sokol Empire or the East border. He is probably doing his best to put the Sokol Empire in check right now. This really is a problem. No matter how much Leo is given credit for fighting on the front line, the more chaotic the situation becomes, the more credit Eric will gain as well. After all, he is stalling our troublesome opponent like the Sokol Empire through his own connections alone. In that regard, all credit goes to Eric. By preventing the Sokol Empire from making its move, that alone makes Eric a meritorious individual in this civil war. With his position as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he will be rewarded just by doing well at his job. This provides Eric's absolute dominance. Gordon and Xandra were rushing themselves to break the status quo, but in the end, they couldn't touch him. The fact that they took forceful measures was because they knew full well that they can't compete with him straightforwardly. From now on, we have to break this absolute advantage of his. The first step to that is to end this civil war. Be careful, Arnold. Well, please look forward to the good news. Saying so, I stood up. We can defeat Gordon and credit Leo with this. I have to wrap this up as soon as possible and unite the Northern Lords. There are many things to do, but this is the same as usual. Let's hope for a good secret maneuver again this time. When I was thinking so, Franz called out to me, Your Highness. The 6th Corps is currently testing prototype weapons near the Imperial capital. Prototype weapon? It was developed by the Minister of Technology. Your Highness should understand what it is when you arrive. Rather than calling them back here, it would be better for Your Highness to head there and see them directly. What do you think? It's a suggestion from this peerless Prime Minister. It would be stupid to say no. I am getting curious about this prototype as well. Then I will see for myself. I will prepare a fast horse for you. Apparently, the Minister of Technology was also looking forward to Your Highness awakening as well. The Minister of Technology? He's waiting for me. Yes. Apparently, he has created another prototype weapon that was designed for Your Highness. He really is persistent, her. I sighed. In a large forest near the Imperial capital. Unknown to anyone, an operational test of a new prototype weapon was being conducted here. A magic wand, her. It is a wand that activates magic just by letting your magic power flow through it, sir. Apparently, the prototype that can finally be used in real combat has been completed. While walking through the woods, I nodded to Sebas. A magic wand is a magic tool that allows you to use magic even if you are not a magician. Until now, we can produce simple magic tools but not a magic wand that could effectively be used against enemy soldiers in an actual battle. In preparation for an invasion from a magical superpower like the Sokol Empire, the Empire was one of the first to put serious efforts into researching magic wands. The Empire is serious enough about this that we established a position called the Minister of Technology and invited many brilliant researchers to our country. It seems that our effort finally bears fruit, but it's not like everything has gone well. How are you doing? Minister Cuba. Oh, Prince Arnold. You have finally woken up from your hibernation. A thin middle-aged man wearing glasses and a dirty lab coat saw me and started spouting something nonsensical. He may not look anything like an imperial minister, but he's our respectable Minister of Technology. That being said, he is in a special position where he is exempted from attending Father's Privy Council. A strange person who spends most of the year holding up inside his room to do his research. That is Cuba, the Minister of Technology. I was not hibernating, but well, I'm awake now. Is the 6th Corp testing the prototype weapons? Yes, exactly. It is the Type 61 magic wand. It can produce spells from the fire magic system just by supplying it with magic power. It has enough power for interpersonal combat now, Your Highness. Seems so. Saying so, I dexterously avoid the big tree and stare at the members of the 6th Imperial Night Corp who just hit the prepared target with flame bullets. They are all straddling on the falcons with black and white fur, the divine falcons. They are currently manipulating the divine falcons, which boast tremendous speed and make their way through the forest at low altitudes. Even though that feat alone is already amazing, the flame bullets they shot out hit exactly at the mark. Well, this is only a training exercise though. They are all carrying a wand that looks like a spear at first glance. That's probably the Type 61 magic wand. Its length is a little shorter than a normal long spear, but the weight probably cannot be measured at the same ratio. The Imperial Knights are all using it while fixing the wand to their belt. They probably cannot support it with their arms alone. So it's unavoidable to increase its size. Yes, that is exactly right. I couldn't downsize its internal structure any more than this. But the Prime Minister gave me the suggestion that the 6th Imperial Night Corp should be able to operate it. Their performance is guaranteed, but it is still a large magic wand. So he forgoes the inclusion of flying magic by letting the 6th Corp use it. Aerial battles mostly consisted of close-range combat. If we can shoot the enemy from mid to long range, then we can secure a tremendous advantage. The enemy had no choice but to shoot an arrow in return, but what we are shooting at them is powerful magic. Moreover, its accuracy is not something to sneeze at. I never thought that the already powerful 6th Corp can get even stronger. The fact that he implemented his kind of thing is probably because he planned to use the 6th Corp in real combat in the future. However, it is certainly risky to make them use a weapon that is still under test operation on a real mission. The fact that he did not immediately suggest that we use this weapon right away is showing that the Prime Minister is being cautious as always. We are researching a way to reduce its size to a level where it can be handled by a human riding on a horse at the moment, but it is still very, very difficult. However, that's exactly why it's worth doing. I am happy that you are so enthusiastic about this. So, it seems that you have developed a weapon for me, again, right? Ah, that's right. That's it, Your Highness. This time I am confident about it. You said that every time though. I smiled bitterly at Cuba, who looks like a child presenting a toy he is proud of. Cuba has been devising weapons for someone who possesses magic power but no magical talent like me. He has never been successful in his attempts so far. Mostly because the magic tool he prepared couldn't stand the magic power I pour into it. Prince.L. This is it. This is the Type 62 magic wand. Although it cannot be miniaturized any further, it exceeds Type 61 in all performances. What are the drawbacks? It consumes a large amount of magic power. However, if it's Prince.L, then that should not be a problem. Saying so, Cuba leads me to the place he stored the Type 62 to have me test firing it. The size and shape of Type 62 that was placed on the ground are not that much different from those of Type 61. However, it has golden paint and looked like a luxurious version of the ones I saw earlier. You never learned even after I break it each and every time. It will be all right this time, Your Highness. That's what you always say. While muttering so, I pick up the Type 62 with Cuba's help. It is quite heavy even when I fixed it to my belt. His assistants support my body so I can maintain my posture, but I will probably fall immediately if they let go. It sure is heavy. Is it all right if I shoot now? Yes, Your Highness. Please pour your magic power into it. Cuba excitedly said so. I poured magic power into it as I was told. Then, off. Ah! No magic was fired from Type 62, but instead, it broke in half. As usual, Cuba rushed over with a sad crying voice. He lifted the broken part up as if he was carrying his child and slowly muttered, "Rest in peace." I see. The usual. Damn it. Why is it a failure each and every time? Cuba repeatedly punched the ground with regret. The reason for this failure is simply its lack of endurance. I am not good at controlling my magic power. No, I am not exactly bad at it either. Suppose that the magic power required to activate modern magic and this magic wand is 10. I can hardly adjust my magic power to that level. After all, the magic power I usually control is in the hundreds. That being the case, most magic tools would end up like this. Ancient magic requires magic power in the hundreds, so I have no problem using it, and since I am good at controlling magic power at such an amount, it is one of the reasons I am good at ancient magic. For example, if the question is whether you can use ancient magic if you have enough magic power, then the answer would be no. Recover already. It's the same as usual, right? I am only being sad as usual. Saying so, Cuba started dejectedly drawing circles on the ground. He really is a strange person. Well, his skill is real though. Minister Cuba, can you make another one of this? Just in case, I made 2 prototypes, so I still have another one. Then I will let Leo try it out. I'm heading to the front line, you see. Whoa. In other words, Your Highness will be taking the 6th Corp, right? Together with the Type 61, that seems to be the case. When I answered Cuba, an Imperial Knight gently landed beside me. He is wearing the white mantle that only the Imperial Knights are permitted to wear. His mantle is special because it has delicate details sewn into it, the kind that only an Imperial Knight captain can don. It's been a long time. Captain Lambert. Sorry for the suddenness, but I will have you accompany me to the front line this time. The Prime Minister has already contacted us, Your Highness. We have been looking forward to your arrival. The 6th Corp is ready to depart at any time. Saying so, the captain of the 6th Imperial Knight Corp, Lambert von Meyer, smiled. Chapter 311. Disguised Departure. The 6th Corp captain, Lambert, is a tan man. He is in his early 30s. Born as the 4th son of a rural noble house, he has little to no chance of succeeding his house. With that being the case, Lambert aimed to climb through the ranks of the Imperial Army. However, when he was recognized for his aptitude with the divine falcons, he decided to follow the path of a falcon knight. Lambert, who joined the 6th Corp, gradually advanced his career by contributing to the Empire through various liaison and reconnaissance missions. However, what he has always requested was a chance for him to fight on the front line. He believes that the 6th Corp is the strongest air force on the continent, and in fact, that is not overconfidence. However, people only tell the stories of the Griffin Knights and the Dragon Knights. The Falcon Knights who never appeared on the battlefield were never recognized as the strongest. That's why this dispatch is like a wish comes true for him. Of course, he might have other reasons to be on the battlefield though. Let us rout the Dragon Knights of the United Kingdom, Your Highness. You sure are reliable. Still, I have one thing to say before we head out. What is it? Our mission is to assist Leo. That is our primary mission. Keep that in mind. Naturally. There is no need to remind me. Is that really true? Don't you want to take revenge for your friend? Lambert turned silent. Lambert had a close friend. He was the same age as him and a fellow Imperial Knight captain, Captain Oliver. Lambert was on the north border during the rebellion in the Imperial capital. He was there to immediately relay the news of the Dominion's expected invasion. Lambert knows that such a mission is the job of the 6th Corp, but he can't help but wish he were in the Imperial capital at the time. Oliver's body was eventually discovered with a large number of swords stabbed inside. He literally used his entire body to stall the rebels for us. However, the direct cause of his death was a wound he received in his abdomen. A surprise attack from behind him. Raphael, the traitorous Imperial Knight captain, was the one who inflicted that wound on him. And right now, Raphael is currently serving Gordon. We might encounter him once we joined the Northern Front. When such a time arrives, can Lambert stay composed? Is it wrong to desire revenge for my close friend? I am not saying that it's wrong. That feeling is natural. But Oliver was acting as an Imperial Knight until the end. He did what he could for the sake of the Empire. If you abandon your mission and run off to avenge him, you would betray Oliver's feelings. I understand that, but if you understand, then it's fine. You are a captain of the Imperial Knight Order. Once you have fulfilled your mission, you can have your revenge. I have no complaint as long as the mission is successful. Your Highness. To be honest, if we meet him then I would like to punch him once myself. If you found Raphael then do it for me. Well, we are prioritizing the mission though. It is useless to tell someone to control their feelings. Surely when the time comes, their body will move on its own. In that case, it would be better if the person himself recognized that feeling. Still, I do have something that I cannot compromise. This mission needs to be successful. If he can do that then I won't complain. However, even so, you must never be defeated. Of all the Imperial Knight captains, one has already died and one has betrayed us. Many captains are away from the Imperial capital as well. If we lose any more than this, it will be difficult to guarantee Father's safety. Understood. I shall engrave your Highness's words into my heart. Saying so, Lambert quietly bowed. The next day. I was going to depart yesterday but the Prime Minister told me to wait. Since he was saying that he is gathering more elites for the force, I have nothing to do but pick something that looks like it can be used from Minister Cuba's stash and try them out. And the unit that responded to the Prime Minister's call was someone unexpected. We heard that your Highness is going to depart to the front line, so we literally flew to your side, you know. The Prime Minister is also unexpectedly overprotective her. Not only the Imperial Knights, I never thought that he would dispatch you guys as well. There was a unit of about 100 strong in front of me. Their leader was a person I knew well. It's the commander of the Nabi Ritter, Colonel Lars. Apparently, the Prime Minister summoned 100 Nabi Ritters just for me. The Nabi Ritters' main mission is to defend the central part of the empire. Since we do not know when and which army division would rebel, they are highly trusted in this situation. That's why they were kept close to the central part of the empire. Even if it is just 100 of them, for him to include Colonel Lars for me as well is quite gracious. Ever since that day, everyone wanted to fight under your Highness's command. We leave our lives in your hands, your Highness. I did take commands of your guys during the rebellion though. At that level, we can't say that you took command of us at all. Everyone is looking forward to serving you, your Highness. I'd like you to stop saying that if possible though. With that said, I shrug and prepare a black hooded cloak. Obviously, I am officially still in a coma. I can't be careless and let anyone know the truth. Alright, let's head out. First, we will head west. The enemy has eyes in the Imperial capital after all. We will pretend to march to the west until nightfall. So the plan is to use the cover of darkness to move to the north, correct? That's how it is. We have quite a few things that we have to bring along after all. Let's pretend that this is a transport mission. Saying so, I point to several nearby carriages. They are all packed with Cuba's inventions. There were many failed works, but I picked out some that seem useful depending on the situation. Has the 6th Corps already gone ahead? That's right. It would be too noticeable if we act together after all. We will meet them in the north. Sebers, I will leave watching our surroundings to you. Certainly, sir. Saying so, Sebers disappeared without a sound. We will sniff out the enemy's suspicious moves and have Sebers follow up for us. Well, even without Sebers, it would be hard to keep track of the Nabi Ritter's movement. The Nabi Ritter is a unit that has a high level of training. They can handle any missions, be it a frontal battle or a covert operation. No one would dare to take the risk and pursue us. After all, keeping track of the movements inside the Imperial capital is also an important mission for the enemy. If they do not have enough resolve to lose their unit, then they will not dispatch anyone to follow the Nabi Ritter that is clearly heading to the west. Even so, with the 6th Corps and the Nabi Ritter, it seems that failure is not tolerable this time here. Since you have no plan to fail, please stop pretending to be worried, your Highness. Oi, I'm not that confident, you know. I really do think that I might fail here. Your expression begs to differ, your Highness. I can clearly see that you are thinking about ways to deceive our enemy. Don't say it like I am some kind of scammer. Personally, I think the word scammer would still be too kind though. So, how do you plan to move this time, your Highness? If it is all right, can you please share it with me? It's nothing much. Well, I will explain it along the way. I need you all strength to pull it off anyway. Saying so, I try to climb up on horseback. However, I was stopped by a knight who rushed over in a panic. Your Highness. His Majesty wanted Your Highness to visit him before you depart. Ha! I have already greeted him before I left, right? That is the case, but... The knight looked troubled. There's no point troubling him any more than this, her. All right. I will go. I said so and headed to the castle. Inside the throne room, there was only me and Father. And the reason for my summon is probably this big war banner. The banner has a black and a white sword crossing over a red background. It's a war banner that I have never seen before. Are you saying that you want me to take this with me? It's the same as Leonard's war banner, but the color scheme of the sword is the opposite of his. Did you make it by mistake? It was deliberate, you fool. I made it for you to use during ceremonies. You've made something troublesome again. So I have to bring it with me. That's right. I won't be leading any army and nobody would be able to tell the difference on the battlefield, you know. Use it however you want. Just bring it with you. Father doesn't allow any objection. Seeing him like that, I muttered. After all this time, you are getting worried. I am worried. Since I have to send you to a battlefield after all this time, I thought that I should have forced you to learn more about warfare in the past. After all this time, her. Indeed. The silence continues for a while. Father is sitting on the throne like an emperor, but his face belongs to that of a father. When the Prime Minister is not around, he shows his soft side from time to time. It wasn't until the Crown Prince passed away that I began this aspect of his. Xandra has already died as well. It could be said that his children are going to keep dying steadily like this. However, I am a member of this imperial family, and you are the emperor. I know. Then it couldn't be helped, right? I think that Father already knows, but Oliver was apologizing to you, you know. He must have felt responsible for what happened. Yeah, I heard. Traugott and Krista told me. That was what our imperial family has done. Everything is our responsibility. But instead, an imperial knight felt that he was responsible for escalating the rebellion. It's a funny story. It is the soldiers, the knights, and the citizens who ended up dying, but their grudges-filled voices never reached us. They were all saying that it was all Gordon's fault. Right. But the people are watching us. The soldiers and the knights are also watching us. Surely, such thoughts are still inside them. We should solve this incident as quickly as possible with all the power that the imperial family can muster, with our own blood and lives on the line. You are the emperor and I am your son. It is only natural that I would be on the front line. I might have bought that if it was the others. But you have abandoned such obligations so far and continued to be ridiculed for that. It is too strange that you are citing such an obligation now. Even if you start doing it now, the insults you received in the past will not disappear. Don't you feel bitter? Don't you feel saddened by it? Don't you think that such a thing is unreasonable? Those words were probably Father's true feelings. The imperial family is respected because of our bloodline and the obligation we carry. Since I abandoned such obligations, I was ridiculed. That's why I understand why he finds it strange that I am now bound by those obligations. However, everything was my choice. I abandoned my responsibility and obligations, so I was called the dull prince. That is no one else's fault. And this time, I chose to be on the front line. I chose to do it because I felt obliged to. But I am heading out to the battlefield for the sake of the Empire. I am doing this for the sake of the people who are close to me and my family. I don't want to see a future where my own family and the people close to me have to apologize in their last moments. That's the reason I choose to go. With that said, I bowed to Father and turned back. Seeing me leave, Father raised his voice. Good luck. Please look forward to the good news, Your Majesty. Saying so, I left the throne room and departed from the imperial capital. Chapter 312. Gordon's wife. East side of the Empire's northern region. Gordon has used a medium-sized city called Wismar as his base of operation. The lords who ruled this area tried to intercept Gordon's forces that came here to build a base in the east of the northern region after their failed rebellion attempt, but they were chased away, and now Gordon is the new lord of this area. Inside the largest building in Wismar is William, the Dragon Prince of the United Kingdom. "Excuse me. How are you doing?" "Bianca Dono." "Oh, Prince William. I am doing well. This child as well." Saying so, the blonde woman called Bianca shifts her gaze to the bed. There was a red-haired baby girl sleeping there embraced by her maid. William shows a gentle smile at the sleeping baby. "She looks so gentle, just like you. I was wondering what the baby would turn out if you have a girl." Foo, we still don't know yet. A baby can change in a day after all," Bianca said with a smile. Even though she was able to smile like that after she became a mother, it gave off the feeling that she really has become one. While admiring how a woman can change after childbirth, William tries to approach the sleeping baby, but the baby begins to squirm as though she hates it. "Oops. It seems that I am hated. This child doesn't like the sound of armor. She would cry even if that person were to carry her with his armor on after all. I see. She has good ears." Saying so, William slowly walks away and looks at Bianca. Thinking that he has something to talk to her about, Bianca left her seat and left the room with William. They entered a room next to where they were. There, William began to talk. "About your request to move to the United Kingdom, it seems that we will receive the permission soon. Is that true?" "Thank you very much. No, even I don't know when this battle will be over after all. I can understand your feelings. That person is against it, but I can't leave this child in a place like this." He probably said something along the line like it would affect morale if the general's wife were to run away, right? You understand him well. We are friends after all. Bianca was relieved at his words. Bianca's husband, Gordon, has few people that he trusts. Since even after all this time, William is still calling him a friend, she thought that no matter what happens, it will be okay. "Please, take care of my husband. Since his defeat in the capital, it seems that he has become unstable again. It was that much of a shock after all. Please rest assured. I and the United Kingdom have his back. I will definitely repay this debt." Bianca bowed. However, the feelings in her heart are complicated. Bianca married Gordon 5 years ago. She was originally a noble lady of the United Kingdom. One day, she met an unknown man who was accompanying William when she was walking inside the castle of the United Kingdom. Since he was with the prince, she wondered if he was a high-ranking noble. A few days after that accidental encounter, the man came to visit her at her house. He then suddenly said to her father that he wanted to marry her. Bianca's father was furious at this unknown man and kicked him out. However, the man visited again and again without being discouraged. It was love at first sight. "She is the only one who can be my wife." The man preached his love for Bianca. Her father gradually softened his attitude at the man's foolish actions and finally gave his permission. Receiving the permission, Bianca finally appeared in front of the man. The last time they met, it was only a light greeting. Bianca was amazed that their first ever conversation was to be a proposal, but once the man spotted Bianca, he finally introduced himself. "My name is Gordon Lakes Adler, the 3rd Prince of the Empire. I want you to be my wife." Bianca's smile burst out when she saw the face of her father, who never thought that he would be the 3rd Prince of the Empire. She then joyfully gave him her reply. If he used his title as a Prince of the Empire, then he would be able to meet Bianca right away, but he didn't. After that, he honestly tells her that he is a Prince of the Empire and lets her know that she will have to come to the Empire after they are married. Bianca was attracted to his straightforwardness. Bianca then went to the Empire and spent her time there as Gordon's wife. Even though the Empire has many princes and princesses, only the Crown Prince and the 2nd Prince were married. Moreover, they still have no children. High expectations were placed on Bianca, but unfortunately, Bianca was not blessed with a child right away. But when her first child was born, Bianca was at the height of her happiness when she discovered that she was pregnant. Her happiness did not diminish even when Gordon was relegated to the north border because of the southern incident. She went against everyone's opposition and followed Gordon here. She had decided to be near Gordon when she gave birth. Then the child was finally born. However, the situation was quite different from when the pregnancy was discovered. Gordon was obsessed with the suppression of the North. He was not there for Bianca, and the relationship between her and the emperor, who was looking forward to seeing his first grandchild, has turned hostile. Why did this happen? Ever since he joined the succession war, Gordon has turned strange. At the very least, the man who proposed to Bianca back then was not someone who would rebel against his own country. It was the United Kingdom that increased Gordon's mental instability. His best friend is a prince of the United Kingdom and his wife is a noble lady of the same country. Gordon was deeply involved with the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom had decided to support Gordon since early on. Even if it is Gordon, he would not start a rebellion if he has no chance of winning. However, the United Kingdom has offered him that chance. That's why Bianca's inner feelings were complicated. You don't have to feel indebted to me. It is me who should be indebted to you. Prince William is. What on earth are you talking about? Truthfully speaking, even if it was my father's order, I did not wish for the United Kingdom to move. After all, the chance for Gordon's plan to succeed is very low. Still, it was your letter that persuaded me. I sent you that letter because my husband told me to. But it still persuaded me. The current situation is truly terrible and I have nothing but regret. But thanks to that letter, I am here. If I hadn't moved, the weight of how I abandoned my friend would linger with me forever. Compared to that, I much prefer this situation. That is why you listened to my request. Only a few people know that Bianca has safely given birth. Gordon wanted to publicize the birth of his child in an exaggerated manner, but Bianca was against it, and William listened to Bianca's request and persuaded Gordon for her. A boy would be one thing, but if it's a girl then it won't affect the morale that much. Moreover, if he learns that his granddaughter was born, judging from the emperor's personality, he will do everything in his power to take her away. This should be hidden until the situation improves. In the meantime, William was in frequent contact with his home country and sent them the request to relocate Bianca and her child to the United Kingdom. It was yesterday that he managed to persuade his reluctant father and started arranging for it. William came all the way back from the front line to deliver this news. I only listened to your request because it was reasonable. Don't worry about it. Saying so, William bowed and left. William is in charge of the siege of the castle where the 8th Prince Leonard currently barricaded himself in. The place is surrounded on all sides and the sky is being monitored by the Dragon Knights. It was a rock-solid lineup, but William is still anxious. He was done in by Leonard in the imperial capital. That's why he wanted to be on the highest alert against him. However, that wasn't the cause of his anxiety. He is aware that the 7th Prince Arnold has been in a coma in the imperial capital all this time. William didn't take that information for granted. He worried that it might be misinformation and he might suddenly show up on the battlefield. I won't let you do as you pleased this time. You will never meet up with each other, black twin princes. The union of the two princes. William judged that to be the biggest cause of their defeat in the imperial capital. Individually the two are already dangerous, but if they join forces, the degree of danger will rise exponentially. He won't let them do so this time. Renewing his determination, William soars to the sky on the back of his dragon. Chapter 3:13. The City of Thale. After we pretended to head west, we took advantage of the darkness and headed north. We arrived at a medium-sized city called Thale located on the southern side of the north. It's a city that is close to the imperial capital. The ruler of this city is Marquis Greisner. Using the fact that his territory held many mountainous areas that are suitable for raising flying dragons, he is a senior noble who has been working on training flying dragons and dragon knights for over 10 years. Although he struggled at first due to the lack of know-how, he now possesses a unit that has enough strength to call themselves dragon knights. He is an unusual person among the northern lords as he held strong loyalty toward the imperial family, and he is also the person who gathers the northern nobles to his side. After the rout of the northern lord's army, his army joined Leo's main army and he is currently supporting him in the siege battle. That's why it was his eldest son who is currently taking care of the territory. I cannot provide your highness with an appropriate welcome. Please accept my deepest apology. It's fine. Rather, if you throw us a big welcome party, we would be troubled instead. At the Lord's mansion. There, his eldest son, Berner von Grain, looked visibly confused. Berner is a young man in his early 20s. An ordinary young man with brown hair. It's normal that he is confused. Ah, Your Highness. What is it? No. I'd like to ask Your Highness a question. Are Your Highness and the troops accompanying you the only reinforcements? That's right. Berner showed a blatantly shocked expression. He is an honest guy. It would be fine if he wasn't the eldest son of a noble house, but he can't control his feelings from showing like this, then he will have a hard time in the future. Well, I guess that is something his father should instill in him. It's not something that I should point out myself. Are you dissatisfied? No. But His Highness Leonard and father are currently under siege, so I thought that we should send more reinforcements to them right away. I understand that. That's why I came here. Thale also functions as a supply base, which is Leo's lifeline. However, Berner could not deliver the supply to the castle. Since Leo's position is completely surrounded, there is no way for Berner to get close enough to deliver the supply to him. The reinforcements from the Central are the Imperial Knights of the 6th Corps and a few of the Nabi Ritter. We did not dispatch any large army. There are a lot of circumstances surrounding this, you see. I understand that well. I am aware that we have only a few trustworthy armies in the Imperial Army, but the enemy commander is the United Kingdom's Dragon Prince. I think that the chance for a small group of reinforcements to break through their encirclement is highly unlikely. Should we not ask His Majesty to dispatch more reinforcements? Berner was very careful with his words, but I can clearly see that he thinks that it is impossible with the forces we have. Well, normally it would be impossible. There are tens of thousands of men under Leo's command, but they are still surrounded. Our numbers can't even be counted as a fighting force. For a straightforward approach, we should dispatch a large army to break the siege and let Leo's group escape. However, the Dragon Prince will not allow us to do such a thing. The northern nobles are well familiar with how terrifying William is. After all, William's presence was the reason why Gordon could conquer 1/3 of the north so quickly. However, no one is truly omnipotent. Then what will you do if we have a larger army? I will apologize if I fail. Saying that you won't know unless you try is certainly irresponsible. What would you do if you fail? I can understand that kind of concern. But sometimes there is no choice but to do it. Are you going to lay down and wait for your father's death? My dispatch was the Emperor's direct order. In other words, the Emperor will not move unless I fail. We have no choice but to do it. If we want to save our family, that is. However, this is just impossible. That's right. The enemies are proud of their perfect lineup. Their ground forces completely surrounded the castle, and the sky is being monitored by their proud Dragon Knights. Moreover, they have Prince William as their commander. No matter what kind of enemy arrives, there is no need to worry. Most of the enemies are probably thinking like that. And that's our chance. There is none of the imperial family who can move at the moment. Even if the Emperor or the Brave personally joins the battle, they can always detect their arrival in advance by observing the movement of their large army. On the contrary, a small force cannot hope to break through their defense. That is the enemy's thinking and the cause that will lead to their carelessness. The fact that they managed to successfully corner Leo also boosted their confidence. Their morale is being boosted by their confidence, Your Highness. Breaking through them using only a small number it's possible. I will break through them when they are most confident. Anyway, I will take control of all Thale's available forces. Berner, you just make sure that my existence does not leak to the outside. Understood. However, there are not many available forces left in Thale. You still have a stereotypical view. Everything can be used depending on how you utilize them. Saying so, I got up from the sofa I was sitting on and left the place. The next day, Lambert, the captain of the 6th Corps, arrived in Thale. The 6th Corps, who had entered the north earlier, had set up a camp away from the city to avoid the enemy's eyes. His arrival in Thale is for our strategy meeting. Now, I already explained the details to Colonel Lars on my way here, but I will ask you to hear it again. Yes, sir. The only ones in the room are Lars, Lambert, and me. Berna is preparing the supply that we are going to deliver to Leo. I am worried, but I get the feeling that he is telling himself that he has to do it. Well, if he is willing to move, then it is not a bad thing. The enemy's encirclement is almost perfect. The castle is besieged from all sides and the sky is being watched by the Dragon Knights. Even if we were to act together with Leo's forces in the castle, on top of being routed, he will be cut off from his troops due to the enemy encirclement. It wouldn't be impossible if only Leo himself escape, but that way, the main army will take a major hit. If that is the case, then we cannot hope for a counterattack. That's right. If he runs away, the northern noble will leave Leo. Knowing that, Leo chose to take on the siege without withdrawing. That's why we cannot break that stance. We cannot completely break through the enemy's encirclement without a large army, but if it is only a part of it, then it is possible. As long as we can deliver the supply to him, then Leo should be able to hold on for a while. That way, the Dragon Prince will not be able to take his eyes away from Leo. I understand what your highness means, but the challenge here is how will we deliver the supply to the castle? It's not really a challenge. In fact, it is quite easy. We will carry the supply to him from the sky. For that, I want the 6th Corps to be the escort. Lambert frowned when he heard my plan. I understand what your highness wanted to say, but that is too dangerous. That's what he probably wanted to say. Well, of course. The enemy will not expect us to attack from the sky, so a surprise attack is possible. However, the flying dragons that remain in Thale are large and suitable for carrying the supply, but they are too sluggish, your highness. If we have them carry the supply, then that will be extra weight. I think that they will be shot down before we can land in the castle. You cannot keep them safe. We have to transport tens of thousands of soldiers worth of supply. Large flying dragons certainly possess enough power to carry a fair amount of luggage, but this operation will not be concluded in a short amount of time. Until then, it will fall to us to maintain air superiority by ourselves. Don't you think that it is impossible? Well, that's right. But what if the enemy's air force is not that large? Your highness has a method to thin their number. My question was returned with another question. In response, I grinned and nodded. What the enemy army is doing is a siege battle. Their plan is certainly effective, but it also has its drawbacks. Namely, they also need supplies to maintain the siege. I see. So we are going to cut off their supply, correct? We are not doing something as grand as completely cut off their supply. But they will surely panic if their supplies got attacked, right? Try thinking about it from the enemy's perspective. I will leave that role to Colonel Lars and the Nabi Ritter. Please leave it to me. If it is only to make the enemy panic, then it is only an easy task. The enemy is not even expecting an attack. So what will they think when their supplies in the back get cut off? They will send their fastest unit to control the situation. In other words, the Dragon's Knights will be lured away. William might realize that it is a diversion, but even that will not affect the plan. If the Dragon Knights do not move, we can just thoroughly destroy all their supplies. Leo would continue to be in a tight spot, but so is the enemy. It is the supplies that feed tens of thousands of troops. They won't be able to replenish it right away. The Dominion is located between the United Kingdom and the northern part of the Empire. It is where the enemy has to come through to send the supplies. However, the Dominion is unstable and the quality of their nobles is also poor. Moreover, I have already taken measures to further send them into chaos. It should be quite difficult for them already to deliver a large amount of supply. However, Your Highness, destroying the enemy's supplies is certainly a good idea, but do you know where it is? How should I know that? Lambert's expression frozen. He probably didn't expect me to reply that I don't know. Seeing him like that, Lars started smiling. Your personality is bad as always, Your Highness. I just answered him honestly though. Well, I didn't tell him everything yet. Your Highness has a plan, correct? It's not something great like a plan. It's a place that can hold supplies for tens of thousands of troops we are talking about. It should be considerably big. In other words, The locations they can use is limited. Moreover, the enemy has no city of their own near the castle where Leo is. They have no choice but to build a temporary base. In a place as well hidden as possible, that is. Such a location can be predicted by looking at the enemy army's placement. When I told him that, Lambert's eyes opened in surprise. Chapter 3:14. Useless Flying Dragon. The strategy has been decided. The rest is to wait for the opportunity to act. I have already tasked Sebers to look into the placement of the enemy's supply. The detailed strategy will be decided depending on the information we can gather and the enemy's movement. In the meantime, the city of Thale has gotten busy. After all, we have to deliver a large amount of supply ourselves. So we have about 300 large flying dragons here. To make small turns, flying dragons should not be larger than necessary. However, as we gathered up the available forces in Thale, we found that there were many flying dragons that were not suitable to be used by dragon knights. The number is 300. Each one of them should have the power to carry about 5 carriages. A simple calculation would result in 1,500 carriages worth of supply. Of course, this doesn't mean that we can just hang the carriage from the dragons. To let the large flying dragons easily carry the carriages, we need to attach a loading platform to them. The ones riding on the large flying dragons are the Dragon Knight candidates. Most of our Dragon Knights who are ready to fight are already on the front line, so we have no choice but to use the Dragon Knights that are still in training. However, these candidates have undergone rigorous training. Even if we are having them fly while carrying heavy loads, they should be able to fly the dragons in a stable manner. That's why there should be almost no problem in regard to our transportation corps. Rather, I am a little worried about the 6th Corps who will be their escort. There is no problem regarding their ability, but we only have a few of them. Although they all are carrying the Type 61 that boast an advantage in aerial battles, it will take time before they can secure air superiority. In the meantime, the Dragon Knights who got lured away might come back. If we cannot maintain air superiority, then we cannot keep up the transportation. We should be able to deliver Leo a certain amount of troops, but it will depend on them whether we will be able to deliver enough or not. I don't know how skilled the Dragon Knights are at Leo's side after all. I muttered as I looked up at the sky. In the sky, the Dragon Knights were doing something that seemed to be a mock battle. It's hard to describe their movements as smart even as flattery. Is it because they are still in the middle of their training? Maybe these Dragon Knight apprentices are not even ready for the operation. As I was observing them for a while, I noticed something. The mock battle was a 1-to-5. 5 apprentices are challenging a Dragon Knight. However, it seems that the 5 Dragon Knight apprentices cannot even touch their single opponent. The reason is clear. He's fast. Obviously, his flying speed is faster, but his turning speed is much faster than his opponent's. When the 5 thought that they managed to take his back, he immediately circled around them instead. In a real battle, the 5 apprentices would have been wiped out already. The lone Dragon Knight who should be their instructor is straddling on an unusual white flying dragon. However, that white flying dragon was small. It is 1 size smaller than a normal flying dragon. The Dragon Knight straddling it is also petite. However, taking advantage of their small size, they are capable of flying freely in the sky. Even while dealing with 5 opponents at the same time, I get the feeling that is not his real ability. I thought all veteran Dragon Knights are already on the battlefield. There shouldn't be many Dragon Knights who can manipulate their dragons as skillfully as that even in the United Kingdom. Besides, the mobility of this small flying dragon might even be comparable to or better than that of a regular divine falcon. Berner said that Thale has almost no fighting forces left. In other words, that Dragon Knight is not seen as a fighting force. There's probably some kind of circumstance here. With that in mind, I started walking to the descending Dragon Knights who were just done with their mock battle. I arrived at the dragon stable. There, the petite young boy who I thought to be a Dragon Knight was feeding the white flying dragon. He should be around 16 or maybe 17. He's petite and baby-faced, so I can't tell his exact age. He has well-organized facial features and I can easily mistake him for a girl. However, perhaps because due to his training as a Dragon Knight, his body is firm despite him being thin. I am taller than him, but I probably won't be able to win against him in terms of physical strength. He casually lifts up the feed that seems to be quite heavy and feeds it to the white flying dragon. Good work again today, Nova. Q. When the dragon knight strokes his head, the white flying dragon happily squints its eyes and rubs its head at him as if it wants more. You two are quite close, her. When I suddenly called out, the dragon knight boy looked back. After looking at me, the boy was puzzled for a moment and smiled. Who are you, sir? That doesn't matter, right? I was only a little curious after I saw your mock battle earlier. Ah, I see. They are newcomers after all. So you can go 5-1 against newcomers, her. The Dragon Knights of Thale really are amazing, aren't they? There's no way that is the case though, I added with a whisper. No matter how green those newcomers were, normally, you wouldn't be able to fight them 5-1 so casually. The fact that he managed to do that shows how capable this young boy and the White Dragon are. Other Dragon Knights won't be able to do that. The boy probably understands that. He smiles while shrugging his shoulders. I want to hear your name. White Dragon Knight Dono. I am not someone who is worth offering my name to others. Please, just this once. You really are a strange person. My name is Finn. Finn Brost. He seems so gentle, but he refers to himself as, or, her. That's surprising. I thought that he would use Boku, or Watashi. Well, if he uses any of those then he might be mistaken for a woman, so he probably doesn't like the idea, I guess. While I was thinking so, Finn, the Dragon Knight, shifts his gaze to the white flying dragon. This child is Nova. He is my partner. Q. Nova happily cried. Maybe it is saying, confirming that they are truly buddies. Seeing that, I felt a slight sense of discomfort. This has been on my mind for a while now, but after thinking about it a little, I understand it. There is something strange about them. I heard that flying dragons hate those with high magical power though. Whether it be griffins or divine falcons, they all hate those with too much magical power. There is no problem if such a person approaches a griffin or a divine falcon, but if it's a flying dragon then it would start to threaten a person with high magical power. Therefore, the imperial family is often disliked by the flying dragons. Trained flying dragons rarely attack people, but we are still told not to approach them unnecessarily. Among the imperial family members, I possessed the most magical power by far. The fact that Leo managed to ride that griffin back then was because it was raised by Letitia, who has high magical power. If that is not the case, he wouldn't be able to ride even a tolerant griffin. Even so, Nova is letting out a happy cry without minding me. Moreover, as far as I can see, Finn also possesses quite a magic power himself. This child is special. He even let me ride him after all. So that's why you are here, her. Yes. I can only ride Nova. Even though Nova is fast, he is not doing well in close combat. With only a clash of spears, we would get blown away. That's why I and Nova cannot join the battle. Finn bitterly says so. Meanwhile, Nova rubbed its forehead against Finn many times to comfort him. Aerial battles are usually fought with long spears. If you get blown away at every exchange, then you certainly cannot fight. So a flying dragon that cannot fight and a dragon knight who can only ride that dragon, her. What a waste. No, I should say that it was a waste. Tell me, if you can fight, are you willing to? Of course. I've been trying to become a dragon knight for 10 years. I've raised Nova since he was a hatchling and came this far. Everyone always says that fighting is not everything. But all of my childhood friends who grew up together with me already joined the battlefield with the other dragon knights. Only I was left behind. My skill is second to none. Even if it's Nova, when it comes to speed then he won't lose to anyone. If only we can fight, we would be able to help a lot of people. But we can't. I've always dreamed. I want to fight as Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knight. But even when my hometown is in crisis, and all my friends already headed off to battle, I am still here. What he is feeling is helplessness. A feeling of despair at the realization that his efforts will never bear fruit. And the feelings he held toward his childhood friends. I have felt the same feeling. So I speak to Finn. You will do anything as long as you can fight, right? Answer me, Dragon Knight Finn. Are you willing to do anything as long as you can fight? Are you willing to throw away everything if it means that you can save your friends? Who are? Unable to understand my question, Finn was confused. To that Finn, I say to him again. I am the 7th Prince of the Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler. I ask you, Dragon Knight Finn, if you can fight. Are you willing to abandon your dream? Chapter 3:15. The Condition. I am the 7th Prince of the Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler. I ask you, Dragon Knight Finn, if you can fight. Are you willing to abandon your dream? Hearing my name, Finn's expression turned blank. When I smiled at his confusion, Finn immediately knelt down. Forgive my rudeness, I didn't know that it was your highness. Please accept my deepest apology. You have no need to be so polite to the dull prince. If you have time to kneel, then answer my question. Do you have enough resolve to give up your dream? That means to stop trying to become Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knight? That's right. I can give him the means to fight. However, if I do that, Finn's dream will not come true. I originally planned to have Leo use the Type 62 developed by Cuba, but from what I saw, Finn is more suitable for it. A skilled Dragon Knight who can move at high speed would perfectly fit the medium to long-range shooting weapons. There is no problem regarding his magic power either. As the development of weapons progresses, the standard of the battlefield will change. The common sense that aerial combat has to be conducted through close combat will be overturned, and flying dragons will be required to be smaller and more mobile in the future. Until now, there have not been Dragon Knights who possess high magic power, nor have anyone put in efforts to train such a person, since flying dragons hated humans with high magic power. However, from now on, it will be the norm to train flying dragons to get used to such humans and create that kind of Dragon Knight. The Empire's magic wand will turn the traditional Dragon Knights obsolete. No, I should say that it will be due to the Empire's magic wand, Finn and Nova together. Finn and Nova, who were perceived as an inferior pair until today, will become the model for the future Dragon Knights with the addition of the Type 62 wand. Considering that it will take time to train new flying dragons and Dragon Knights, Finn should be able to dominate the sky for the next decade. However, there is a problem there. He will become the Dragon Knight who wields the latest prototype weapon of the Empire. Moreover, if he uses it, we can expect overwhelming success from him. We cannot allow such a Dragon Knight to only serve a Marquis. Not only due to his strength, but he will also become a prominent figure in the future. So if Finn chooses to fight, he cannot be just a Dragon Knight who serves Marquis Greisner. You have worked hard for your dream. But that dream is too small for someone like you. If you want to fight, then I will have you become my knight. That is the condition I have for giving you the power to fight. It will be some time before I head out, but it doesn't mean that I can wait for your answer forever. Make up your mind by the end of today. Saying so, I turned back. However, Finn stopped me. Please wait. Have you decided on your answer? I have. My dream was to become a Dragon Knight in service of Marquis Greisner, but if I choose to stay here, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If your highness can give me the power to save my friends, then please give it to me. After he said that, Finn lowered his head. Even though it was a big decision for him, he managed to immediately make up his mind. Still, that was not without any hesitation. Well, that is fine. After all, I can't trust someone who can immediately throw away their dream. Finn simply chose to prioritize the lives of his friends here. I have to reward his resolve. Well said. Then from now on, you are my knight. And be prepared. The power I will give to you is powerful, and for the better or worse, it will make you stand out. You will earn the trust of your allies, and the enemies will be fixated on defeating you. You can not only resolve yourself to enter the battlefield, you will have to shoulder the pride of the Empire's military might on your back. If that scared you, then you can still turn back. That way you will be able to enjoy a much more peaceful life, you know. What can I accomplish by living a peaceful life? It is quite costly to take care of a flying dragon, your highness. Eventually, Nova will be deemed useless and abandoned. I am much more afraid of that. If I cannot show my value, then I will lose my partner. If I don't choose to fight here, I will lose my friends, my partner, I will lose everything. There is nothing that can scare me more than that. Saying so, Finn lifted his face. There is a strong will in his eyes. His eyes are telling me that he has considered all the risks and decided to move forward. Those are not the eyes of someone desperate or reckless. I can feel his confidence and determination. Those are good eyes. Follow me. I will have you try it out right away. With that said, I took Finn to the Lord's mansion. Section. This is a Type 62 magic wand. It is the state-of-the-art magic weapon developed by the Empire that I was intending to give to my younger brother Leo. There is only one, so use it carefully. A magic wand that can be used in actual combat. So it has been completed. Finn touches the Type 62 as if he was inspired by it. Then he lifted it up. It is heavy. A normal person would find it difficult to move freely while carrying this. But that won't be a problem for a Dragon Knight, right? That is a splendid idea. This will completely change future aerial battles. The one who thought up the idea was the Prime Minister. Besides, it is not the idea that will change the face of aerial battle. It will be you and Nova. Wouldn't a Dragon Knight be strong if she can fire magic from the sky? Such an idea would cross even a child's mind. After all, mages that can fly are strong. However, there are not many mages who can fly freely in the sky. There are some in the Imperial Knight Order that can do it, but those people are special. It is not realistic to send them to the front line in every battle. That's why the magic wands were developed and first given to the 6th Corporation. If the results were good, it would eventually have been given to the Dragon Knights of Thale. However, at the earliest, that would still be a few years away. After all, there are many points to improve the Type 61s. For Finn to receive a magic wand at this stage is frankly unusual. It wouldn't be strange if someone gets angry at me for this. You have my gratitude, Your Highness. You don't have to thank me. We can't win a war with gratitude alone after all. When I said that to Finn, I heard a loud voice from the hallway. It was Berna, the acting lord, and Lambert, the 6th Corp captain. The two just received my messages. Berna was told that I am recruiting Finn, a Dragon Knight serving Greisner House, and Lambert was told that I am planning to give the Type 62 to Finn since I think that he might become an interesting Dragon Knight. Obviously, since I can't send him out to an actual battle, I am going to have him fight the Knights of the 6th Corp in a mock battle. It seems that there is some kind of commotion there. The acting lord probably got angry. I just selfishly took away one of his Dragon Knights after all. The moment I said that, the door was opened. It was Berna who looked clearly unsatisfied. Your Highness, what are you planning to do by taking away one of my house's Dragon Knights? Please explain yourself. I meant what I said. I am recruiting Finn. I have no intention to return him to you. When this civil war is over, I will officially make him a Dragon Knight directly serving the Imperial family. How selfish. In what country does its royal family rob a knight from their vassal? It is better than letting him rot away here. You people cannot use Finn. At best, you would only be able to use him as a reconnaissance or a messenger, right? I hate being wasteful. That is not a reason. Your Highness is being too selfish here. You can think of me as selfish or whatever. I told you from the beginning, right? I am taking care of all of Thale's forces. If you have any complaints, then submit it after the war is over. I brush off Berna's complaint and shift my gaze to Lambert. Lambert's expression doesn't look like he is dissatisfied with the development. However, he seems to be evaluating Finn. You need to test his power first, right? Captain Lambert. Of course. If Your Highness wants him to participate in the operation, he must have enough power to convince my subordinates. If he has the ability, then we will accept him. We can't afford to bring someone out to play after all. All right. We will have a mock battle. Pick out a few of your men. It won't be 1 against 1. Do you think they can win in a 1-on-1 fight? It will bring shame to the Imperial Knights if they lose, even in a mock battle. Moreover, some might not accept him even if he beat one knight. What is important here is to convince them. Then the only choice left here is to have him fight a truly strong opponent. Perhaps he guessed my intention. Lambert nodded with a bitter smile. Please settle with my vice-captain. That's what he said. Your opponent will be a vice-captain of the Imperial Knight Order. He would be a worthy opponent, right? Finn's face cramped up when he was suddenly arranged to have a mock battle with a ridiculous opponent. However, his eyes didn't look scared. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 316. Aerial Battle. At a training ground a little away from Thale, two knights were fighting in the sky. Aerial battles usually involved many flying vice. After all, you need to get close to attack your opponent. However, that is not the case in this battle. This is because the two knights can attack each other from a great distance. So how strong is your vice-captain? He is only second to me in terms of the falcon handling. He has also achieved excellent results in the training with the Type 61. In other words, if Finn can win, then there is no doubt that he is strong, right? No, if he manages to fight on par with my vice-captain, then that will be enough for us to recognize his strength. Lambert looks at the sky with a serious expression. The ongoing aerial battle seems to be in a stalemate. Right now, they are trying to take each other's back and use their wand to shoot magic at their opponent. The rule for this battle is whoever lands the first blow win. To adjust the wand's firepower, we have removed the jewels from their wands, so the wands are currently set in training mode. Even if you get hit, it will only hurt. The Type 61s were set to fire a fireball, but the Type 62 was set to fire a lightning strike. The Type 62 has the edge on power and speed, but right now it can't exhibit its full potential. In other words, this match will be decided through Finn and Nova's ability. I guess this won't be settled right away, right? I wonder about that. Vice-captain seems to have his hands full just to keep up with him though. His hands are full just to keep up. They are not fighting on par with each other. It is probably because Finn doesn't try to forcefully attack and make any unnecessary openings, Your Highness. He is surprisingly cautious here. It is important to be cautious. Still, it takes courage to fight in the sky. The moment Lambert said that, Finn moved. He stopped circling around his opponent and rapidly gaining altitude. It was like he was performing a somersault. He forcefully performed a vertical movement while flying sideways. The vice-captain begins to turn to avoid Finn getting behind him, but he cannot perform a tight turn when traveling at high speed. After all, a large flying beast has to deal with air resistance. There was a decisive difference between the vice-captain's divine falcon and Nova. In terms of making small turns, Nova is better. I thought that there was no flying dragon that could beat a divine falcon, but it seems that the world is a wide yet narrow place. There is one right here in the Empire after all her. Finn, who managed to take the vice-captain's back, immediately proceeded to close the distance. The magic wand can attack from a distance, but he is fighting against a fast-moving opponent. The shorter the distance, the higher his hit rate becomes. Perhaps he had predicted such a move from Finn. The vice-captain forcibly held the magic wand with one hand and fired a fireball behind him. Normally, the magic wand would be fixed to the knight's belt, so it shows how skilled he is to be able to handle it with one hand. Moreover, his aim is accurate. I thought that Finn would be defeated due to their difference in experience, but Finn immediately performed a barrel roll and evaded the fireball. He performed a barrel roll at that speed. Is it that amazing? Does Your Highness want to try? You will be thrown off mid-air, you know. Don't try doing it when I ride with you, okay? Finn, who avoided the fireball, gently strokes the vice-captain. Then the two slowly descended. How was he? Vice-captain. I have nothing to say. It is as you see, Captain. It was my complete defeat. The vice-captain answers Lambert's question with a bitter smile. Even so, his expression afterward seems so refreshing despite his defeat. After all, this is only a mock battle. Since they will become allies, he probably thinks of him as reliable. In the first place, the Imperial Knight Order is a meritocracy. They have no qualm against recognizing the strength of others, even when their opponent is a Dragon Knight. Well done. Dragon Knight Finn. Yes, sir. It was all thanks to the Type 62 that Your Highness has given me. You don't have to be modest. There was not much difference in the weapon's performance this time. Besides, the strength of your weapon is also your strength on the battlefield. It is exactly as His Highness says. That was splendid, Finn. How about it? Don't you want to join the Imperial Knight Order? What? Lambert honestly praises Finn's ability and begins to invite him to join the Imperial Knight Order. Becoming an Imperial Knight is not a bad thing. But the 6th Corps is the Divine Falcon unit. There will probably be opposition to let a Dragon Knight join. Can't your Highness put in a word for us? No way. The ministers will give me an earful. Rather than that, he should be able to join other corps much more smoothly. Finn will be isolated if he joins other corps, Your Highness. Please allow him to join us at the 6th Corps. That's what he said. He seems pretty enthusiastic, you know. I will follow Your Highness's will. While being mindful of Lambert, Finn bowed his head. When he said it like that, Lambert couldn't say anything more. Although he seems to be still unsatisfied, he gave up the solicitation. However, it was not only Lambert who was dissatisfied. Finn, you are a Dragon Knight of Marquis Greisner. It must have been your dream to fight together with everyone, right? Berna, the acting lord, approached Finn and began to persuade him. It is certainly disrespectful of him, but it was me who was being much more disrespectful first by selfishly taking away one of my vassal's knights, so I can't say anything to him in that regard. Berna-sama, that was certainly my dream. I still remember the gratitude I have toward the Greisner house. But I want to fight. I want to be there for everyone. Please understand. If you wish for it, then even His Highness cannot force you. You are strong. You just proved that. Your current position is different from what it has been until now. As long as we recognize Finn's strength, it is almost certain that we will include him in the operation. Right now, it is no longer possible to take away the Type 62 from Finn. Berna is telling him to take advantage of his current position and voice his opinion. He sure is desperate. Well, obviously. A Dragon Knight is precious. It takes 10 years to raise one. It was already a problem when I tried to recruit him, but now Finn has shown a new power. From now on, he will receive much attention from both enemies and allies. To lose such a person to a prince while the lord was away would be seen as Berna's failure. Depending on the perspective, one could say that he left because he was dissatisfied with Berna. In fact, Berna had judged that Finn should not be included in the fighting force. The same is true for the large flying dragons. He didn't think about how to make use of them. Everything leads me to evaluate him as mediocre. Berna, just give up already. Please stay silent, Your Highness. Just what is the imperial family thinking while trying to rob one of its vassals' knights in the first place? If you mean the recruitment, then I am doing it even now though. That was due to our mutual agreement. Taking away a noble's knight without consulting him first is an abuse of authority. That might be the case. So why don't you make an appeal? You can claim Dragon Knight Finn, who was given the Empire's state-of-the-art prototype weapon by me, as your own knight. Everyone would think that Marquis Greisner is trying to get the prototype weapon for his own. I don't mind doing that. Finn is a Dragon Knight serving under my house. My sister, who is also a Dragon Knight, considered Finn to be good enough to become the instructor of our future Dragon Knight apprentices. Please do not think that you can just have your way with us. His little sister is a Dragon Knight. So Marquis Greisner's daughter is also a Dragon Knight her. Since Marquis Greisner is currently with Leo, she should be there as well. When I thought so far, I noticed that Finn was looking a little down. He didn't lose against the vice-captain, so why is he making that kind of face? Is he that scared of that Dragon Knight lady? Or perhaps... Well, we will talk about this later. I will accept any complaints you have, but the first thing we need to do is making this operation a success. Please don't just put it off for later. Then I promise. I guarantee you that I will find time to discuss more details with you about this. The results are already clear to me though. Saying so, I muttered to Finn in a small voice so that only he could hear it. So you want to join the front line for the sake of the young lady, right? What? That's not it. I am doing this for everyone's sake. Well, let's go with that. While grinning at Finn's panicked expression, I left the place. Chapter 317. Strategy Planning. Alright, I am going to explain our strategy. Saying so, I started the strategy meeting for Lambert and his air force. Sebers, who was sent out to scout out the enemy's movement, has returned after he grasped the rough understanding of their personnel placements. To show that, he put pieces to indicate their locations on a large map that was spread on top of the table. For the time being, we are reviewing the locations of our enemies and allies. Leo is currently at Castle Dick. Well, that castle is actually a strong fortress. It was originally built when the Empire's border was still around this area and has been renovated many times in the past. So their defense is perfect. Yes. Right now the enemy troops are trying to besiege Castle Dick, but they can't directly attack it because they cannot get past its branch castle. Castle Dick is a robust military base. Even so, if the castle is exposed to intense attacks every day, then even this strong fortress will eventually wear out. However, in order to launch a full-scale attack on the castle, the enemy must take down its branch castle first. After all, if they cannot take the branch castle which acts as Leo's forward base, it is possible for Leo's group to break through the siege. The branch castle of Castle Dick is located on a hill. Leo has placed 3,000 elites in this castle to block the way of the enemy's army. They are probably using the advantage of their high ground to hold the enemy at bay. The enemy seems to have challenged it many times already, but they were repelled each and every time, so they decided to change their strategy. As long as the hill is ours, the enemy cannot benefit from that vantage point. Even if they want to take down the branch castle first, the hill where it is located is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Such an elevated position made it difficult for the enemy to take advantage of their large number and force them to send only small units. If they took too much damage before taking on the main castle, they will not be able to topple Castle Dick. That's why the enemy has switched their strategy to encirclement. As long as the branch castle is still standing, Castle Dick is safe. But in the meantime, the enemy will use that time to strengthen their army. Before that happens, we must deliver supplies to Leo. They can't move without enough supply after all. At the same time, I want to destroy the enemy's supplies as much as possible. After all, the enemy cannot move without supply as well. That is our current situation. And here is the main subject. I turned my eyes to the map. The enemy has surrounded Castle Dick and placed an army at the branch castle to restrain the branch castle from making any move. Behind that army is the enemy's reserve force with a mountainous area spread out behind them. There is no doubt that the enemy's base is somewhere inside those mountains. The problem is its exact location. The enemy has a base somewhere in these mountains. Moreover, it is hard to locate its exact location. If we know that they are somewhere in these mountains, then isn't it better if we scout out their location from the sky? The fact that it is hard to find means that their ground movements are also restricted. The reason why they built a base in such a location is that they have dragon knights under their command. The surveillance in the sky will be much stricter than on the ground. I see. Then we have no choice but to steadily search for them, right? I shook my head at Lambert. We have no time to do that. If we don't move quickly, then the enemy might realize that we are trying to do something. We can't waste time here. Taking our time to search for them will only increase the risk of being discovered. This time we will work with a prediction. And in case the prediction is wrong, it is exactly fine because we can be wrong. Saying so, I put a number of small pieces on the map. It was the confirmed placements of the enemy's small units. They are probably liaison units or transport units that travel to and from their supply base. I put the pieces down on the map and simulate their routes in my head. Assuming that there is base A inside these mountains, if there are some strange or unreasonable movements of these units, then it is unlikely that base A is on that mountain. When doing so, one mountain stood out. The confirmed movements of the enemy units here are linked without any waste in their movements. I point at a mountain located in the middle of the spreading mountainous area. The enemy's supply base is here. Excuse my rudeness, but what is your basis, Your Highness? That was what the movements of their smaller units pointed out. Given that their supply base is hidden in a difficult-to-find location, it is unlikely that their transport units will use a camouflaged or decoy route. They are not at disadvantage enough to be so careful. After all, if they do that, it will significantly delay their supply transportation. That's why, judging from the movements of the enemy around this area, I concluded that the base is somewhere on this mountain. I heard that Your Highness had a very poor performance in military tactics class though. Well, I mostly skipped or slept through the lesson. Besides, I don't need any military tactic to do this. All I did was just predicting the enemy's movements. I don't need to rely on a theory to do that. Military tactics are the accumulation of the knowledge from past wars. You will be able to apply that knowledge if you studied them, but you can manage without them as well. Well, I ended up learning a lot of it from Gramp when he taught me ancient magic though. There is no need to bother explaining that anyway. I will leave the surprise attack on their supply base to the Nabi Ritter. I will accompany you halfway there. After that, we will withdraw and make our way to persuade the northern nobles. What should we do in case the plan fails, Your Highness? You should think in terms of, even if the plan fails, instead. If the supply base isn't there and the Dragon Knights are not distracted, the Nabi Ritter will continue to sabotage the enemy from behind. That way the enemy's eyes should be more or less attracted. Just use that time to carry the supplies to Leo as much as you can. That will be easier said than done, Your Highness. I think that you all are capable enough to pull it off after all. Well, that's my plan. The problem now is you guys. Even if the Dragon Knights were successfully lured away, there would still be a lot of Dragon Knights around Castle.Dick. Even if the quality of our air force is higher, they have greater numbers. It is necessary to come up with a plan to compensate for that. Our mounts, weapons, and skills are all superior to the enemy. We have enough factors to gain dominance over them, but I want to win this without suffering any loss if possible. Isn't that hoping for too much, Your Highness? There is nothing wrong with hoping for more. Now, let's think in our enemy's shoes. Are all the Dragon Knights always on the lookout in the sky during the siege? The answer would be no. Only a few of them would be on alert while the majority of them are on the ground. The flying dragons cannot fly forever, nor do the Dragon Knights can keep up their focus. They are probably taking turns watching the sky in a shift. That's why. Finn, you are going to charge ahead first and attack the Dragon Knights who are on standby on the ground. If possible, I want you to incapacitate their flying dragons. It would be enough if you damage them enough so that they cannot be deployed. I'm going alone. That's right. You are going to assault tens of thousands of troops alone. Using the element of surprise, you will attack them from the sky and withdraw toward Castle.Dick. Of course, the enemy will chase you. This time, the 6th Corps will intercept your pursuers with concentrated fire. Finn has 2 roles: neutralization of the enemy flying dragons and acting as a decoy. If they want to pursue Finn, who escapes to the sky above Castle.Dick, the enemy will have no choice but to use their air force. Using that chance, the 6th Corps will descend and shoot them down. If all goes well, we should be able to get rid of a considerable number of their Dragon Knights. If the enemy spots the Divine Falcons, they will realize that it is the 6th Imperial Knight Corporation. Moreover, we need the firepower of the Type 62 to pull this off. The Type 62 wand has multiple firing modes. There is a mode that shoots one thunder magic and a diffused mode that shoots multiple lightning at the same time. It consumes a lot of magic power, but it can be used to defeat multiple enemies at once. This firing mode is exclusive to the Type 62. It is the perfect fit for this operation. What do you say? If you hate the idea, then we can go with another strategy. I have never heard of a lone rider taking on an entire enemy army either. There is no shame in refusing, you know. Does Your Highness think that I can do it? I think that you are more than capable enough to pull it off though. Hearing my words, Finn kept silent for a while. He then slowly opened his mouth. I will do it. Please let me do it. If you fail, it will affect the operation as a whole. Do you have the confidence? I don't know if I have enough confidence, but there is one thing I am sure of. Who? And that is, Nova is faster than any Dragon Knights in the sky. I think that it is possible to escape after I assaulted their position. Hearing that, I give him a nod. If he is not scared, then there is no problem. Then it is decided. We will go with this strategy. I will leave it to you all. In response to my words, everyone who was there gave me an affirmative reply. Chapter 318. First Love. Our strategy has been decided. However, it doesn't mean that we can commence the strategy immediately. After all, the Nabi Ritter must get behind the enemy line without them noticing first. After carefully planning our route, Lars concluded that it will take us 2 days before we can arrive at their rear while avoiding enemy detection. That's why I and the Nabi Ritter will head out first. I wish you good luck, Your Highness. Good luck to you too, Captain Lambert. We will be fine. At worst, we can always withdraw. However, Your Highness will be acting with the Nabi Ritter, no? Halfway there, that is. The surprise attack itself will be done by the Nabi Ritter. After we can confirm the location of their supply base, I will be waiting on standby at a distance away. Even so, it doesn't change that Your Highness will be advancing to the enemy position. Is that not too dangerous? As long as I can only have a small number of troops accompanying me, his worry isn't so strange. Originally, my protective details were left to Lambert and his subordinates. Since I have absolute confidence in my personal safety, I came up with a strategy that gets me close to danger. I was being inconsiderate to the people around me. It is certainly dangerous, but it would take too long if I wait for the Nabi Ritter's return here. Besides, if I want to persuade the northern nobles, I will have to meet the nobles who are at the front line. Putting myself in danger is already inevitable. Don't worry. The Nabi Ritter is a versatile unit. If it just to let me escape, then they will manage just fine. You are being optimistic. Please be careful, Your Highness. If something happens to you, you will not be able to get back at the people who ridiculed you after all. I don't really feel like getting back at them though. I don't really hate being called the dull prince either. Rather, I don't want people to treat me differently. Can't say that I am a fan of seeing that happening at all. It's fine to make a fool out of me. I can just make a fool out of them in return. But I don't want people to suddenly treat me differently just because I raised some achievements. Their fake smiles only serve to irritate me. If you want to make fun of me, then just keep it up. They might recognize me for my recent achievements, but I want them to say that such achievements cannot override what I have been doing until now. Such a person is more trustworthy and way more pleasant to see. Even if Your Highness doesn't like it, this war will still change the way people look at you. No, I think that they have already begun to see you differently. Both enemies and allies have begun to understand how skilled you are with the rebellion at the imperial capital. Working with Your Highness directly like this made me think that such an evaluation is still too naive of them though. That's troublesome. Even though I want to stay as I am now, it seems that they will not let me her. The troublesome thing about this is that if I act like a prince and tackle our national crisis, my wish will never come true. You really are a strange person, Your Highness. I think people often call someone like Your Highness a genius though. A genius, huh? Won't Leo fit that description better than me? I have thought so at first. However, I am sure that His Highness Leonard is a hard worker. Your Highness is a genius at inspiring others. I was always wondering to myself. Ever since His Highness Leonard was a child, he was always compared to you. If a normal kid were to be told that he is much more excellent than his incompetent brother, that kid might become overconfident. But His Highness Leonard did not turn out like that at all. He worked even harder instead. Now I understand him. Since His Highness was closer to you than anyone, he truly understands how amazing you are. That's an exaggeration. Leo is just a serious person, that's all. If Your Highness says that, then it must be so. When I said that to him with a sigh, Lambert replied with a bitter smile. He then bowed and took his leave. Instead, Finn came up to me. Your Highness, please be careful. Don't worry. As long as you perform your duty well, you have no need to worry about me. Please rest assured. Saying so, Finn looked straight at me. There is no hesitation in his eyes. It seems like I can rest easy here. All right, let's have a small chat for a change. What kind of person is the daughter of Marquis Greisner? She rides a dragon even though she's a noble lady, right? A normal young lady wouldn't do that, no? What is Your Highness asking so suddenly? Come on, just answer. What kind of person is she? Oju-sama is a straightforward person, Your Highness. She does what she thinks is right and she is strong enough to do it. Moreover, she is an extremely gentle person. Finn smiles. That's a soft smile. So he is that proud of his young lady her. So, when did you start to like her? If the question is whether I like or dislike her, then I think I like her. But, I still don't know if that is the love for the opposite sex or not. I was an orphan. It was Oju-sama who saved me when I was all alone. She showed me the path of a dragon knight and tread it with me. I owe her a great debt of gratitude. My desire is to repay that debt to her. I see. Well, I guess that is a normal feeling people have toward their childhood friend her. Eventually, the feeling of like or dislike will just disappear on its own. You are quite familiar with this, Your Highness. I heard that Your Highness's childhood friend is the young lady of the Brave House. What has become of that? Finn asks about Elna as a counterattack. However, such a counterattack cannot faze me. Like or dislike her, if I have to pick one then I have to say that I like her. She was my first love after all. Yes. Finn looked like he just heard something strange. The prince's first love is the prodigy young lady of the Brave House. That's probably a big deal, but right now it doesn't matter anymore. I also have a heavy debt of gratitude toward my childhood friend. I want to repay her someday as well. And from now on, I want to walk on the same path as her. Whether in the end we are together or not, we will never change. Even the holy sword cannot cut this magic tie that is our bond even if we wanted to. Even Silver himself cannot undo this tie. That's how important a childhood friend is. So go help her. Right now, you already have the power to do it after all. The feeling of helplessness. The feeling of despair that no matter how much I put in my effort, it won't bear fruit. Those feelings will never go to waste. Every time you think back upon it, you will remember the gratitude you have toward your childhood friend that was there for you. When you felt weak, when you felt that there is nothing you can do, the person who was there for you becomes important. A childhood friend who will always stay by your side is not something that anyone can get. That's why such a person is important. That's why such a person is worth struggling to the death for. Your Highness. Finn, this is your first battle. I am sure that there will be many thoughts that can make you hesitate on the battlefield. When the time comes, just listen to your heart. You already took a step forward because you have someone you want to protect. If you ignore your heart, you will have to live with regrets. Even if things become worse because you listen to your heart, you now have the power to overcome it. You cannot accomplish anything if you are weak. You can accomplish one thing if you are mediocre. And if you are strong, you can accomplish everything. That's the privilege of the strong. Protect your childhood friend and make the strategy successful. Finn has the power to do that. I will carve your Highness's words into my heart. Just show me with the result. Let me witness your strength. The sky of this empire belongs to you. Yes. I will do my best to meet your Highness's expectations. I will definitely bring you the good news. Saying so, Finn's eyes become even stronger. The feeling I get from his eyes is the determination to protect. When I first met him, what I saw was a wish to protect. Eventually, that wish changed into determination. It has become a firm belief. The little worry he still has before has disappeared. If that is the case, then I have no need to worry anymore. I parted from Finn and started walking. Waiting for me are the Nabi Ritter who all don a black hooded cloak. I also covered myself with the hood and straddled on the horse they prepared for me. Let's go. Be bold but not careless. We must get behind the enemy line without them noticing. Yes, sir. And thus the Nabi Ritter and I left the city of Thale. Chapter 319. Hateful Strategy. Prince William. General Bartle and General Fidessa are seeking an audience with you, sir. William let out another sigh at the soldier's report. However, he can't keep sighing forever. He told the soldier to let them in and erased his troubled expression. Excuse us, Prince William, said the two men entering his tent. The generals who served under Gordon are now under William's command. Both of them are middle-aged. Bartle is a bearded man and Fidessa is a quiet man with a mean gaze. Both of them were the youngest child of a noble house and climbed through the ranks of the imperial army, becoming generals through their own abilities. Perhaps due to the confidence they carry through their long career, the two's attitude was anything but reverent. "Please give us the order for a full-scale assault, Prince William." Bartle frankly said that to him, with Fidessa looking like that, is an obvious course of action. So William calmly responds, "We will not change our strategy. We are starving them out. The enemy's supply is already running low. Right now is the time to attack." Exactly. The enemy's morale is already declining. A siege is a test of patience. If you rush to attack them, you will only suffer from their counterattack. Have you already forgotten your lesson? Originally, it was Bartle and Fidessa who pursued Leo's army when they were withdrawing to the castle after their defensive line was broken. The two immediately started to besiege the castle, but they can't even take down the branch castle. That's why William came here with the reinforcements. Gordon wanted to lead the reinforcements here himself, but William persuaded him otherwise and came here instead. Gordon is the cornerstone of the rebel army. If he is killed, everything will be for nothing. He proposed that Gordon should convince the generals that are supporting the emperor to come over to his side. In other words, William left the task of suppressing the army to Gordon. He then personally came out to face Leo himself. However, no matter how cooperative the generals here are, he is a prince of another country. Both generals were not happy to serve under him. As a result, they opposed William's plan to switch from a full-scale siege battle to simply encirclement after their failed initial battle. The situation now is different. It is the same. The other side is waiting for an opportunity to fight back. If we handle this poorly, we will only be losing more soldiers instead. It is the commander's job to win the war, not to spare the soldiers' lives. We are here to win the war, generals. The complete control of this army was entrusted to me. If you are dissatisfied with that, then you can bring it up to Prince Gordon. His Highness is too busy for this. Then you have no choice but to obey me, aren't you? Saying so, William ordered the two generals to leave the tent. While glaring at him, the two left. After confirming that no one is around, William let out a big sigh. William wasn't so optimistic to think that he can smoothly lead another country's army. However, he is now keenly aware that it was much more difficult than he first thought. Normally, I would just shut them up with the result though. If you move poorly, you will get a counterattack. Eliminating the enemy after cornering them to the point that they can no longer muster up any opposition. This policy alone is something that William is not willing to change. William was unprecedentedly cautious in this battle. The cause of this is the power Leo showed him at the imperial capital, and the existence in the imperial capital that still hasn't moved. The situation has changed. It is clear that Leo needs reinforcements. However, there is still no movement from the imperial capital. It definitely is not because they cannot move. William gazes at an empty space. He is looking at the past, the final phase of the rebellion at the imperial capital. There is no mistake that they have the table turned against them when Leo appeared. However, someone has bought enough time for his arrival. Someone who read that Leo was coming and earned time for him. It was Leo's elder brother, Ul. Are you really still sleeping? Can really I believe that he still hasn't woken up? It is certainly possible for him to sleep for a long time after being subjected to poison or some kind of magic. However, William could not take such a thing for granted. He can't help but think that Ul is out there waiting for a chance to strike. William has struggled to secure 1/3 of the north for Gordon. After he was shown the power of silver, William has encouraged and scolded Gordon, who lost his spirit. He then secured a supply route through the Dominion and quickly occupied the eastern side of the north, which is easy to reach from the Dominion, and set up a base there. He managed to get them this far. If they can join the kingdom in a united front, they should be able to occupy the north in its entirety. If that happens, the armies of the Dominion and the United Kingdom can march into the north, and from there they can march south to the imperial capital or assist the kingdom's invasion in the west. Their options will only expand. However, the enemy is not stupid either. Eventually, the Empire will also form an alliance with the Sokol Empire. If that happens, the Eastern Border Defense Force will march north. Compared to the army that was sent to face the kingdom's army, Leo's army is on a smaller scale. After all, everything will be fine as long as he can buy time. And that still hasn't changed. Being besieged without any prospect of reinforcements is a bad idea, but if you know that the strongest army of the empire will come as long as you hold out, such a thing is not bad at all. It would be nice if the emperor ran out of patience and personally came out though. If the emperor came out, the United Kingdom would send in its military in earnest. Right now they are only in a cooperative relationship, but if the emperor comes out it will become a full-scale war. After all, if they can defeat the emperor, they can win this war. The candidates for the empire's throne will resist, but such resistance will be insignificant. Therefore, the emperor chose not to appear. Originally, this was a situation for the brave to appear, but William bet on the side that the brave will not come out. During the rebellion at the imperial capital, the brave was on standby with his army. However, he did not make it in time. It might be due to the army that they sent to stall him, but the brave's movement was simply too slow. Why is that? It was because there's discord among his army. The brave house has 3 branch houses. One of them went against the brave and delayed him. Because of that, the brave's movement was slowed down in a situation where timing is essential. Due to the information he received, William determined that the brave will not appear. The alliance with the so-called empire still hasn't yet been finalized, and neither the emperor nor the brave will come out. He had enough information to conclude that there will be no enemy reinforcements. However, is it okay for him to judge the situation like that only from the information available to him? The enemy may have laid a trap for him somewhere. You villain. William mutters at the figure of Ull he can't grasp. It is exactly because he can't grasp his figure that he is worrying like this. How good would it be if he can just come out? When William thought so, a report suddenly came in. Urgent report. Smokes have been spotted at our rear supply base. It appears to be an enemy's assault, sir. What? The supply base was set up personally by William. It is clear that the enemy will target their supply. That's why he hid it in a place that the enemy shouldn't be able to discover. Still, they found it. William was terrified. There has been no movement from Leo's side. Moreover, even if it is Leo, he can't command an outside army when his castle is being surrounded. In other words, this is not Leo's work. Damn it. He can see the figure of Ull grinning at him. He knows that there is a possibility that it might be a trap, but if he left things as it is, their supply will be destroyed. If they lose their supply base and their supply route is cut off, William's army will be isolated. Given that he is in an unstable position where he has to lead the army of a different country, losing the supply might lead to a mutiny. When he thought that far, Bartle rushed into his tent. Prince William, our supply is being targeted. I heard the report. I am thinking right now. We have no time to be so carefree like that. Please lead the Dragon Knights there immediately. Is that a request? Of course. William nodded when he managed to drag out what he wanted the general to say. Even if this is a trap, the blame will not lie with William. Then I will entrust the command of this place to General Bartle. Please try to be flexible. Yes, sir. Please leave this place to me. Just to be safe, I will leave some of the Dragon Knights here with you. They will concentrate on monitoring the sky. They are my direct subordinates. You may not give them any order. Is that clear? Understood. After he made sure of that, William left the tent. With this, they cannot attack the castle with the Dragon Knights. After all, that would go against his order. If he ends up using only the ground troops to attack, then there is nothing he can do. Weeding them out is necessary. If they suffer from the enemy counterattack, then those generals should shut up a little bit. The problem here is whether the attack on their supply base is a diversion or not. Such a hateful strategy. Even if you realize that it is a trap, you have no choice but to deal with it. It is a strategy that only a person who thoroughly knows how to rile up others can come up with. So you finally came out. Arnold. William muttered as if he was convinced, while worrying that he might already be dancing on the palm of Ull's hand. Chapter 320. Rising Smoke. Excellent as always, Your Highness. You don't have to flatter me. With that much information, Anyone would be able to predict their location with a little headache. Lars and I were having such a conversation while looking at the mountain which is our original destination. It has already been confirmed that the enemy transport unit has come out from that mountain. That is probably where their supply base is. Gordon's military supplies are collected from the United Kingdom and the Dominion. The supply collected by the United Kingdom came through the Dominion and was transported to the Empire through a hole in the northern border. And the supplies that maintain William's army, which is engaging in a siege battle at the front line, are stored here. However, this doesn't mean that they have an unlimited supply. It costs a lot to transport the supply in from another country, and the hole in our border defense is too small for mass transportation. If the enemy utilizes a large convoy, the Northern Border Patrol will be able to stop them. That's why they have no choice but to transport them over little by little. Of course, they are not entirely living on this supply. Still, they would be in a tight spot if they lost it. That's where we will attack them. After we ambush the base, set fire to their supplies and immediately withdraw. Should we not make sure that their supplies are thoroughly destroyed first? Giving them the chance to put out the fire will delay their response. Our goal here is not to destroy all their supply after all. An army that has run out of supply is no different from a group of bandits. They will start plundering the surrounding villages for supply instead. As long as we cannot get rid of the enemy army in one go, I want to avoid destroying their supply completely. Our purpose here is only to earn time. However, our enemy has the fast-moving dragon knights. Once they see the smoke, they will immediately rush over. If they judge that the damage here is small, they might turn back. That's the reason for our immediate withdrawal. We will make them think that the situation here is much more serious. Saying so, I grinned. The general commanding the enemy army is William. Leading an army of another country should give him a hard time. He must be especially concerned about the supply in this situation. I can see that from the fact that he hid his supply base here. If that is the case, then there is one way that we can definitely gain his attention. Do you have a plan, Your Highness? We will target the enemy incoming supply convoy. Well, we will at least make it seem like that. If their supplies get damaged, their incoming supplies will be very crucial to them. If it seems like it is being targeted, the enemy would dispatch troops to protect it while searching for us, even if they judged that the attack is only a diversion. I see. So how do we make it look like we are targeting their supply convoy? We will raise some smoke. You mean to do it flashily? Will they fall for that? They have no other choice. If they leave us alone, then we can actually proceed to destroy their convoy after all. If they won't fall for it, then let them. At that point, the defense of the sky above Castle Dick will be thin. We should be able to smoothly secure air superiority and transport the supplies to Leo by then. If William turns back the Dragon Knights, we will not be able to deliver much supply to the castle, but in return, we will be able to significantly reduce their supply. I don't really want to do it. If they don't have enough supply, it is highly likely that they will target the civilians. But we cannot win if we don't do that, and I also have faith in William. If he doesn't have enough supply, I trust that William will be reasonable enough to withdraw. He is a commander who can make that judgment. That's why I will not hold back if he chooses not to fall for the diversion. Well, Colonel Lars, I will leave the rest to you. Yes, sir. I am going to fall back. I am mapping out their transport route for you, so you can just raise some smokes at these locations. That should frighten them. Understood. I told him to immediately fall back once they are done and put some marks on the map. William's face should cramp up when he saw smoke rising from the direction of the supply convoy. By the time he sees that, the Nabi Ritter would have already left. Still, he cannot leave it unattended. Since he can't afford to let the supply get destroyed, he will dispatch search parties and a unit to protect the convoy. Their personnel should be dedicated to putting out the fire, and most of the Dragon Knights should be lured away. What William can do is to leave this place to a reliable commander and turn back to the castle with a small number of his subordinates. That being said, he won't be able to turn the table with only a few more Dragon Knights. I feel bad that for your lack of reliable subordinates and how you can't just fight as a Dragon Knight, but I am going to wreak some havoc here, Prince William. Saying so, I raised my right hand up and swung it down silently. With that as a signal, the Nabi Ritter silently moved out. The operation was successful. The dragon knights standing by around the castle rushed over immediately after they spotted smoke rising from the supply base. When they saw smoke rising away from the base, they divided into smaller units and behaved as I expected them to do. They are falling for it. Seems so. I squint my eyes at the dragon knights who are hurriedly flying toward the smoke from a distance. Their behavior was as I expected, but their responses are faster than I thought. What a swift judgment. As expected of William the first guess. He realized that it was a diversion, but he understood that he can't leave the situation alone, so he immediately entrusted the scene to a reliable subordinate and turned back. He probably expects that something is going on that side her. Still, even if he turns back now, it is impossible for him to prevent what is coming. I threw in a trump card for him after all. Well, I don't think that the famous dragon prince would just take this lying down though. I guess that isn't my job to deal with her. Yes. Just talking to myself. Let's head out. Now let's start our journey to persuade the northern nobles. That seems like a fun journey, Your Highness. There's nothing fun about this. Absolutely not fun. And stop calling me Your Highness. We are not a prince and the Nabi Ritter here. Wearing a black hooded cloak, my face was completely hidden. William might be able to see through my identity, but others won't. After all, I am officially still sleeping in the imperial capital, plus nobody would believe that I came up with this strategy myself. However, once they confirmed my identity, they will have no choice but to acknowledge that. That's why I hide my identity. From now on, we are a mercenary group that came from a faraway land. I am your leader and you guys are my subordinates. Keep that in mind. I will reveal my identity to the local lords, but I want to avoid leaking information as much as possible. Understood. But are you not too young to be the leader of a mercenary group? Is it strange? Somewhat, yes. So let us call you Wakasama, young master, and we are the mercenaries serving your father. How about that? That's fine. It's not really a lie after all. We can come up with a more detailed background on the way. First, we must leave this place. We are heading to Marquis Zweig's territory, but is there really something that warrants your visit there? Marquis Zweig is the only lord I can trust in the north. He helped me a long time ago. He is a person I respect. Saying so, I straddled the horse and headed out. Chapter 321. Meteor Descend. Finn's vision is filled with the color blue. It was the color of the blue sky. A clear sky that spreads far and wide. The sky was so large that it seems like he was the only one who exists in this world. At the wide sky that seems like it is going to swallow him whole, Finn takes a deep breath and slowly raises his face. Finn is currently flying above cloud level. He has confirmed that the enemy dragon knights have left before climbing into the sky. Hiding in the clouds, Finn is approaching the sky above the enemy location to make a surprise attack. It feels so strange, isn't it? Nova. Kiyu. Nova cried out as he stroked its neck. Since dragon knights are being protected by the magic power of their dragons, it also protects them from the intense air resistance. Even so, flying above cloud level was still a difficult task. However, this is not much different from taking a walk to Finn. What was different for him this time is the fact that he has a weapon in hand and that the success or failure of the mission was hung on his shoulders. Fighting. It is what I always wanted. But when I am actually doing it, it is scary, isn't it? Kiyu. There was no other choice. To be with you. This is the only choice for me. There is no place for a useless dragon knight nor a useless flying dragon. The only one who thinks that Finn is fit to be an instructor for the Dragon Knight's apprentices is the young lady alone. And it is true that her thought came from her personal feelings. He can't stand to abuse his position as her childhood friend. Moreover, there is no doubt that his position will be an unstable one, and unless he can produce results, he will have to remain like that forever. That's why Finn chose to fly into the battlefield. However, to kill another human being, to kill another's dragon. If he takes up weapons to solidify his position, then it is inevitable for him to kick others down. Just how many dragon knights will lose their lives and how many flying dragons will be injured by his surprise attack? Those people also have their family and friends. They must have spent as much time as him with their dragons. They are no different than him. He has contained such hesitation in his heart so far, but looking at the sky like this makes him doubt himself. The scary thoughts keep growing and growing. However, he cannot stay lost like this. Finn firmly grabbed the Type 62. This power to fight has been entrusted to him. His Highness is waiting for me. He slowly takes a deep breath. The mission he was given is to neutralize the enemy. He was told to prevent the enemy flying dragons from taking off. Right now, he understands well how considerate the prince was to him. The prince has granted his wish to fight. He gave him the power to protect his childhood friend. The prince was being so considerate to his feelings even when he sent Finn off. Finn cannot bear to trouble the prince any more than this. There is still doubt in his heart. However, he was told that when he became lost, he can just follow the voice of his heart. That's why Finn decided to heed the loudest voice in his heart. All right, Nova. For His Highness. Q. When he pulls the reins, Nova rises a little and dives down through the cloud with its wings folded. The thick clouds are a cover to hide his approach. If he continues to hide there, the enemy probably will not even notice them. However, he can't just remain hiding. He has promised that he will deliver the good news to the prince. He is not the only one fighting on the front line. A person who no one would complain if he chose to stay behind in a safe place has stepped out. He is placing himself in danger. For the sake of the empire, the people, and his family. He cannot compare his feelings to the prince's, but he still wanted to help. Let's go. Nova. Cutting through the clouds with his war cry, Finn and Nova dive directly down to the enemy encampment. No one seems to have noticed them yet. After all, they have not expected to be attacked from above. Finn continues to descend down toward the enemy's camp without slowing down. His target is their dragon stable. There it is. Finn squinted his eyes searching for the enemy flying dragons, and he discovered a place where a large number of them had gathered. It's the enemy dragon stable. Although it was only a temporary one, it was so big, unlike the one he has seen before. This means that the enemy has that many dragon knights with them. Now he understands the importance of the words "do not let them take off." He adjusted the direction and increased the descent speed toward it. Then, the soldiers underneath began to notice him. Oi! What is that? NN. Just a dragon knight, right? That's probably one of our own. No, but even if they noticed him, they cannot react immediately. The main force of their army is the Imperial army, but they recognize most dragon knights as their allies, so they are not accustomed to an attack from the sky. They cannot respond to something that they weren't trained for so suddenly. Among the confusion and suspicion, Finn descends down toward them like a meteor. I'm counting on you, Type 62. He inserted his magic power into the Type 62. The diffused fire mode can defeat multiple enemies at once, but it requires a huge amount of magic power. He sends the magic power to the Type 62 steadily, and eventually, the tip of the Type 62 begins to discharge with a crackle. It is now ready to fire. At the same time, the dragon stable also entered Finn's range. From here, he has to play it by ear. Below him, the dragon knights who noticed that something was off were about to lift off. However, it was too late. An arrow shot by a soldier underneath approaches Finn. After he rotated his trajectory and evaded the arrow, Finn fires off the diffused lighting of the Type 62. Many lightning strikes hit the dragon stable. A fire broke out in the building, and the flying dragons that got hit by the lightning strikes on their wings screamed out in pain. However, his attack doesn't end there. Finn continues firing lightning strikes at the dragon stable. Repeatedly attacked by the lightning strikes, the dragon stable fell into complete chaos. When the dragon knights who were patrolling the sky above the castle rushed back, the dragon stable was almost completely destroyed, and the dragon knights and flying dragons inside are no longer in any shape to be deployed. Seeing their comrades in such a state, the dragon knight's anger reached its boiling point. Don't let him escape. Kill that white dragon knight. There were dozens of dragon knights still in the sky. Furthermore, the dragon knights who were away from the stable are now lifting off to chase after him. Among the dragon knights that started to deploy one after another, the dragon knights who are proud of their speed started chasing after Finn. They are the elites of the United Kingdom's Dragon Knights Order. Still, Finn doesn't panic. Good. Come after me. The dragon knights who are so proud of their speed couldn't take his back. On the contrary, Finn continues to counterattack and decrease their number. The dragon knights of the United Kingdom immediately realized that they were not dealing with any normal opponent and gave up the reckless pursuit, choosing to surround Finn with their number instead. Although Finn and Nova have superior mobility in the sky, it is meaningless if they are surrounded. After all, they cannot do anything if they have nowhere to run. That was supposed to be the case. However, now he possesses a weapon that he can use to secure an opening space. Damn it. What was that? It's a magic wand. He's shooting us. Arg. Finn shoots down the dragon knights who were blocking his way and continue to escape. If they cannot stop them, then they have no hope of stopping Finn and Nova. Seeing the dragon knights unable to deal with the situation, a large number of archers were getting ready to fire at him from the ground. After all, they are dealing with a dragon knight. It's a normal strategy to shoot him down with arrows. However, Finn boldly lowered his attitude toward the archers. He rushed in. Don't shoot. He's too close. With the ground force confused and unable to attack him, Finn makes his way toward Castle Dick. Finn and Nova, who have been moving dexterously to avoid the dragon knights getting behind them, are now flying straight at the castle. Seeing that, the dragon knights started to accelerate and pursue him. Like hell, we will let you escape. We will tear you to pieces. The dragon knights approach Finn and Nova while angrily yelling at them. About 30 dragon knights are chasing after them, and there is another 20 closing in from behind. After confirming that they are chasing him, Finn accelerated toward the castle wall. Many dragon knights slowed down in fear of crashing into the wall, but some dragon knights couldn't stop as they had their attention solely focused on Finn and Nova. As if to mock those dragon knights, Finn and Nova saw up at the last minute. Damn it. Arg. Unable to decelerate, the dragon knights crashed into the wall. However, the number of their pursuers doesn't decrease that much. He flew up. There's nothing in the way anymore. Accelerate. Stop right there. A total of about 40 dragon knights chased after Finn and Nova and headed straight toward Castle Dick. Just a little more. When one dragon knight managed to reach within the range where he can use his long spear to attack Finn. Finn and Nova suddenly accelerated even further. Finn and Nova left the dragon knights behind as if the chase so far was a lie. What the hell? It didn't take long before they realized that they were baited. But why did he want to lure them here? The answer to that question appeared to them in the form of the men in white mantle straddling on black falcons cutting through the clouds. The dragon knights who were focusing on climbing the altitude are vulnerable. They are not in any kind of formation. To hell with you. Damn Imperial. Evade. We won't make it. They are too fast. On the other hand, the 6th Corps descended toward them in an orderly formation. Like a pack of hunting birds of prey. The dragon knights who were chasing after Finn are being fired upon by countless fireballs from above. Then, the knights in white mantles spread out to protect the sky above the castle. As if they are announcing their presence. It's the 6th Corps. It's the Divine Falcons. Reinforcements. His Majesty's reinforcements have arrived. We can win. The soldiers in Leo's main army who had been holding up in the castle enduring the enemy's siege excitedly shouted. However, the remaining enemy dragon knights gather up and immediately charge at the castle as though such a cry of victory is not permitted. Their number was still higher than that of the 6th Corps. Prepare to intercept. Secure air superiority. By the name of His Imperial Majesty, do not let any single one of them reach the castle. Lambert shouted his command and the knights of the 6th Corps formed a line. In response, the dragon knights of the United Kingdom also form a formation. However, they have forgotten. No, they did not notice. The despairing fact that there is a meteor descending down from above them. Chapter 322. Securing Air Superiority. The enemy is the 6th Imperial Knight Corps. Those falcons are no match for our dragons. They are just a ceremonial unit. Teach them who is the true ruler of the sky. Upon hearing the enemy's command, Lambert grinned and ordered his men to group up. This is to concentrate their firepower. Aim at the gap in their formation. Like hell, we would have such a gap in our formation. There is. Saying so, Lambert himself ready his Type 61 wand. Buying into his provocation, the enemy captain launched an assault with his men. However, at that moment, the wings of his dragon were shot through by lightning strikes from the sky. What? It wasn't just the captain's dragon that was shot. All the flying dragons near him were all shot in the wings. In an assault position, if the leading charge collapsed, the men behind will not be able to form a formation. And the 6th Corps will not let that opportunity pass. Fire. In response to Lambert's command, a large number of fireballs were fired using the Type 61 wands. The dragons that still managed to fly with their wings shot couldn't possibly avoid that. Even if they try blocking the fireballs with their spears, such an effort would be useless. Damn it all. Receiving a fireball on his shoulder, the enemy captain screamed and fell. The dragon knights who were trying to rescue him from the fall were also being showered by the rain of fireballs. Meanwhile, the dragon knights who managed to avoid the fireballs by leaving the formation were also hunted down with the divine falcon's superior mobility. All men spread out. Wipe out the remaining enemies. Receiving the order, the falcon knights of the 6th Corps began to hunt down the scattering dragon knights. It was no longer a battle. Their formation was completely destroyed, rendering cooperation impossible. Moreover, their opponents are too much for them to handle individually. Don't waste time. Hurry up. After ordering his men to hurry, Lambert slowly turned his gaze to Finn, who had descended to his level. Good work. You really were something. No, I only caught the enemy off guard. That might be true. Still, it was your skill that managed to lure the enemy here. Be proud of that. It was because our strategy was excellent. Besides, the enemy main force is still up. Lambert nodded to Finn. They have received info about the enemy army. The United Kingdom prided elites, the Black Dragon Knights. They are Prince William's direct subordinates, but they still couldn't spot any so far. Black flying dragons are known to have a rough temper and not suitable to be mounted by a dragon knight. Thus the dragon knights who ride those black dragons to battle are the elites among their ranks. If such an elite unit comes out, things will not be as smooth as they are now. You should stand by for now. But the enemy ground forces are also mobilizing. You think they can hit us with an arrow from that distance? Don't worry. Your turn will come when the enemy's main force shows up. After giving Finn an order, Lambert looks around. Most of the dragon knights who rose to the sky could be shot down by his subordinates. Due to Finn's surprise attack, many dragon knights can only look up at the sky with regret. Seeing the situation, Lambert raises one of his hands. Secure air superiority and maintain it. Following Lambert's command, the 6th Corps surrounds the sky above the castle. The circle was drawn in the air, a defensive formation that does not allow any outside invasion. They all point Type 61 wands outward and ready themselves for anti-air fire in all directions. As soon as the circle was established, large flying dragons began to descend from the sky. Section. The large flying dragons that are descending to the castle are all carrying a huge loading platform. Realizing that they are delivering them the supply, the soldiers inside the castle cheered. Food. They brought us supplies. As long as we have supply, we have nothing to fear. His Majesty didn't abandon us. All hail the Empire! All hail the Empire! Among such cheers, Marquis Greisner looked up at the sky in astonishment. The fearless man with his dark brown hair cut short. That's Marquis Hagen von Greisner. Not only Finn, even the large flying dragons. To think that they can be utilized like that. I don't think that it is Oni-sama's idea. The girl who muttered so next to the Marquis was a girl with dark brown hair. The name of this dignified girl is Katrina von Greisner. She is the eldest daughter of Marquis Greisner and the captain of their dragon knights. The ones who they didn't consider as fighting forces and left behind back in their territory are now on the battlefield performing their own role. However, Katrina wasn't surprised about that. After all, they are performing the roles that she thought might be possible to them in the future. However, to utilize the large flying dragons as a transport unit, you would need enough forces to protect them. Moreover, there was no magic wand that allowed Finn and Nova to be useful on the battlefield. The theories on top of her table have now become a reality in front of her. There must be someone who made it happen. And that someone is certainly not her older brother who adheres strictly to the traditional theories. Katrina Oju-sama, the supplies have arrived. They are still delivering us more. It's not just Finn. Everyone is here. Yes, that's right. Take the food from the first cargo and feed our dragons. If we let them eat a little, they should be able to fly. The number of dragon knights under Marquis Greisner has been diminishing during the siege. The reason is that the enemy dragon knights are all full-fledged and their lack of food supply. In the first place, their flying dragons were still not perfected. With their imperfection, it would be bad to let their number get reduced any more, so Leo forbids the dragon knights under his command from going up to the sky. As a result, the enemy dragon knights gained complete air superiority. Still, no matter how threatening they may be, the castle will not be taken down with the dragon knights alone. Katrina obediently followed that order. She had no choice but to obey. Still, she couldn't let go of the bitterness in her heart. After all, she has her own pride as an Imperial Dragon Knight. Even if they can't fight now, they should be able to help guide in the supplies. We are racing against time. Hurry up. Yes. The Dragon Knight who came to deliver her the report wiped the tears in his eyes and ran back. His tears were natural. After all, their supply has been diminishing each day and it was no longer possible to feed their dragons properly. They have cut a portion of their own meal to secure the dragon's share, but that too has its limits. There is no Dragon Knight whose heart doesn't hurt when they have to see their dragon gradually wither away. Katrina herself would already cry in relief if she wasn't in a position where she needed to lead her subordinates. Her position doesn't allow that. Are you going out? Yes. I will do what I can. They look reliable enough though. Finn is fighting in the sky. I can't stay here and only look up at him. Everyone should feel the same as well. This is the day we have been waiting for. They grew up and raised their dragons together. They have trained and failed many times. They have supported each other so far and reached this place. Among them, Finn was the most skilled. He simply lacked the means to fight. It was hard for Finn himself, but all his childhood friends, including Katrina, also felt the same. To fight together someday. That was their shared wish. And it is about to come true right now. She cannot bear to stay still. Can I leave reporting to His Highness to you, Father? I understand. Go. Marquis Greisner did not try to stop his beloved daughter. After all, this is also necessary for the battle as a whole. The large flying dragons are descending toward the castle while carrying the loading platform containing the supplies. The task was surprisingly difficult and it would be too hard to describe their speed as anything but slow. They have secured air superiority with much effort. It would be best if they can finish the transportation while they still have air superiority. That being the case, they need someone to guide them in. With that in mind, Marquis Greisner rushed to Leo's place. Then when he arrived at the command post, Marquis Greisner was greeted with something unexpected. Marquis Greisner, there is an order from His Highness. You are to take command of the army. What? What do you mean? Where is His Highness Leonard? That is. His Highness said that he is going to join the aerial battle. His Highness did. Leo never went up to the sky during the siege. He was devoted to commanding his army. That Leo just flew off. This means that the situation requires Leo to be in the sky. Did His Highness say anything else? He said that his opponent is coming. The United Kingdom's Dragon Prince. Send a warning to the entire army. The enemy's main force is coming. Even while he shouted that command, Marquis Greisner knew that it is meaningless. The stage of the battle is in the sky. Ground troops will be mobilized, but the decisive battle will be in the sky. That's why Leo went up there. No matter how vigilant they have been on the ground, they can't do anything to the enemy in the sky. Not to mention that their opponent are the elites of the United Kingdom under the direct command of the Dragon Prince. I don't think that the Sixth Corps will lose, but he cannot be confident that they will win. Marquis Greisner perished the thought and firmly ordered his men to place a priority on the transport unit. Chapter 323. The Black Dragon Knights. Seeing several dragon knights rising from the castle, Finn tried to head toward them. After all, he was ordered to be on standby and has nothing to do. However, Lambert stopped him. Say hi to them later. We have no time for that right now. What? The enemy's main force is coming, Lambert says as he stares behind the enemy. There, about 30 dragon knights are heading toward them in a formation. The Black Dragon Knight Unit. The strongest of the United Kingdom, the Black Dragon Knights. Moreover, they are being led by the Dragon Prince himself. Leading them at the forefront is William straddling on his red dragon. Not only the Black Dragon Knights, Finn is well familiar with the Dragon Prince. As a Dragon Knight, William was the ideal that he aimed to be like. And that ideal is now flying toward him as an enemy. Finn isn't the only one nervous about his presence. Tension ran high among the members of the Sixth Corps, including Lambert. They resolved to fight. And he is someone they already expected to battle against. However, when he appears in front of them, they cannot help but be astounded at his ability. Lambert and his subordinates, whose main battlefield is the sky, can understand the ability of their opponent just by looking at the way they fly. William is of course very skilled, but the Black Dragon Knights following behind him are also exceptional. They all stay on high alert because they understand that. However, you don't have to be so nervous. If they are the strongest of the United Kingdom, then you are the strongest air force of the Empire. Your white mantles are not for show, right? You don't have to evaluate your opponent higher than necessary. Your Highness. Thanks for the reinforcements, Captain Lambert. You saved me. Yes, sir. I am simply here by His Majesty's order. Leo, who came up to them, relaxed the tension in the Knights of the Sixth Corps. They will not be defeated through pure skills. However, there is certainly a difference in their practical experience. The Sixth Corps had an inferiority complex there which made the enemy look stronger in their mind. Leo simply got rid of that. His Majesty sent you at the right time. I was wondering if I should make my move, but it seems that waiting was the right choice here. It was all thanks to His Majesty and His Excellency the Prime Minister's ingenious plan, Your Highness. Right. Using Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knights was certainly a good strategy. What's more, your plan even involved the destruction of the enemy's supply. The person who came up with this plan really knows how to upset others, isn't he? Lambert stays silent at Leo's smile. Ul's presence here is a secret. He is under a strict order not to reveal it even to Leo himself. Officially, the success of this transportation plan is credited to the Emperor, and they were told to act like that is the case. However, Leo's words make it seem like he knows everything. That's why Lambert had no choice but to stay quiet. While laughing lightly at Lambert, Leo shifts his gaze to Finn. That was a great success. White Dragon Knight. You mind giving me your name? Why, yes, sir. I am Finn Brost. I belong to. Finn freezes when he is about to say that he is a Dragon Knight in service of Marquis Greisner. After all, he doesn't know how to answer. Lambert sighs at Finn's honest personality. Finn is probably thinking that he would tell a lie if he says that he is Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knight. Seeing Finn like that, Leo gives him a nod. That's a good magic wand you have there. It seems that it is different from the others here. Ah, this is. Is it a prototype weapon created for me? It was a good decision to entrust it to him, Captain Lambert. Yes, sir. I apologize for my arbitrary action. Lambert quietly bows his head. As though feeling left behind, Finn confusedly shifts his gaze between the two. When he was acting like that, Leo pulled out his sword. Then, you now belong to the Imperial family. In other words, you are the Dragon Knight of Adler. Will you be able to live up to my expectations? Dragon Knight Finn. Why, yes, certainly. Those are good eyes. Good. We are going to stop the advance of the enemy's main force. I will stall Prince William myself. Your role is to stand out as much as you can and attract the enemy's attention. Still, you have to value your life, understand? It doesn't count as a journey until you get home after all," said Leo with a smile. He then raised his sword high and spoke to everyone in the castle with a powerful voice. "6th Imperial Knight Corps, I hereby take command of your unit. The enemy is the Black Dragon Knights led by the Dragon Prince. There is no better opponent than this. The time of waiting is over. It's time we fly. We will put an end to the debate of who is the ruler of the sky. Advance, Imperial Knights. Let them all know that the sky of the Empire belongs to you. Chart. Follow His Highness. The supplies transportation is not over yet." Compared to the enemy reinforcements, the 6th Corps were superior in number. However, if they have to leave some behind to protect the transport unit, then their number is almost equal. There was no numerical advantage here. The quality of their weapons was excellent, but their opponents were all strong men who had tasted many battlefields before. This will be a battle between the quality of their weapon and their experiences. They are not opponents that they can half-heartedly face. That's why Leo took the lead himself and charged at William. "So you came out, Leonard. I found a chance to leave the command to someone else, you see. What a coincidence." "Me too. The supply transport in the air cannot be prevented by the enemy's large ground forces. If that is the case, then there is no need to carefully direct such an army personally. Both the attacker and defender, although their positions were different, both of them were released from the chains that bind them. Now they can fight as warriors. It seems your skills still haven't grown dull, huh? You too." After several flybys, the two took a distance away from each other. In the space between the two, the Black Dragon Knights and the Falcon Knights engage each other. They both failed to take down their opponent's general. Right now, the battle is turning into a high-level aerial battle, an all-out skirmish. However, their abilities are on par and none of them fell. That's why the situation has entered a stalemate. However, William is frowning. After all, they cannot advance any further. Moreover, you Imperials sure hit quite a ridiculous trump card, huh? The Empire never neglected the research on aerial combat, you see. You think we will believe that such a monster can be born through research alone? Where did you find him? No, who? His Majesty, obviously. You sure are bad at lying, huh? How about you just honestly admit that it is the work of that elder brother you are so proud of? William forcibly closes the distance to approach Leo. Locked into a contest of strength, William managed to stop Leo's movement. A young Black Dragon Knight who was waiting for that moment immediately approached Leo. "Leonard, your head is mine. Sorry, but my head is not that cheap, you know." The moment Leo said that, a lightning strike broke in between Leo and the Black Dragon Knight. The Black Dragon Knight, who barely evaded the lightning, felt a chill run on his back. And without checking what is behind him, he started moving away at his fastest speed. Damn it. His judgment was correct. Finn was already behind him and the Type 62 was aimed at his back. However, the Black Dragon Knight managed to get away by leaving the movement entirely to his dragon. The Black Dragon Knight finally turned around to make sure that he got away. There was no one there. What? He disappeared. That was his last word. At the time he muttered that, he was hit by multiple lightning strikes from directly above him and fell to the ground without being able to do anything. Then Finn returns to Leo's side. "Are you safe, Your Highness?" "Yeah, thanks to you," Leo answered and looked at William. William slowly takes a deep breath while turning his gaze toward Finn. He recognized Finn as an opponent who can take down his elite Black Dragon Knight. He won't say that they are equal to each other. He's an opponent that he has no choice but to stop with all his might. Judging so, William tries to leave another Black Dragon Knight to handle Leo. However, a Black Dragon Knight rushed in from behind William. The Black Dragon Knight does not hesitate and heads straight for Finn. Feeling a chill from his charge, Finn fired a lightning strike while keeping a distance away from the approaching Black Dragon Knight. However, the Black Dragon Knight simply parried away the lightning with his black sword and closed in on Finn. Leave him to me, Your Highness William. He appears to be a man over 40 years old with black hair and a black beard. His appearances seem crude at first glance. The man who would otherwise be mistaken for a pirate or a bandit if he wasn't mounting on a dragon, grins, and swings his blade down. In response, Finn spun and avoided it. Oh, so you can dodge that too, huh? Roger, what are you doing? I ordered you to protect our supply convoy, right? We can get more supplies even if we lose them, but we can't replace you, Your Highness. I already left the place to one of my subordinates. Besides, that was only a diversion anyway. A guy like you is really... William muttered in a dismayed manner. The man called Roger then points his sword at Finn with a big smile. I have found a good opponent. Give me your name. White Dragon Knight. Finn boasted. A Dragon Knight of Adler. A Dragon Knight under the direct command of the Imperial family, huh? Interesting. I am Roger. I belong to the Dragon Knight Order of the United Kingdom, Captain of the Black Dragon Knights. I will take your head. With that said, Roger immediately accelerated his dragon toward Finn. Responding in kind, Finn also accelerated Nova as they rushed toward him. Chapter 324. Voice of the Heart. His strong. Finn thought to himself while keeping his eyes on Roger, who is currently chasing after him. So far, he is the first person who Finn can't shake off even with serious effort. Moreover, he is actively approaching Finn for a chance to attack as though he read Finn's every movement. Finn is managing to keep up for now, but how long can he do that? So this is the strongest Dragon Knight of the United Kingdom. This captain of the elite Black Dragon Knights is even stronger than William. The strongest Dragon Knight of the United Kingdom both in name and reality. Even though Finn's skills in aerial combat are not losing to his, Finn cannot surpass Roger. Finn wanted to reverse the situation with the power of Type 62, but Roger can use his big sword as a shield and ward off the lightning strikes he fired. Excellent offense and defense, no opening whatsoever. Both the performance of the weapon and the power of their mount, Finn's are superior. Still, Roger managed to fill that gap with his experience alone. Finn increases the altitude to get away from the approaching Roger. However, as if he was expecting that, Roger rises up at almost the same time and does not allow him to widen the distance. Using your superior mobility to raise the altitude, it might work against another Dragon Knight, but that won't work against me. Roger brandishes his sword. Finn twisted his body to evade it, but using that opening, Roger spins his dragon. A strike with a dragon's tail. It was a surprise attack. To cover for Finn, Nova directly received the tail strike. The damage wasn't fatal, but due to the difference in their size, Finn and Nova were blown away. Nova, are you okay? Q. Nova responded as if to say that it was nothing. Finn was relieved to see that, but the crisis is not over yet. Roger is still unharmed and standing in their way. If Finn is defeated, Roger will lead the enemy force to attack the convoy. If that happens, the transport will be interrupted. On the other hand, if Finn can defeat Roger, the enemy will lose their chance to make a decisive move. Their battle is affecting the balance of the battlefield itself. He cannot allow himself to fall here. That thought slowed Finn's movement and judgment. You are wide open. Seeing that Finn tries to take a distance again, Roger immediately closed in. Roger's immediate charge is without hesitation. Finn was surprised, but Roger wouldn't wait for him to recover. He keeps pursuing Finn, who is still trying to get away. Even when he realizes that the situation is getting ugly, Finn knows that it is difficult to turn the table once he falls into a disadvantage. Thus Finn desperately concentrated on avoiding the incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Lambert's voice reached Finn's ears. Your Highness, it's an ambush. Hearing that, he gazes at the transport unit. 3 enemy Dragon Knights managed to slip past their defense. The Black Dragon Knights are keeping the 6th Corps occupied. As a result, they were late to notice the Dragon Knights that flew in low from another direction. Moreover, the 6th Corps was rotating their injured members to escort the transport unit. In their place, the knights who were originally escorting the transport unit are joining the battle at the front. That also played a part in making them late to notice the enemy's ambush. The injured knights desperately fire fireballs to protect the convoy with all their might. The large flying dragons, which are the main means of transport, cannot possibly avoid the enemy's attack. If they drop down the supply they are carrying at the wrong height, it will cause harm to their allies below them instead. Therefore, Katrina and the dragon knights of Marquis Greisner, who were guiding the large flying dragons, moved to intercept the approaching enemy. "Don't let them approach. Get out of my way, you half-baked dragon knights." There was a difference in their skills in the first place. Moreover, their dragons are exhausted and are far from perfect condition. Even so, Katrina and her subordinates stood in their way. Instead of avoiding the approaching spears, they received it with theirs and let their dragons take them head-on. Being locked in place, the enemy cannot ignore them. "Damn you! You won't get through. Don't you get carried away." While their dragons are colliding, they continue battling each other with their spear. They are at a disadvantage at close distance, but if they widen the distance, the enemy will be able to approach the convoy. Therefore, Katrina and her subordinates did not withdraw. If their opponents try to widen the distance, they will immediately close in. However, they are restricting the enemy's movement at the cost of entering the distance where the enemy can cause fatal damage to them. The enemy dragon knight's spear shallowly pierces Katrina's shoulder. In response, Katrina grabbed the spear handle. The same goes for all of Marquis Greisner's dragon knights. In the literal sense, they are stopping the enemy's advance with their own bodies. Caged. Let go. Don't you look down on the Empire's dragon knights. Every time their opponent moves, the spear causes them severe pain. Even so, Katrina kept gripping on their spear. Even if it is only 1 second, she knows how precious the time she can earn is. Unless they do this much, they cannot earn time for the transport. The dragon knights of Marquis Greisner had taken a portion of their food to feed their dragons. Including Katrina, they all can barely stand up themselves. The enemy dragon knights are terrified at how Katrina and the others are stopping them at the cost of suffering such a wound, but they couldn't stop either. Letting go of their spears, they widen the distance. They then pull out their sword and try to cut down Katrina and her subordinates, who are getting sluggish from the pain. Finn, who saw that from a distance, tried to turn the Type 62 toward them, but he hesitated. Right now, what would happen if he let Roger do as he pleased? Given the situation of the battle, he can't leave this place. Finn faces Roger while trying to make his decision, but he still hesitates. However, his heart wasn't there anymore. To still worry about others while facing me. You are looking down on me, eh? Roger made a forceful maneuver unlike the traditional linear movement he was sticking with until now and swung his sword down toward Finn. While looking at the big sword that is approaching him, Finn recalled Ul's words. "Finn, this is your first battle. I am sure that there will be many thoughts that can make you hesitate on the battlefield. When the time comes, just listen to your heart." Considering that battle situation, he should not leave this place. Right now, the only one who can keep up with Roger is him. Even so, Finn still wanted to go to Katrina and his friends. After all, that was the reason he chose to come here in the first place. He knows that it will cause their side to be at a disadvantage. His action will be a selfish one. He knows that. However, his heart still tells him to do it. Even if things get worse, I have to go. Let's go. Nova. Muttering so, Finn jumped backward by himself. The big sword passed through the place where Finn used to be. Roger opened his eyes wide to that sudden action. For the first time, Finn did something that he didn't expect. For a dragon knight, the back of their dragon is like a rooftop. No one would dare to leap off. However, Finn did it. He jumped backward and aimed the Type 62 at Roger from point blank. "I am putting this battle on hold." Saying so, Finn fired off a lightning strike, flicking away Roger's big sword. How long has it been since he has been disarmed like this? Roger was both surprised and impressed. What a guy! While falling, Finn looks toward Katrina. They are at an overwhelming disadvantage. He has no way to get back to them or to get back on Nova himself. Still, he has to stop the enemy dragon knights. At the same time, the knights of the 6th Corps were also heading their way. Surely, they will make it in time to protect the convoy. However, That doesn't guarantee the safety of Katrina and his friends. After all, Katrina and the others are putting their lives on the line so that the enemy cannot ignore them. They will have to kill Katrina and the others to get past. That's the reason why the Knights of the Sixth Corps will make it in time. But he cannot allow that. Ull already told him. He told him to save them. I am going to save you. As he keeps falling, he flows his magic power into the Type 62. He will probably hit the ground as is, he might even get attacked mid-fall. However, Finn pays no mind to those unnecessary thoughts. He knows that his trusted partner will come to his side. That's why Finn was able to concentrate on helping Katrina and his friends. Go. More than a dozen lightning strikes were fired. They headed straight toward the castle and hit the Dragon Knights in front of Katrina and the others. It was an attack that none of them expected. They had no way to prevent it. In front of Katrina and the others, they all fell to the ground powerlessly. Katrina then turns toward the direction where the lightning strikes were coming from. Finn was falling. Finn. Katrina unconsciously reached her hand out to that impossible sight. But she can't reach him. Instead, she saw Nova matching Finn's falling speed. She then saw Finn grab the reins of Nova and get back on. How reckless. It was quite a feat. She would be scared for him even if they are not in the middle of a battle. It was something that you can't pull off unless you have trust in your dragon and your own skills. However, that peace of mind is fleeting. A black dragon knight was approaching from behind Finn and Nova. Ua, I am counting on you. Nova, Kiu. After Finn got back on, Nova was slowing down its descent. Spreading its wings, Nova desperately tried to decrease the speed and land on the castle wall. Finn strokes his chest in relief at the feeling that he finally touched the ground, but a black dragon knight was charging in from behind him. Your head is mine now. He was completely caught off guard. Even if it is Nova, its movement would be slowed when it just touched the ground. Looking back, Finn decided that he had no choice but to use his hand to intercept the incoming spear and counterattack with the Type 62. After all these times, he isn't afraid of getting hurt now. Such times have already passed. However, you flew well, young dragon knight. Ha! Above Finn's head, something just descended and spoke to him. The incoming spear was parried away and the black dragon knight was blown off the back of his dragon. What just happened? As Finn still couldn't make sense of the situation, the person who helped him showed his form. Seeksama brilliantly joined the battle. A bear. Cute, right? Finn's face cramped up as he saw the bear smirking in reply. Chapter 325. Won't be defeated lying down. Around the time when the fierce aerial battle was fought above the castle, there was movement on the ground as well. All men advance. We are going to topple that castle. As long as we can take it down, there is no point to their supplies. General Bartle, the acting commander of the rebel army, issued his order to attack. It was, of course, tactically correct. If they can apply pressure to their enemy on the ground, the enemy will have no choice but to relocate their personnel to protect the castle. Moreover, this is to prevent the enemy from having a proper meal and rest. This attack will serve to prevent their enemy from recovering. However, apart from that, General Bartle was also impatient. Damn you, William. General Bartle has requested that William takes his men out to the supply base. In other words, General Bartle will be the one who bears the most responsibility for falling into the enemy's trap. William was only pretending to be hesitant and tricked General Bartle into the position where he has to bear the responsibility in the unlikely event. If the enemy can safely deliver the supply, General Bartle will surely be removed from the front line. Perhaps, even his position as a general might be in jeopardy. He has to prevent the enemy from delivering supply to the castle at all cost. With a frown on his face, General Bartle keeps giving orders to his men. As a man who became a general through only his military achievements, General Bartle is quite flexible. He shrinks down the encirclement and puts pressure on the enemy by attacking the castle with siege weapons. The catapult attack is unlikely to hit the flying dragons, but there is still a slight chance that it might hit the enemy transport unit in the back. If he can make the enemy think like that, then the plan is successful enough. The rest will depend on the battle in the sky. If William can get past the enemy, then their transport will be interrupted. The fact that he has to rely on William, who shifted the responsibility to him, disgusted General Bartle, but he held it in. Have the whole army shout Prince William's name. If we can raise the morale, then our winning chance will increase. It is a small thing. Still, it is better than nothing. However, a doubt raised into his mind when the messenger who should be beside him did not respond. General Bartle is now at the temporary command post. There are many commanders there communicating General Bartle's commands to their units. Messengers always remain on standby, and it is impossible for any of his commands to go unheard. Don't tell me. General Bartle puts his hand on the sword at his waist and tries to look behind him. The eyes of the people at the command post were focused on the castle in front. It is difficult for them to notice what's going on behind them. They got him. When he thought so, a blade was already pierced through his stomach. Good guess, General. I am here for your life. Behind him was a petite soldier. However, that soldier is not a soldier under his command. That soldier is, of course, not one of William's either. You coward. A rebel doesn't have any right to call others a coward. Besides, deception is also a tactic, you know. With that said, the soldier pulls the sword out. General collapsed with a loud noise. Finally, those at the command post noticed that General Bartle was attacked. The command post fell into complete chaos. However, calm down, treat the general. We will pursue the attacker. A cavalry unit that was nearby calmed the chaotic command post and chased after the attacker, who ran away. Those inside the command post leave pursuing the attacker to them and rush to General Bartle. Sir, please hang on. Keep pressure on the wound. He is bleeding out. You idiots. General Bartle stops his aides who tried to treat him. It is not a wound that he can survive. He intuitively knew that such a wound was inflicted on purpose. He was not killed instantly because they wanted him to bleed out slowly. Why? To make his aides occupied with treating him, of course. During that time, the ground forces that lost their commander will be in chaos. The longer his aides are away, the worse the confusion. And there is also another reason. We have no cavalry near this place. General spoke while spitting out blood. He knows the placement of all nearby units. There is no cavalry here. All of them should already be on the front line. In other words, that unit was also an enemy. Yes, General. Please say it again. We can't hear you. General Bartle heard that and gave up speaking. He probably can't speak properly anymore. Giving up everything, General Bartle let go of the strength in his body. But he has only one regret. Please forgive this weak subordinate. Your Highness Gordon. He couldn't live to witness the supremacy of the Lord he served. However, that is not so bad either. If the result turns out ugly, he will not have to look at it. Dying while seeing a good dream might be his one true desire. While picturing the image of Gordon sitting on the throne, General Bartle slowly closed his eyes. Excellently done. Winfriedsamer. Excellent, Herr. The enemy was just caught off guard. Linfia smiles as she looks at the moody Veen, who is saying that he should be able to do it better. This strategist of Leo has incredibly low self-esteem. However, I still managed to assassinate the enemy general and slip away successfully. Something like that was just a blind imitation of Ul's strategy. If that is excellent, then it just means that Ul's plan is excellent, that's all. Veen was a strategist that has almost no connections with unconventional ideas. He is not the type to create new things by himself. That's why Veen sees himself as a third-rate strategist. However, according to Linfia's evaluation of him, that is not the case. As proof of that, Veen has led 3,000 elite troops and repelled the enemy attack at the branch castle time after time. Certainly, there was nothing new in the tactics he used. However, he has the ability to quickly decide on a strategist appropriate to the situation. Even if he can't come up with a plan to invade the enemy command post like this time, he has the power to arrange it immediately. Don't you think that you are being too strict with yourself? I am not strict with myself at all. I am the future Emperor's strategist. It's a matter of course that I can do this much. He set his view high, and those who are above that view were set as his standard. That was the distorted point of Vying. However, the strong aspiration inside him was similar to Leo's. A vassal that resembles his lord. While gazing at the castle, Linfia thinks that it might actually be a good combination. Will Sieg be in time, I wonder? I don't know. Well, no one would care if a bear walked on the battlefield. He can probably get inside the castle without any trouble. When the enemy dragon knights began to move, Vying formed a surprise attack unit and was mobilizing them to defeat the enemy general. During that time, Vying sent Sieg to the castle. He thought that it would be better to have someone at Leo's side. The main battlefield is the sky. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot fly. He doesn't know if Sieg will be useful, but it's better than nothing. Thinking so, Vying was frustrated at his own incompetence. If Sieg ended up not being of help, it means that he just discarded a precious piece on the board. Seeing his mood turning bad at the possibility that his plan was too naive, Linfia sighs at him. Now, defeat Prince Leonard. When Finn and Nova fell to the ground and the enemy formation was disturbed, the Black Dragon Knights didn't miss that chance to close in on Leo. As though to not allow them to do as they please, the 6th Corps took position around Leo. However, no, their aim is not me. If they really aim for Leo's head, then either William or Roger will move first. However, the two are currently absent from Leo's view. Their real aim is not him. Leo then realized their true aim. Everyone, take cover. Their aim is the magic wands. The purpose of making the injured knights fall back to the rear was to avoid the magic wands falling into the enemy's hands. Even if the escort of the convoy was getting thinner because of it, the magic wands have the worth to be protected. After all, it is a weapon that provides a big advantage in the sky. William and Roger must be aiming for it. The 6th Corps already moved in to protect Leo. Their formation that covers a lot of areas was shrunk to center around Leo. They cannot get to the Imperial Knights who were fighting far away in time. Momentary isolation. Without missing that, William and Roger were aiming for the Imperial Knights. Coup. Right. Roger. Got it. An Imperial Knight was caught in a pincer attack by William and Roger. When he realized that he cannot win, he jumped off his falcon with his magic wand. He couldn't hand it over. The others might be able to recover it if it falls to the ground, but if he got caught here, the wand will definitely get taken away. It was his loyalty as an Imperial Knight. However, the moment he jumped off, Roger's sword pierced the Imperial Knight and William grabbed his arm that was holding the magic wand. He then cut it off along with the wand. All men withdraw. We can no longer stop their convoy. Don't let them cause any more damage. Damn it. Chase him. Don't let the Dragon Prince escape. Lambert issued his command and the 6th Corps was ready to pursue him. Finn also joined up with them. However, you don't have to chase him. It will just increase the damage on our side. But it's unnecessary, Leo said and advanced a little by himself. Seeing that, William, who was trying to withdraw, turns to face Leo. I will let you have the supply, but I am taking this. As expected of the Dragon Prince. It seems that you will not accept defeat lying down her. That's quite carefree of you though. Do I look like that? There is no change in Leo's tone or expressions. Still, William felt absolute confidence behind his actions. I have to be careful. With that renewed determination, William left the place. Finn Bros. Dragon Knight of Adler, I will let you have this duel. Your head will be mine next time. With that said, Roger followed after William. While keeping an eye on their withdrawal, he gives an order to hurry the supply transportation and distribution. It's over. No, it's only the beginning. Your Highness. As long as I am here, Prince William cannot move freely. I will have to keep his eyes on me as much as possible. That's the purpose of our fight from now on. Will you help me? Yes, sir. I will definitely be useful, said Finn as he lowered his head. Thus, the supply delivery operation was successful. End of Volume 8.